Section 1 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott, Section 1, Publisher's Note. It has long been the ambition of the present publishers to offer to the public an ideal edition of the writings of Sir Walter Scott, the great poet and novelist, of whom William Hazlitt said, "His works are almost like a new edition of human nature." Secure in the belief not only that his writings have achieved a permanent place in the literature of the world, but that succeeding generations will prize them still more highly, we have, after the most careful planning and study, undertaken the publication of this edition of the Waverley novels and the complete poetical writings. It is evident that the ideal edition of a great classic must be distinguished in typography, must present the best available text, and must be illustrated in such a way as at once to be beautiful in itself, and to add to the reader's pleasure and his understanding of the book. As to the typography and text, little need be said here. The format of the edition has been most carefully studied, and represents the use of the best resources of the Riverside Press. The text has been carefully edited in the light of Scott's own revisions. All of his own latest notes have been included, glossaries have been added, and full descriptive notes to the illustrations have been prepared, which will, we hope, add greatly to the reader's interest and instruction in the reading of the novels and poems. Of the illustrations, which make the special feature of this edition, something more may be said. In the case of an author like Sir Walter Scott, the ideal edition requires that the beauty and romantic scenery amid which he lived and of which he wrote shall be adequately presented to the reader. No other author ever used more charming backgrounds or employed them to better advantage. To see Scotland and to visit in person all the scenes of the novels and poems would enable the reader fully to understand these backgrounds, and thereby add materially to his appreciation of the author. Before beginning the preparation of this edition, the head of the department having it in charge made a visit in person to the scenes of the novels and poems, determined to explore all the localities referred to by the author, so far as they could be identified. The field proved even more productive than had been at first supposed, and photographs were obtained in sufficient quantity to illustrate all the volumes. These pictures represent the scenes very much as Scott saw them. The natural scenery, mountains, woods, lakes, rivers, seashore, and the like, is nearly the same as in his day. The ruins of ancient castles and abbeys were found to correspond very closely with his descriptions, though in many instances he had in imagination rebuilt these ruins and filled them with the children of his fancy. The scenes of the stories extend into nearly every county in Scotland, and through a large part of England and Wales. All of these were thoroughly investigated, and photographs were made of everything of interest. One of the novels has to do with France and Belgium, one with Switzerland, one with the Holy Land, one with Constantinople, and one with India. For all of these lands, which Scott did not visit in person, and therefore did not describe with the same attention to detail as in the case of his own country, interesting pictures of characteristic scenery were secured. By this method the publishers have hoped to bring before the reader a series of photographs which will not only please the eye and give a satisfactory artistic effect to the volumes, but also increase the reader's knowledge of the country described, and add a new charm to the delightful work of the author. In addition to the photographs, old engravings and paintings have been reproduced for the illustration of novels having to do with old buildings, streets, etc., which have long since disappeared. For this material a careful search was made in the British Museum, the Advocates' Library and City Museum, Edinburgh, the Library at Abbotsford, the Bibliothèque Nationale, Paris, and other collections. It has been thought, too, that the ideal edition of Scott's works would not be complete without an adequate portrayal of his more memorable characters. This has been accomplished in a series of frontispieces specially painted for this edition by 20 of the most distinguished illustrators of England. 4 Park Street, Boston. End of Section 1. Recording by Michael Harris. Section 2 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott, Section 2. Advertisement to the Waverley Novels. It has been the occasional occupation of the author of Waverley, for several years past, to revise and correct the voluminous series of novels which pass under that name, in order that, if they should ever appear as his avowed productions, he might render them in some degree deserving of a continuance of the public favour with which they have been honoured ever since their first appearance. For a long period, however, it seemed likely that the improved and illustrated edition which he meditated would be a posthumous publication, but the course of the events which occasioned the disclosure of the author's name having in a great measure restored to him a sort of parental control over these works, he is naturally induced to give them to the press in a corrected and, he hopes, an improved form, while life and health permit the task of revising and illustrating them. Such being his purpose, it is necessary to say a few words on the plan of the proposed edition. In stating it to be revised and corrected, it is not to be inferred that any attempt is made to alter the tenor of the stories, the character of the actors, or the spirit of the dialogue. There is no doubt ample room for emendation in all these points, but where the tree falls it must lie. Any attempt to obviate criticism, however just, by altering a work already in the hands of the public, is generally unsuccessful. In the most improbable fiction the reader still desires some air of vraisemblance, and does not relish that the incidents of a tale familiar to him should be altered to suit the taste of critics, or the caprice of the author himself. This process of feeling is so natural that it may be observed even in children who cannot endure that a nursery story should be repeated to them differently from the manner in which it was first told. But without altering in the slightest degree either the story or the mode of telling it, the author has taken this opportunity to correct errors of the press and slips of the pen. That such should exist cannot be wondered at, when it is considered that the publishers found it their interest to hurry through the press a succession of the early editions of the various novels, and that the author had not the usual opportunity of revision. It is hoped that the present edition will be found free from errors of that accidental kind. The author has also ventured to make some emendations of a different character, which, without being such apparent deviations from the original stories as to disturb the reader's old associations, will, he thinks, add something to the spirit of the dialogue, narrative, or description. These consist in occasional pruning where the language is redundant, compression where the style is loose, infusion of vigour where it is languid, the exchange of less forcible for more appropriate epithets, slight alterations, in short, like the last touches of an artist, which contribute to heighten and finish the picture, though an inexperienced eye can hardly detect in what they consist. The general preface to the new edition, and the introductory notices to each separate work, will contain an account of such circumstances attending the first publication of the novels and tales as may appear interesting in themselves, or proper to be communicated to the public. The author also proposes to publish on this occasion the various legends, family traditions, or obscure historical facts which have formed the groundwork of these novels, and to give some account of the places where the scenes are laid, when these are altogether or in part real, as well as a statement of particular incidents founded on fact, together with a more copious glossary, and notes explanatory of the ancient customs and popular superstitions referred to in the romances. Upon the whole, it is hoped that the Waverley novels, in their new dress, will not be found to have lost any part of their attractions in consequence of receiving illustrations by the author and undergoing his careful revision. Abbotsford, January 1829. End of Section 2. Recording by Mike Harris.
Section 3 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stephen Carney. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott. Section 3. General Preface to the Waverley Novels. And must I ravel out my weaved-up follies? Richard II, Act 4. Having undertaken to give an introductory account of the compositions which are here offered to the public, with notes and illustrations, the author, under whose name they are now for the first time collected, feels that he has the delicate task of speaking more of himself and his personal concerns than may perhaps be either graceful or prudent. In this particular, he runs the risk of presenting himself to the public in the relation that the dumb wife in the jest book held to her husband, when, having spent half of his fortune to obtain the cure of her imperfection, he was willing to have bestowed the other half to restore her to her former condition. But this is a risk inseparable from the task which the author has undertaken, and he can only promise to be as little of an egotist as the situation will permit. It is perhaps an indifferent sign of a disposition to keep his word, that, having introduced himself in the third person singular, he proceeds in the second paragraph to make use of the first. But it appears to him that the seeming modesty connected with the former mode of writing is overbalanced by the inconvenience of stiffness and affectation which attends it during a narrative of some length, and which may be observed less or more in every work in which the third person is used, from the commentaries of Caesar to the autobiography of Alexander the Corrector. I must refer to a very early period of my life, were I to point out my first achievements as a tale-teller, but I believe some of my old schoolfellows can still bear witness that I had a distinguished character for that talent, at a time when the applause of my companions was my recompense for the disgraces and punishments which the future romance writer incurred for being idle himself, and keeping others idle, during hours that should have been employed on our tasks. The chief enjoyment of my holidays was to escape with a chosen friend, who had the same taste with myself, alternately to recite to each other such wild adventures as we were able to devise. We told, each in turn, interminable tales of knight-errantry, and battles and enchantments, which were continued from one day to another as opportunity offered, without our ever thinking of bringing them to a conclusion. As we observed a strict secrecy on the subject of this intercourse, it acquired all the character of a concealed pleasure, and we used to select for the scenes of our indulgence long walks through the solitary and romantic environs of Author's Seat, Salisbury Crags, Braid Hills, and similar places in the vicinity of Edinburgh, and the recollection of those holidays still forms an oasis in the pilgrimage which I have to look back upon. I have only to add that my friend still lives, a prosperous gentleman, but too much occupied with graver business to thank me for indicating him more plainly as a confidant of my childish mystery. When boyhood, advancing into youth, required more serious studies and graver cares, a long illness threw me back on the kingdom of fiction, as if it were by a species of fatality. My indisposition arose, in part at least, from my having broken a blood vessel, and motion and speech were for a long time pronounced positively dangerous. For several weeks I was confined strictly to my bed, during which time I was not allowed to speak above a whisper, to eat more than a spoonful or two of boiled rice, or to have more covering than one thin counterpane. When the reader is informed that I was at this time a growing youth, with the spirits, appetite, and impatience of 15, and suffered, of course, greatly under this severe regimen, which the repeated return of my disorder rendered indispensable, he will not be surprised that I was abandoned to my own discretion, so far as reading, my almost sole amusement, was concerned, and still less so that I abused the indulgence which left my time so much at my own disposal. There was at this time a circulating library in Edinburgh, founded, I believe, by the celebrated Allan Ramsay, which, besides containing a most respectable collection of books of every description, was, as might have been expected, peculiarly rich in works of fiction. It exhibited specimens of every kind, from the romances of chivalry and the ponderous folios of Cyrus and Cassandra, down to the most approved works of later times. I was plunged into this great ocean of reading without compass or pilot, and, unless when someone had the charity to play at chess with me, I was allowed to do nothing save read from morning to night. I was, in kindness and pity, which was perhaps erroneous, however natural, permitted to select my subjects of study at my own pleasure, upon the same principle that the humours of children are indulged to keep them out of mischief. As my taste and appetite were gratified in nothing else, I indemnified myself by becoming a glutton of books. Accordingly, I believe I read almost all the romances, old plays, and epic poetry in that formidable collection, and no doubt was unconsciously amassing materials for the task in which it has been my lot to be so much employed. At the same time I did not in all respects abuse the license permitted me. Familiar acquaintance with the specious miracles of fiction brought with it some degree of satiety, and I began by degrees to seek in histories, memoirs, voyages and travels, and the like, events nearly as wonderful as those which were the work of imagination, with the additional advantage that they were at least in a great measure true. The lapse of nearly 2 years, during which I was left to the exercise of my own free will, was followed by a temporary residence in the country, where I was again very lonely, but for the amusement which I derived from a good though old-fashioned library. The vague and wild use which I made of this advantage I cannot describe better than by referring my reader to the desultory studies of Waverley in a similar situation, the passages concerning whose course of reading were imitated from recollections of my own. It must be understood that the resemblance extends no farther. Time, as it glided on, brought the blessings of confirmed health and personal strength, to a degree which had never been expected or hoped for. The severe studies necessary to render me fit for my profession occupied the greater part of my time, and the society of my friends and companions, who were about to enter life along with me, filled up with the usual amusements of young men. I was in a situation which rendered serious labour indispensable, for neither possessing, on the one hand, any of those peculiar advantages which are supposed to favour a hasty advance in the profession of the law, nor being, on the other hand, exposed to unusual obstacles to interrupt my progress, I might reasonably expect to succeed according to the greater or less degree of trouble which I should take to qualify myself as a pleader. It makes no part of the present story to detail how the success of a few ballads had the effect of changing all the purpose and tenor of my life, and of converting a painstaking lawyer of some years' standing into a follower of literature. It is enough to say that I had assumed the latter character for several years before I seriously thought of attempting a work of imagination in prose, although 1 or 2 of my poetical attempts did not differ from romances otherwise than by being written in verse. But yet I may observe that about this time, now, alas, 30 years since, I had nourished the ambitious desire of composing a tale of chivalry, which was to be in the style of the Castle of Otranto, with plenty of border characters and supernatural incident. Having found unexpectedly a chapter of this intended work among some old papers, I have subjoined it to this introductory essay, thinking some readers may account as curious the first attempts at romantic composition by an author who has since written so much in that department. And those who complain, not unreasonably, of the profusion of the tales which have followed Waverley, may bless their stars at the narrow escape they have made, by the commencement of the inundation which had so nearly taken place in the first year of the century, being postponed for 15 years later. This particular subject was never resumed, but I did not abandon the idea of fictitious composition in prose, though I determined to give another turn to the style of the work. My early recollections of the Highland scenery and customs made so favourable an impression in a poem called The Lady of the Lake, that I was induced to think of attempting something of the same kind in prose. I had been a good deal in the Highlands, at a time when they were much less accessible and much less visited than they have been of late years, and was acquainted with many of the old warriors of 1745, who were, like most veterans, easily induced to fight their battles over again for the benefit of a willing listener like myself. It naturally occurred to me that the ancient traditions and high spirit of a people who, living in a civilized age and country, retained so strong a tincture of manners belonging to an early period of society, must afford a subject favourable for romance, if it should not prove a curious tale, marred in the telling. It was with some idea of this kind that, about the year 1805, I threw together about 1/3 part of the first volume of Waverley. It was advertised to be published by the late Mr. John Ballantyne, bookseller in Edinburgh, under the name of Waverley, or "'Tis 50 Years Since," a title afterwards altered to "'Tis 60 Years Since," that the actual date of publication might be made to correspond with the period in which the scene was laid. Having proceeded as far, I think, as the 7th chapter, I showed my work to a critical friend, whose opinion was unfavourable, and having then some poetical reputation, I was unwilling to risk the loss of it by attempting a new style of composition. I therefore threw aside the work I had commenced, without either reluctance or remonstrance. I ought to add that, though my ingenious friend's sentence was afterwards reversed on an appeal to the public, it cannot be considered as any imputation on his good taste, for the specimen subjected to his criticism did not extend beyond the departure of the hero for Scotland, and consequently had not entered upon the part of the story which was finally found most interesting. Be that as it may, this portion of the manuscript was laid aside in the drawers of an old writing-desk, which, on my first coming to reside at Abbotsford in 1811, was placed in a lumber garret and entirely forgotten. Thus, though I sometimes, among other literary avocations, turned my thoughts to the continuation of the romance which I had commenced, yet, as I could not find what I had already written, after searching such repositories as were within my reach, and was too indolent to attempt to write it anew from memory, I as often laid aside all thoughts of that nature. Two circumstances in particular recalled my recollection of the mislaid manuscript. The first was the extended and well-merited fame of Miss Edgeworth, whose Irish characters have gone so far to make the English familiar with the character of their gay and kind-hearted neighbours of Ireland, that she may be truly said to have done more towards completing the Union than perhaps all the legislative enactments by which it has been followed up. Without being so presumptuous as to hope to emulate the rich humour, pathetic tenderness, and admirable tact which pervade the works of my accomplished friend, I felt that something might be attempted for my own country, of the same kind with that which Miss Edgeworth so fortunately achieved for Ireland, something which might introduce her natives to those of the sister kingdom in a more favourable light than they had been placed hitherto, and tend to procure sympathy for their virtues and indulgence for their foibles. I thought also that much of what I wanted in talent might be made up by the intimate acquaintance with the subject which I could lay claim to possess, as having travelled through most parts of Scotland, both Highland and Lowland, having been familiar with the elder as well as more modern race, and having had from my infancy free and unrestrained communication with all ranks of my countrymen, from the Scottish peer to the Scottish ploughman. Such ideas often occurred to me, and constituted an ambitious branch of my theory, however far short I may have fallen of it in practice. But it was not only the triumphs of Miss Edgeworth which worked in me emulation, and disturbed my indolence. I chanced actually to engage in a work which formed a sort of essay-piece, and gave me hope that I might in time become free of the craft of romance-writing, and be esteemed a tolerable workman. In the year 1807-1808, I undertook, at the request of John Murray, Esquire, of Albemarle Street, to arrange for publication some posthumous productions of the late Mr. Joseph Strutt, distinguished as an artist and an antiquary, amongst which was an unfurnished romance, entitled Queenhoo Hall. The scene of the tale was laid in the reign of Henry VI, and the work was written to illustrate the manners, customs, and language of the people of England during that period. The extensive acquaintance which Mr. Strutt had acquired with such subjects in compiling his laborious Horda Angelsenan, his regal and ecclesiastical antiquities, and his essay on the sports and pastimes of the people of England, had rendered him familiar with all the antiquarian lore necessary for the purpose of composing the projected romance; and although the manuscript bore the marks of hurry and incoherence natural to the first rough draft of the author, it evinced, in my opinion, considerable powers of imagination. As the work was unfinished, I deemed it my duty, as editor, to supply such a hasty and inartificial conclusion as could be shaped out from the story, of which Mr. Strutt had laid the foundation. This concluding chapter is also added to the present introduction, for the reason already mentioned regarding the preceding fragment. It was a step in my advance towards romantic composition, and to preserve the traces of these is in a great measure the object of this essay. Queenhoo Hall was not, however, very successful. I thought I was aware of the reason, and supposed that, by rendering his language too ancient, and displaying his antiquarian knowledge too liberally, the ingenious author had raised up an obstacle to his own success. Every work designed for mere amusement must be expressed in language easily comprehended, and when, as is sometimes the case in Queenhoo Hall, the author addresses himself exclusively to the antiquary, he must be content to be dismissed by the general reader with the criticism of Mungo in the Padlock on the Mauritanian music, "What signifies me here, if me no understand?" I conceived it possible to avoid this error, and by rendering a similar work more light and obvious to general comprehension, to escape the rock on which my predecessor was shipwrecked. But I was, on the other hand, so far discouraged by the indifferent reception of Mr. Strutt's romance as to become satisfied that the manners of the Middle Ages did not possess the interest which I had conceived, and was led to form the opinion that a romance founded on a Highland story and more modern events would have a better chance of popularity than a tale of chivalry. My thoughts therefore returned more than once to the tale which I had actually commenced, and accident at length threw the lost sheets in my way. I happened to want some fishing tackle for the use of a guest, when it occurred to me to search the old writing-desk already mentioned, in which I used to keep articles of that nature. I got access to it with some difficulty, and, in looking for lines and flies, the long-lost manuscript presented itself. I immediately set to work to complete it according to my original purpose. And here I must frankly confess that the mode in which I conducted the story scarcely deserved the success which the romance afterwards attained. The tale of Waverley was put together with so little care that I cannot boast of having sketched any distinct plan of the work. The whole adventures of Waverley, in his movements up and down the country with the Highland cateran Bean-Lean, are managed without much skill. It suited best, however, the road I wanted to travel, and permitted me to introduce some descriptions of scenery and manners, to which the reality gave an interest which the powers of the author might have otherwise failed to attain for them. And though I have been in other instances a sinner in this sort, I do not recollect any of these novels in which I have transgressed so widely as in the first of the series. Among other unfounded reports, it has been said that the copyright of Waverley was, during the book's progress through the press, offered for sale to various booksellers in London at a very inconsiderable price. This was not the case. Messrs. Constable and Cadell, who published the work, were the only persons acquainted with the contents of the publication, and they offered a large sum for it while in the course of printing, which, however, was declined, the author not choosing to part with the copyright. The origin of the story of Waverley and the particular facts on which it is founded are given in the separate introduction prefixed to that romance in this edition, and require no notice in this place. Waverley was published in 1814, and as the title page was without the name of the author, the work was left to win its way in the world without any of the usual recommendations. Its progress was for some time slow, but after the first 2 or 3 months its popularity had increased in a degree which must have satisfied the expectations of the author, had these been far more sanguine than he ever entertained. Great anxiety was expressed to learn the name of the author, but on this no authentic information could be attained. My original motive for publishing the work anonymously was the consciousness that it was an experiment on the public taste which might very probably fail, and therefore there was no occasion to take on myself the personal risk of discomfiture. For this purpose considerable precautions were used to preserve secrecy. My old friend and schoolfellow, Mr. James Ballantyne, who printed these novels, had the exclusive task of corresponding with the author, who thus had not only the advantage of his professional talents, but also of his critical abilities. The original manuscript, or, as it is technically called, copy, was transcribed under Mr. Ballantyne's eye by confidential persons, nor was there an instance of treachery during the many years in which these precautions were resorted to, although various individuals were employed at different times. Double proof sheets were regularly printed off. One was forwarded to the author by Mr. Ballantyne, and the alterations which it received were, by his own hand, copied upon the other proof sheet for the use of the printers, so that even the corrected proofs of the author were never seen in the printing office, and thus the curiosity of such eager inquiries as made the most minute investigation was entirely at fault. But although the cause of concealing the author's name in the first instance, when the reception of Waverley was doubtful, was natural enough, it is more difficult, it may be thought, to account for the same desire for secrecy during the subsequent editions, to the amount of betwixt 11,000 and 12,000 copies, which followed each other close, and proved the success of the work. I am sorry I can give little satisfaction to queries on this subject. I have already stated elsewhere that I can render little better reason for choosing to remain anonymous than by saying with Shylock that such was my humour. It will be observed that I had not the usual stimulus for desiring personal reputation, the desire, namely, to float amidst the conversation of men. Of literary fame, whether merited or undeserved, I had already as much as might have contented a mind more ambitious than mine, and in entering into this new contest for reputation, I might be said rather to endanger what I had than to have any considerable chance of acquiring more. I was affected, too, by none of those motives which, at an earlier period of life, would doubtless have operated upon me. My friendships were formed, my place in society fixed, my life had attained its middle course. My condition in society was higher perhaps than I deserved, certainly as high as I wished, and there was scarce any degree of literary success which could have greatly altered or improved my personal condition. I was not, therefore, touched by the spur of ambition, usually stimulating on such occasions, and yet I ought to stand exculpated from the charge of ungracious or unbecoming indifference to public applause. I did not the less feel gratitude for the public favour, although I did not proclaim it, as the lover who wears his mistress's favour in his bosom is as proud, though not so vain, of possessing it as another who displays a token of her grace upon his bonnet. Far from such an ungracious state of mind, I have seldom felt more satisfaction than when returning from a pleasure voyage. I found Waverley in the zenith of popularity, and public curiosity in full cry after the name of the author. The knowledge that I had the public approbation was like having the property of a hidden treasure, not less gratifying to the owner than if all the world knew that it was his own. Another advantage was connected with the secrecy which I observed. I could appear or retreat from the stage at pleasure, without attracting any personal notice or attention, other than what might be founded on suspicion only. In my own person also, as a successful author in another department of literature, I might have been charged with too frequent intrusions on the public patience. But the author of Waverley was in this respect as impassable to the critic as the ghost of Hamlet to the partisan of Marcellus. Perhaps the curiosity of the public, irritated by the existence of a secret, and kept afloat by the discussions which took place on the subject from time to time, went a good way to maintain an unabated interest in these frequent publications. There was a mystery concerning the author which each new novel was expected to assist in unravelling, although it might in other respects rank lower than its predecessors. I may perhaps be thought guilty of affectation, should I allege as one reason of my silence a secret dislike to enter on personal discussions concerning my own literary labours. It is in every case a dangerous intercourse for an author to be dwelling continually among those who make his writings a frequent and familiar subject of conversation, but who must necessarily be partial judges of works composed in their own society. The habits of self-importance which are thus acquired by authors are highly injurious to a well-regulated mind, for the cup of flattery, if it does not, like that of Circe, reduce men to the level of beasts, is sure, if eagerly drained, to bring the best and the ablest down to that of fools. This risk was in some degree prevented by the mask which I wore, and my own stores of self-conceit were left to their natural course, without being enhanced by the partiality of friends or adulation of flatterers. If I am asked further reasons for the conduct I have observed, I can only resort to the explanation supplied by a critic, as friendly as he is intelligent, namely, that the mental organization of the novelist must be characterized, to speak craniologically, by an extraordinary development of the passion for delitescency. I the rather suspect some natural disposition of this kind, for, from the instant I perceived the extreme curiosity manifested on the subject, I felt a secret satisfaction in baffling it, for which, when its unimportance is considered, I do not well know how to account. My desire to remain concealed in the character of the author of these novels subjected me occasionally to awkward embarrassments, as it sometimes happened that those who were sufficiently intimate with me would put the question in direct terms. In this case, only one of three courses could be followed. Either I must have surrendered my secret, or have returned an equivocating answer, or finally must have stoutly and boldly denied the fact. The first was a sacrifice which I conceived no one had a right to force from me, since I alone was concerned in the matter. The alternative of rendering a doubtful answer must have left me open to the degrading suspicion that I was not unwilling to assume the merit, if there was any, which I dared not absolutely claim to. Or those who might think more justly of me must have received such an equivocal answer as an indirect avowal. I therefore considered myself entitled, like an accused person put on trial, to refuse giving my own evidence to my own conviction, and flatly to deny all that could not be proved against me. At the same time, I usually qualified my denial by stating that, had I been the author of these works, I would have felt myself quite entitled to protect my secret by refusing my own evidence, when it was asked for to accomplish a discovery of what I desired to conceal. The real truth is that I never expected or hoped to disguise my connection with these novels from any one who lived on terms of intimacy with me. The number of coincidences which necessarily existed between narratives recounted, modes of expression, and opinions broached in these tales, and such as were used by their author in the intercourse of private life, must have been far too great to permit any of my familiar acquaintances to doubt the identity betwixt their friend and the author of Waverley, and I believe they were all morally convinced of it. But while I was myself silent, their belief could not weigh much more with the world than that of others. Their opinions and reasoning were liable to be taxed with partiality, or confronted with opposing arguments and opinions, and the question was not so much whether I should be generally acknowledged to be the author, in spite of my own denial, as whether even my own avowal of the works, if such should be made, would be sufficient to put me in undisputed possession of that character. I have been often asked concerning supposed cases in which I was said to have been placed on the verge of discovery, but as I maintain my point with the composure of a lawyer of 30 years' standing, I never recollect being in pain or confusion on the subject. In Captain Medwin's Conversations of Lord Byron, the reporter states himself to have asked my noble and highly gifted friend if he was certain about these novels being Sir Walter Scott's, to which Lord Byron replied, "Scott as much as owned himself the author of Waverley to me in Murray's shop. I was talking to him about that novel, and lamented that its author had not carried back the story nearer to the time of the Revolution." Scott, entirely off his guard, replied, "Aye, I might have done so, but—" There he stopped. It was in vain to attempt to correct himself. He looked confused, and relieved his embarrassments by a precipitate retreat. I have no recollection whatever of this scene taking place, and I should have thought that it was more likely to have laughed than to appear confused, for I certainly never hoped to impose upon Lord Byron in a case of the kind, and from the manner in which he uniformly expressed himself, I knew his opinion was entirely formed, and that any disclamations of mine would only have savoured of affectation. I do not mean to insinuate that the incident did not happen, but only that it hardly could have occurred exactly under the circumstances narrated, without my recollecting something positive on the subject. In another part of the same volume, Lord Byron is reported to have expressed a supposition that the cause of my not avowing myself the author of Waverley may have been some surmise that the reigning family would have been displeased with the work. I can only say it is the last apprehension I should have entertained, as indeed the inscription to these volumes sufficiently proves. The sufferers of that melancholy period have, during the last and present reign, been honoured both with the sympathy and protection of the reigning family, whose magnanimity can well pardon a sigh from others, and bestow one themselves to the memory of brave opponents, who did nothing in hate, but all in honour. While those who were in habitual intercourse with the real author had little hesitation in assigning the literary property to him, others, and those critics of no mean rank, employed themselves in investigating with persevering patience any characteristic features which might seem to betray the origin of these novels. Amongst these, one gentleman, equally remarkable for the kind and liberal tone of his criticism, the acuteness of his reasoning, and the very gentlemanlike manner in which he conducted his inquiries, displayed not only powers of accurate investigation, but a temper of mind deserving to be employed on a subject of much greater importance, and I have no doubt made converts to his opinion of almost all who thought the point worthy of consideration. Of those letters, and other attempts of the same kind, the author could not complain, though his incognito was endangered. He had challenged the public to a game at Bo Peep, and if he was discovered in his hiding-hole, he must submit to the shame of detection. Various reports were, of course, circulated in various ways, some founded on an inaccurate rehearsal of what may have been partly real, some on circumstances having no concern whatever with the subject, and others on the invention of some importunate persons, who might perhaps imagine that the readiest mode of forcing the author to disclose himself was to assign some dishonourable and discreditable cause for his silence. It may be easily supposed that this sort of inquisition was treated with contempt by the person whom it principally regarded, as, among all the rumours that were current, there was only one, and that as unfounded as the others, which had nevertheless some alliance to probability, and indeed might have proved, in some degree, true. I allude to a report which ascribed a great part or the whole of these novels to the late Thomas Scott, Esquire, of the 70th Regiment, then stationed in Canada. Those who remember that gentleman will readily grant that, with general talents at least equal to those of his elder brother, he added a power of social humour and a deep insight into human character, which rendered him an universally delightful member of society, and that the habit of composition alone was wanting to render him equally successful as a writer. The author of Waverley was so persuaded of the truth of this, that he warmly pressed his brother to make such an experiment, and willingly undertook all the trouble of correcting and superintending the press. Mr. Thomas Scott seemed at very first well disposed to embrace the proposal, and had even fixed on a subject and a hero. The latter was a person well known to both of us in our boyish years, from having displayed some strong traits of character. Mr. T. Scott had determined to represent his youthful acquaintance as emigrating to America, and encountering the dangers and hardships of the New World, with the same dauntless spirit which he had displayed when a boy in his native country. Mr. Scott would probably have been highly successful, being familiarly acquainted with the manners of the native Indians, of the old French settlers in Canada, and of the Brules or woodsmen, and having the power of observing with accuracy what I have no doubt he could have sketched with force and expression. In short, the author believes his brother would have made himself distinguished in that striking field in which, since that period, Mr. Cooper has achieved so many triumphs. But Mr. T. Scott was already affected by bad health, which wholly unfitted him for literary labour, even if he could have reconciled his patience to the task. He never, I believe, wrote a single line of the projected work, and I only have the melancholy pleasure of preserving in the appendix the simple anecdote on which he proposed to found it. To this I may add, I can easily conceive that there may have been circumstances which gave a colour to the general report of my brother being interested in these works, and in particular that it might derive strength from my having occasion to remit to him, in consequence of certain family transactions, some considerable sums of money about that period, to which it is to be added that if any person chanced to evince particular curiosity on such a subject, my brother was likely enough to divert himself with practising on their credulity. It may be mentioned that while the paternity of these novels was from time to time warmly disputed in Britain, the foreign booksellers expressed no hesitation on the matter, but affixed my name to the whole of the novels, and to some besides to which I had no claim. The volumes, therefore, to which the present pages from a preface are entirely the composition of the author by whom they are now acknowledged, with the exception always of avowed quotations, and such unpremeditated and involuntary plagiarisms as can scarce be guarded against by any one who has read and written a great deal. The original manuscripts are all in existence, and entirely written, horresco referens, in the author's own hand, excepting during the years 1818 and 1819, when, being affected with severe illness, he was obliged to employ the assistance of a friendly amanuensis. The number of persons to whom the secret was necessarily entrusted, or communicated by chance, amounted, I should think, to 20 at least, to whom I am greatly obliged for the fidelity with which they observed their trust, until the derangement of the affairs of my publishers, Messrs. Constable and Company, and the exposure of their account books, which was a necessary consequence, rendered secrecy no longer possible. The particulars attending the avowal have been laid before the public in the introduction to the Chronicles of the Canongate. The preliminary advertisement has given a sketch of the purpose of this edition. I have some reason to fear that the notes which accompany the tales, as now published, may be thought too miscellaneous and too egotistical. It may be some apology for this, that the publication was intended to be posthumous, and still more, that old men may be permitted to speak long, because they cannot, in the course of nature, have long time to speak. In preparing the present edition, I have done all that I can do to explain the nature of my materials, and the use I have made of them, nor is it probable that I shall again revise or even read these tales. I was therefore desirous rather to exceed in the portion of new and explanatory matter which is added to this edition, than that the reader should have reason to complain that the information communicated was of a general and merely nominal character. It remains to be tried whether the public, like a child to whom a watch is shown, will, after having been satiated with looking at the outside, acquire some new interest in the object when it is opened and the internal machinery displayed to them. That Waverley and its successors have had their day of favour and popularity must be admitted with sincere gratitude, and the author has studied, with the prudence of a beauty whose reign has been rather long, to supply, by the assistance of art, the charms which novelty no longer affords. the publishers have endeavoured to gratify the honourable partiality of the public for the encouragement of British art, by illustrating this edition with designs by the most eminent living artists. To my distinguished countryman, David Wilkie, to Edwin Landseer, who has exercised his talent so much on Scottish subjects and scenery, to Messrs. Leslie and Newton, my thanks are due, from a friend as well as an author, nor am I less obliged to Messrs. Cooper, Kidd, and other artists of distinction to whom I am less personally known, for the ready zeal with which they have devoted their talents to the same purpose. Farther explanation respecting the edition is the business of the publishers, not of the author, and here, therefore, the latter has accomplished his task of introduction and explanation. If, like a spoiled child, he has sometimes abused or trifled with the indulgence of the public, he feels himself entitled to full belief when he exculpates himself from the charge of having been at any time insensible of their kindness. Abbotsford, 1st January, 1829. End of Section 3.
Section 4 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by David Huston. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott. Section 4. Under which king, Bezonian? Speak, or die. Henry IV, Part 2. Introduction. The plan of this edition leads me to insert in this place some account of the incidents on which the novel of Waverley is founded. They have been already given to the public by my late lamented friend, William Erskine, Esquire, afterwards Lord Kinneder, when reviewing the tales of my landlord for the Quarterly Review in 1817. The particulars were derived by the critic from the author's information. Afterwards, they were published in the preface to the Chronicles of the Canongate. They are now inserted in their proper place. The mutual protection afforded by Waverley and Talbot to each other, upon which the whole plot depends, is founded upon one of those anecdotes which soften the features even of civil war, and as it is equally honourable to the memory of both parties, we have no hesitation to give their names at length. When the Highlanders, on the morning of the Battle of Preston, 1745, made their memorable attack on Sir John Cope's army, a battery of 4 field pieces was stormed and carried by the Camerons and the Stuarts of Appine. The late Alexander Stewart of Inverness was one of the foremost in the charge, and observing an officer of the king's forces, who, scorning to join the fight of all around, remained with his sword in his hand, as if determined to the very last to defend the post assigned to him, the Highland gentleman commanded him to surrender, and received for reply a thrust which he caught in his target. The officer was now defenceless, and the battle-axe of the gigantic Highlander, the miller of Inverness mill, was uplifted to dash his brains out, when Mr. Stewart with difficulty prevailed on him to yield. He took charge of his enemy's property, protected his person, and finally obtained him liberty on his parole. The officer proved to be Colonel Whitefoord, an Ayrshire gentleman of high character and influence, and warmly attached to the house of Hanover. Yet such was the confidence existing between these two honourable men, though of different political principles, that, while the civil war was raging, and straggling officers from the Highland army were executed without mercy, Inverness hesitated not to pay his late captive a visit, as he returned to the Highlands to raise fresh recruits, on which occasion he spent a day or two in Ayrshire among Colonel Whitefoord's Whig friends, as pleasantly and as good-humouredly as if all had been at peace around him. After the battle of Culloden had ruined the hopes of Charles Edward and dispersed his prescribed adherents, it was Colonel Whitefoord's turn to strain every nerve to obtain Mr. Stewart's pardon. He went to the Lord Justice Clerk, to the Lord Advocate, and to all the officers of the state, and each application was answered by the production of a list in which Inverness, as good the old gentleman was wont to express it, appeared marked with the sign of the beast, as a subject unfit for favour or pardon. At length Colonel Whitefoord applied to the Duke of Cumberland in person. From him, also, he received a positive refusal. He then limited his request for the present to a protection for Stewart's house, wife, children, and property. This was also refused by the Duke, on which Colonel Whitefoord, taking his commission from his bosom, laid it on the table before his Royal Highness with much emotion, and asked permission to retire from the service of the sovereign, who did not know how to spare a vanquished enemy. The Duke was struck, and even affected. He bade the colonel take up his commission, and granted the protection he required. It was issued just in time to save the house, corn, and cattle at Inverness from the troops, who were engaged in laying waste what it was the fashion to call the country of the enemy. A small encampment of soldiers was formed on Inverness property, which they spared while plundering the country around, and searching in every direction for the leaders of the insurrection, and for Stewart in particular. He was much nearer them than they suspected, for, hidden in a cave, like the Baron of Bradwardine, he lay for many days so near the English sentinels that he could hear their muster roll called. His food was brought to him by one of his daughters, a child of 8 years old, whom Mrs. Stewart was under the necessity of entrusting with this commission. For her own motions, and those of all her elder inmates, were closely watched. With ingenuity beyond her years, the child used to stray about among the soldiers, who were rather kind to her, and thus seize the moment when she was unobserved and steal into the thicket, when she deposited whatever small store of provisions she had in charge at some marked spot, where her father might find it. Inverness supported life for several weeks by means of these precious supplies, and as he had been wounded in the battle of Culloden, the hardships which he endured were aggravated by great bodily pain. After the soldiers had removed their quarters, he had another remarkable escape. As he now ventured to his own house at night and left it in the morning, he was espied during the dawn by a party of the enemy, who fired at and pursued him. The fugitive being fortunate enough to escape their search, they returned to the house and charged the family with harbouring one of the proscribed traitors. An old woman had presence of mind enough to maintain that the man they had seen was the shepherd. "Why did he not stop when we called to him?" said the soldier. "He is as deaf, poor man, as a peat stack," answered the ready, witty domestic. "Let him be sent for directly." The real shepherd accordingly was brought from the hill, and, as there was time to tutor him by the way, he was as deaf when he had made his appearance as was necessary to sustain his character. Inverness was afterwards pardoned under the Act of Indemnity. The author knew him well, and has often heard these circumstances from his own mouth. He was a noble specimen of the old Highlander, far descended, gallant, courteous, and brave, even to chivalry. He had been out, I believe, in 1715 and 45, was an active partaker in all the stirring scenes which passed in the Highlands betwixt these memorable eras, and, I have heard, was remarkable, among other exploits, for having fought a duel with the broadsword with the celebrated Rob Roy MacGregor at the Clachan of Balquhidder. Inverness chanced to be in Edinburgh when Paul Jones came into the Firth of Forth, and though then an old man, I saw him in arms, and heard him exult, to use his own words, in the prospect of drawing his claymore once more before he died. In fact, on that memorable occasion, when the capital of Scotland was menaced by 3 trifling sloops or brigs, scarce fit to have sacked a fishing village, he was the only man who seemed to propose a plan of resistance. He offered to the magistrates, if broadswords and dirks could be obtained, to find as many Highlanders among the lower classes as would cut off any boat's crew who might be sent into town full of narrow and winding passages, in which they were like to disperse in quest of plunder. I know not if his plan was attended to. I rather think it seemed too hazardous to the constituted authorities, who might not, even at that time, desire to see arms in Highland hands. A steady and powerful west wind settled the matter by sweeping Paul Jones and his vessels out of the Firth. If there is something degrading in this recollection, it is not unpleasant to compare it with those of the last war, when Edinburgh, besides regular forces and militia, furnished a volunteer brigade of cavalry, infantry, and artillery to the amount of 6,000 men and upwards, which was in readiness to meet and repel a force of a far more formidable description than was commanded by the adventurous American. Time and circumstances change the character of nations, and the fate of cities, and it is some pride to a Scotchman to reflect that the independent and manly character of a country, willing to entrust its own protection to the arms of its children, after having been obscured for half a century, has, during the course of his own lifetime, recovered its lustre. Other illustrations of Waverley will be found in the notes at the foot of the pages to which they belong. Those which appear too long to be placed are given at the end of the chapters to which they severally relate. Footnote: in this edition, at the end of several volumes. End of section 4. Section 5 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by David Huston. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott. Section 5. Preface to the Third Edition. To this slight attempt at a sketch of ancient Scottish manners the public have been more favourable than the author durst have hoped or expected. He has heard, with a mixture of satisfaction and humility, his work ascribed to more than one respectable name. Considerations, which seem weighty in his particular situation, prevent his releasing those gentlemen from suspicion by placing his own name in the title page, so that, for the present at least, it must remain uncertain whether Waverley be the work of a poet or a critic, a lawyer or a clergyman, or whether the writer, to use Miss Malaprop's phrase, be like Cerberus, 3 gentlemen at once. The author, as he is unconscious of anything in the work itself, except perhaps its frivolity, which perhaps is finding an acknowledged father, leaves it to the candour of the public to choose among the many circumstances peculiar to different situations in life such as may induce him to suppress his name on the present occasion. He may be a writer new to publication, and unwilling to avow a character to which he is unaccustomed, or he may be a hackneyed author who is ashamed of too frequent appearance, and employs this mastery, as the heroine of the old comedy used her mask, to attract the attention of those to whom her face had become too familiar. He may be a man of a grave profession, to whom the reputation of being a novel writer might be prejudicial, or he may be a man of fashion, to whom writing of any kind might appear pedantic. He may be too young to assume the character of an author, or so old as to make it advisable to lay it aside. The author of Waverley has heard it objected to this novel that, in the character of Callum Beg, and in the account given by the Baron of Bradwardine of the petty trespasses of the Highlanders upon trifling articles of property, he has borne hard, and unjustly so, upon their national character. Nothing could be farther from his wish or intention. The character of Callum Beg is that of a spirit naturally turned to daring evil, and determined by the circumstances of his situation to a particular species of mischief. Those who have perused the curious Letters from the Highlands, published about 1726, will find instances of such atrocious character which fell under the writer's own observation, though it would be most unjust to consider such villains as representatives of the Highlanders of that period, any more than the murderers of Mar and Williamson can be supposed to represent the English of the present day. As for the plunder supposed to have been picked up by some of the insurgents in 1745, it must be remembered that, although the way of that unfortunate little army was neither marked by devastation nor bloodshed, but, on the contrary, was orderly and quiet in a most wonderful degree, yet no army marches through a country in a hostile manner without committing some depredations, and several, to the extent and of the nature jocularly imputed to them by the Baron, were really laid to the charge of the Highland insurgents, for which many traditions, and particularly one respecting the Knight of the Mirror, may be quoted as good evidence. Footnote: a homely metrical narrative of the events of the period, which contains some striking particulars, and is still a great favourite with the lower classes, gives a very correct statement of the behaviour of the mountaineers respecting this same military license, and, as the verses are little known, and contain some good sense, we venture to insert them. The author's address to all in general. Now, gentle readers, I have let you ken my very thoughts from heart and pen. 'Tis needless for to contend, or yet control. For there's not a word I can mend, so ye must thole. For on both sides some were not good, I saw them murdering in cold blood, not the gentlemen, but wild and rude, the baser sort, who to the wounded had no mood, but murdering sport. Even both at Preston and Falkirk, that fatal night ere it grew murk, piercing the wounded with their dirk, caused many cry. Such pity shown from savage and Turk, as peace to die. A woe be to such hot zeal, to smite the wounded on the field. It's just they got such groats in kale, who do the same. It only teaches cruelties real to them again. I've seen the men called Highland rogues, with Lowland men make shangs of brogues, soup kale and Bruce, and fling the cogs out at the door, take cocks, hens, sheep, and dogs, and pay not for. I saw a Highlander, 'twas right droll, with a string of puddings hung on a pole, whipped o'er his shoulder, skipped like a foal, caused Maggie Ban, lap o'er the middle, and maiden whole, and aff he ran. When checked for this, they'd often tell ye, indeed her namesail's a two-man belly. You no get wanting bought nor sell me, her sell will have it. Go tell King Shorgie, and Shorty's Willie will have a meat. I saw the soldiers at Linton Brig, because the man was not a Whig. Of meat and drink leave not a skig within this door. They'll burnt this very hat and wig, and thumped him sore. And though the Highlands they were so rude, as leave them neither clothes nor food, then burnt their houses to conclude. 'Tis tit for tat. How can her namesail e'er be good, to think on that? And after all, O shame and grief, to use some worse than murdering thief, their very gentleman and chief, unhumanly, like popish tortures, I believe, such cruelty. Even what was act on open stage, at Carlisle in the hottest rage, when mercy was clapped in a cage, and pity dead, such cruelty approved by every age, I shook my head. So many a curse, so few to pray, and some aloud, Huzzah! did cry. They cursed the rebel Scots that day, and as they've been not brought up for slaughter, as that way too many wrought. Therefore, alas, dear countrymen, O never do the like again, to thirst for vengeance never been your gun nor pa, but with the English e'en borrow and lend, let anger fa. Their boasts and bullying not worth a louse, as our king's the best about the house. 'Tis aye good to be sober and douce, to live in peace, for many, I see, for being o'er cruce, gets broken face. End section 5.
Section 6 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott, Section 6, Chapter 1, Introductory. The title of this work has not been chosen without the grave and solid deliberation which matters of importance demand from the prudent. Even its first, or general denomination, was the result of no common research or selection, although, according to the example of my predecessors, I had only to seize upon the most sounding and euphonic surname that English history or topography affords, and elect it at once as the title of my work and the name of my hero. But alas, what could my readers have expected from the chivalrous epithets of Howard, Mordaunt, Mortimer, or Stanley, or from the softer and more sentimental sounds of Belmore, Belleville, Belfield, and Belgrave, but pages of inanity, similar to those which have been so christened for half a century past. I must modestly admit I am too diffident of my own merit to place it in unnecessary opposition to preconceived associations. I have, therefore, like a maiden knight with his white shield, assumed for my hero Waverley, an uncontaminated name, bearing with its sound little of good or evil, excepting what the reader shall hereafter be pleased to affix to it. But my second, or supplemental title, was a matter of much more difficult election, since that, short as it is, may be held as pledging the author to some special mode of laying his scene, drawing his characters, and managing his adventures. Had I, for example, announced in my frontispiece, Waverley, a tale of other days, must not every novel reader have anticipated a castle scarce less than that of Udolpho, of which the eastern wing had long been uninhabited, and the keys either lost or consigned to the care of some aged butler or housekeeper, whose trembling steps, about the middle of the second volume, were doomed to guide the hero, or heroine, to the ruinous precincts? Would not the owl have shrieked, and the cricket cried in my very title page? And could it have been possible for me, with a moderate attention to decorum, to introduce any scene more lively than might be produced by the jocularity of a clownish but faithful valet, or the garrulous narrative of the heroine's fille de chambre, when rehearsing the stories of blood and horror which she had heard in the servants' hall? Again, had my title borne, Waverley, a romance from the German, what head so obtuse as not to image forth a profligate abbot, an oppressive duke, a secret and mysterious association of Rosicrucians and Illuminati, with all their properties of black cowls, caverns, daggers, electrical machines, trapdoors, and dark lanterns? Or if I had rather chosen to call my work a sentimental tale, would it have not been a sufficient presage of a heroine with a profusion of auburn hair, and a harp, the soft solace of her solitary hours, which she fortunately finds always the means of transporting from castle to cottage, although she herself be sometimes obliged to jump out of a 2-pair-of-stairs window, and is more than once bewildered on her journey, alone and on foot, without any guide but a blowsy peasant girl, whose jargon she hardly can understand? Or again, if my Waverley had been entitled A Tale of the Times, wouldst thou not, gentle reader, have demanded from me a dashing sketch of the fashionable world, a few anecdotes of private scandal, thinly veiled, and if lusciously painted, so much the better? A heroine from Grosvenor Square, and a hero from the Barouche Club or the Four in Hand, with a set of subordinate characters from the Elegance of Queen Anne Street East, or the dashing heroes of the Bow Street office. I could proceed in proving the importance of a title page, and displaying at the same time my own intimate knowledge of the particular ingredients necessary to the composition of romances and novels of various descriptions. But it is enough, and I scorn to tyrannize longer over the impatience of my reader, who is doubtless already anxious to know the choice made by an author so profoundly versed in the different branches of his art. By fixing, then, the date of my story, 60 years before this present 1st November, 1805, I would have my readers understand that they will meet in the following pages neither a romance of chivalry, nor a tale of modern manners; that my hero will neither have iron on his shoulders, as of yore, nor on the heels of his boots, as is the present fashion of Bond Street; and that my damsels will neither be clothed in purple and in pall, like the Lady Alice of an old ballad, nor reduced to the primitive nakedness of a modern fashionable at a rout. From this my choice of an era the understanding critic may farther presage that the object of my tale is more a description of men than manners. A tale of manners, to be interesting, must either refer to antiquity so great as to have become venerable, or it must bear a vivid reflection of those scenes which are passing daily before our eyes, and are interesting from their novelty. Thus the coat of mail of our ancestors, and the triple-furred pelisse of our modern beau, may, though for very different reasons, be equally fit for the array of a fictitious character. But who, meaning the costume of his hero to be impressive, would willingly attire him in the court dress of George II's reign, with its no collar, large sleeves, and low pocket holes? The same may be urged with equal truth of the Gothic hall, which, with its darkened and tinted windows, its elevated and gloomy roof, and massive oaken table garnished with boar's head and rosemary, pheasants and peacocks, cranes and cygnets, has an excellent effect in fictitious description. Much may also be gained by a lively display of a modern fête, such as we have daily recorded in that part of a newspaper entitled The Mirror of Fashion, if we contrast these, or either of them, with the splendid formality of an entertainment given 60 years since. And thus it will be readily seen how much the painter of antique or of fashionable manners gains over him who delineates those of the last generation. Considering the disadvantages inseparable from this part of my subject, I must be understood to have resolved to avoid them as much as possible, by throwing the force of my narrative upon the characters and passions of the actors, those passions common to men in all stages of society, and which have alike agitated the human heart, whether it throbbed under the steel corselet of the 15th century, the brocaded coat of the 18th, or the blue frock and white dimity waistcoat of the present day. Footnote. Alas, that attire, respectable and gentlemanlike in 1805, or thereabouts, is now as antiquated as the author of Waverley has himself become since that period. The reader of fashion will please to fill up the costume with an embroidered waistcoat of purple velvet or silk, and a coat of whatever color he pleases. End of footnote. Upon these passions, it is no doubt true that the state of manners and laws casts a necessary coloring. But the bearings, to use the language of heraldry, remain the same, though the tincture may not be only different, but opposed in strong contradistinction. The wrath of our ancestors, for example, was colored gules. It broke forth in acts of open and sanguinary violence against the objects of its fury. Our malignant feelings, which must seek gratification through more indirect channels, and undermine the obstacles which they cannot openly bear down, may be rather said to be tinctured sable. But the deep ruling impulse is the same in both cases, and the proud peer, who can now only ruin his neighbor according to law, by protracted suits, is the genuine descendant of the baron who wrapped the castle of his competitor in flames, and knocked him on the head as he endeavored to escape from the conflagration. It is from the great book of nature, the same through 1,000 editions, whether of black letter or wire wove and hot pressed, that I have venturously essayed to read a chapter to the public. Some favorable opportunities of contrast have been afforded me by the state of society in the northern part of the island at the period of my history, and may serve at once to vary and to illustrate the moral lessons which I would willingly consider as the most important part of my plan, although I am sensible how short these will fall of their aim if I shall be found unable to mix them with amusement, a task not quite so easy in this critical generation as it was 60 years since. End of section 6. Section 7 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott. Section 7, Chapter 2. Waverley-Honor, a Retrospect. It is, then, 60 years since Edward Waverley, the hero of the following pages, took leave of his family to join the regiment of dragoons in which he had lately obtained a commission. It was a melancholy day at Waverley-Honor when the young officer parted with Sir Everard, the affectionate old uncle to whose title and estate he was presumptive heir. A difference in political opinions had early separated the baronet from his younger brother, Richard Waverley, the father of our hero. Sir Everard had inherited from his sires the whole train of Tory or High Church predilections and prejudices which had distinguished the house of Waverley since the great Civil War. Richard, on the contrary, who was 10 years younger, beheld himself born to the fortune of a second brother, and anticipated neither dignity nor entertainment in sustaining the character of Will Wimble. He saw early that, to succeed in the race of life, it was necessary he should carry as little weight as possible. Painters talk of the difficulty of expressing the existence of compound passions in the same features at the same moment. It would be no less difficult for the moralist to analyze the mixed motives which unite to form the impulse of our actions. Richard Waverley read and satisfied himself from history and sound argument that, in the words of the old song, passive obedience was a jest, and pshaw was non-resistance. Yet, reason would have probably been unable to combat and remove hereditary prejudice could Richard have anticipated that his elder brother, Sir Everard, taking to heart an early disappointment, would have remained a bachelor at 72. The prospect of succession, however remote, might in that case have led him to endure dragging through the greater part of his life as Master Richard at the Hall, the baronet's brother, in the hope that ere its conclusion he should be distinguished as Sir Richard Waverley of Waverley-Honor, successor to a princely estate, and to extended political connections as head of the county interest in the shire where it lay. But this was a consummation of things not to be anticipated at Richard's outset, when Sir Everard was in the prime of life, and certain to be an acceptable suitor in almost any family, whether wealth or beauty should be the object of his pursuit, and when, indeed, his speedy marriage was a report which regularly amused the neighbourhood once a year. His younger brother saw no practicable road to independence save that of relying upon his own exertions, and adopting a political creed more consonant both to reason and his own interest than the hereditary faith of Sir Everard in High Church and in the House of Stuart. He therefore read his recantation at the beginning of his career, and entered life as an avowed Whig, and friend of the Hanover succession. The ministry of George I.'s time were prudently anxious to diminish the phalanx of opposition. The Tory nobility, depending for their reflected lustre upon the sunshine of a court, had for some time been gradually reconciling themselves to a new dynasty. But the wealthy country gentlemen of England, a rank which retained, with much of ancient manners and primitive integrity, a great proportion of obstinate and unyielding prejudice, stood aloof in haughty and sullen opposition, and cast many a look of mingled regret and hope to Bois-le-Duc, Avignon, and Italy. Footnote: where the Chevalier St. George, or, as he was termed, the Old Pretender, held his exiled court, as his situation compelled him to shift his place of residence. End of footnote. The accession of the near relation of one of those steady and inflexible opponents was considered as a means of bringing over more converts, and therefore Richard Waverley met with a share of ministerial favour more than proportioned to his talents or his political importance. It was, however, discovered that he had respectable talents for public business, and the first admittance to the minister's levy being negotiated, his success became rapid. Sir Everard learned from the public newsletter, first, that Richard Waverley, Esquire, was returned for the ministerial borough of Barterfaith. Next, that Richard Waverley, Esquire, had taken a distinguished part in the debate upon the excise bill in the support of government; and lastly, that Richard Waverley, Esquire, had been honoured with a seat at one of those boards where the pleasure of serving the country is combined with other important gratifications, which, to render them the more acceptable, occur regularly once a quarter. Although these events followed each other so closely that the sagacity of the editor of a modern newspaper would have presaged the two last, even while he announced the first, yet they came upon Sir Everard gradually, and drop by drop, as it were, distilled through the cool and procrastinating alembic of Dyer's weekly letter. Footnote: long the oracle of the country gentlemen of the high Tory party. The ancient news-letter was written in manuscript and copied by clerks, who addressed the copies to the subscribers. The politician by whom they were compiled picked up his intelligence at coffee-houses, and often pleaded for an additional gratuity in consideration of the extra expense attached to frequenting such places of fashionable resort. End of footnote. For it may be observed in passing, that instead of those mail coaches, by means of which every mechanic at his sixpenny club may nightly learn from 20 contradictory channels the yesterday's news of the capital, a weekly post brought, in those days, to Waverley-Honor, a weekly Intelligencer, which, after it had gratified Sir Everard's curiosity, his sister's, and that of his aged butler, was regularly transferred from the hall to the rectory, from the rectory to Squire Stubbs at the Grange, from the squire to the baronet's steward at his neat white house on the heath, from the steward to the bailiff, and from him through a huge circle of honest dames and gaffers, by whose hard and horny hands it was generally worn to pieces in about a month after its arrival. This slow succession of intelligence was of some advantage to Richard Waverley in the case before us. For, had the sum total of his enormities reached the ears of Sir Everard at once, there can be no doubt that the new commissioner would have had little reason to pique himself on the success of his politics. The baronet, although the mildest of human beings, was not without sensitive points in his character. His brother's conduct had wounded these deeply. The Waverley estate was fettered by no entail, for it had never entered into the head of any of its former possessors that one of their progeny could be guilty of the atrocities laid by Dyer's letter to the door of Richard. And if it had, the marriage of the proprietor might have been fatal to a collateral heir. These various ideas floated through the brain of Sir Everard without, however, producing any determined conclusion. He examined the tree of his genealogy, which, emblazoned with many an emblematic mark of honour and heroic achievement, hung upon the well-varnished wainscot of his hall. The nearest descendants of Sir Hildebrand Waverley, failing those of his eldest son Wilfred, of whom Sir Everard and his brother were the only representatives, were, as this honoured register informed him, and indeed as he himself well knew, the Waverleys of Highley Park, cum Hants, with whom the main branch, or rather stock, of the house had renounced all connection since the great lawsuit in 1670. This degenerate scion had committed a farther offence against the head and source of their gentility by the intermarriage of their representative with Judith, heiress of Oliver Bradshaw, of Highley Park, whose arms, the same with those of Bradshaw the regicide, they had quartered with the ancient coat of Waverley. These offences, however, had vanished from Sir Everard's recollection in the heat of his resentment, and had Lawyer Clippurse, for whom his groom was dispatched express, arrived but an hour earlier, he might have had the benefit of drawing a new settlement of the lordship and manor of Waverley-Honor, with all its dependencies. But an hour of cool reflection is a great matter when employed in weighing the comparative evil of two measures to neither of which we are internally partial. Lawyer Clippurse found his patron involved in a deep study, which he was too respectful to disturb, otherwise than by producing his paper and leathern ink-case, as prepared to minute his honour's commands. Even this slight manoeuvre was embarrassing to Sir Everard, who felt it as a reproach to his indecision. He looked at the attorney with some desire to issue his fiat, when the sun, emerging from behind a cloud, poured at once its checkered light through the stained window of the gloomy cabinet in which they were seated. The baronet's eye, as he raised it to the splendour, fell right upon the central scutcheon, impressed with the same device which his ancestor was said to have borne in the field of Hastings. 3 ermines passant, argent, in a field azure, with its appropriate motto, Sans Tache. "May our name rather perish," exclaimed Sir Everard, "than that ancient and loyal symbol should be blended with the dishonoured insignia of a traitorous Roundhead." All this was the effect of the glimpse of a sunbeam, just sufficient to light Lawyer Clippurse to mend his pen. The pen was mended in vain. The attorney was dismissed, with directions to hold himself in readiness on the first summons. The apparition of Lawyer Clippurse at the Hall occasioned much speculation in that portion of the world to which Waverley-Honor formed the centre. But the more judicious politicians of this microcosm augured yet worse consequences to Richard Waverley from a movement which shortly followed his apostasy. This was no less than an excursion of the baronet in his coach and six, with 4 attendants in rich liveries, to make a visit of some duration to a noble peer on the confines of the shire, of untainted descent, steady Tory principles, and the happy father of 6 unmarried and accomplished daughters. Sir Everard's reception in this family was, as it may be easily conceived, sufficiently favourable. But of the 6 young ladies, his taste unfortunately determined him in favour of Lady Emily, the youngest, who received his attentions with an embarrassment which showed at once that she durst not decline them, and that they afforded her anything but pleasure. Sir Everard could not but perceive something uncommon in the restrained emotions which the young lady testified at the advances he hazarded, but, assured by the prudent countess that they were the natural effects of a retired education, the sacrifice might have been completed, as doubtless has happened in many similar instances, had it not been for the courage of an elder sister, who revealed to the wealthy suitor that Lady Emily's affections were fixed upon a young soldier of fortune, a near relation of her own. Sir Everard manifested great emotion on receiving this intelligence, which was confirmed to him, in a private interview, by the young lady herself, although under the most dreadful apprehensions of her father's indignation. Honour and generosity were hereditary attributes of the house of Waverley. With a grace and delicacy worthy the hero of a romance, Sir Everard withdrew his claim to the hand of Lady Emily. He had even, before leaving Blandeville Castle, the address to extort from her father a consent to her union with the object of her choice. What arguments he used on this point cannot exactly be known, for Sir Everard was never supposed strong in the powers of persuasion, but the young officer, immediately after this transaction, rose in the army with a rapidity far surpassing the usual pace of unpatronized professional merit, although, to outward appearance, that was all he had to depend upon. The shock which Sir Everard encountered upon this occasion, although diminished by the consciousness of having acted virtuously and generously, had its effect upon his future life. His resolution of marriage had been adopted in a fit of indignation. The labour of courtship did not quite suit the dignified indolence of his habits. He had but just escaped the risk of marrying a woman who could never love him, and his pride could not be greatly flattered by the termination of his amour, even if his heart had not suffered. The result of the whole matter was his return to Waverley-Honor without any transfer of his affections, notwithstanding the sighs and languishments of the fair Telltale, who had revealed, in mere sisterly affection, the secret of Lady Emily's attachment, and in despite of the nods, winks, and innuendoes of the officious lady mother, and the grave eulogiums which the Earl pronounced successively on the prudence and good sense and admirable dispositions of his first, second, third, fourth, and fifth daughters. The memory of his unsuccessful amour was with Sir Everard, as with many more of his temper, at once shy, proud, sensitive, and indolent, a beacon against exposing himself to similar mortification, pain, and fruitless exertion for the time to come. He continued to live at Waverley-Honor in the style of an old English gentleman, of an ancient descent and opulent fortune. His sister, Miss Rachel Waverley, presided at his table, and they became by degrees an old bachelor and an ancient maiden lady, the gentlest and kindest of the votaries of celibacy. The vehemence of Sir Everard's resentment against his brother was but short-lived. Yet his dislike to the Whig and the placeman, although unable to stimulate him to resume any active measures prejudicial to Richard's interest in the succession to the family estate, continued to maintain the coldness between them. Richard knew enough of the world, and of his brother's temper, to believe that by any ill-considered or precipitate advances on his part, he might turn passive dislike into a more active principle. It was accident, therefore, which at length occasioned a renewal of their intercourse. Richard had married a young woman of rank, by whose family interest and private fortune he hoped to advance his career. In her right he became possessor of a manor of some value, at the distance of a few miles from Waverley-Honor. Little Edward, the hero of our tale, then in his 5th year, was their only child. It chanced that the infant with his maid had strayed one morning to a mile's distance from the avenue of Bradwardine Lodge, his father's seat. Their attention was attracted by a carriage drawn by 6 stately long-tailed black horses, and with as much carving and gilding as would have done honour to my Lord Mayor's. It was waiting for the owner, who was at a little distance inspecting the progress of a half-built farmhouse. I know not whether the boy's nurse had been a Welsh or a Scotch woman, or in what manner he associated a shield emblazoned with 3 ermines with the idea of personal property, but he no sooner beheld this family emblem than he stoutly determined on vindicating his right to the splendid vehicle on which it was displayed. The baronet arrived while the boy's maid was in vain endeavouring to make him desist from his determination to appropriate the gilded coach and 6. The rencontre was at a happy moment for Edward, as his uncle had been just eyeing wistfully, with something of a feeling like envy, the chubby boys of the stout yeoman whose mansion was building by his direction. In the round-faced rosy cherub before him, bearing his eye and his name, and vindicating a hereditary title to his family, affection, and patronage, by means of a tie which Sir Everard held as sacred as either garter or blue mantle, Providence seemed to have granted to him the very object best calculated to fill up the void in his hopes and affections. Sir Everard returned to Waverley Hall upon a led horse, which was kept in readiness for him, while the child and his attendant were sent home in the carriage to Bradwardine Lodge, with such a message as opened to Richard Waverley a door of reconciliation with his elder brother. Their intercourse, however, though thus renewed, continued to be rather formal and civil, than partaking of brotherly cordiality, yet it was sufficient to the wishes of both parties. Sir Everard obtained, in the frequent society of his little nephew, something on which his hereditary pride might have found the anticipated pleasure of a continuation of his lineage, and where his kind and gentle affections could at the same time fully exercise themselves. For Richard Waverley, he beheld in the growing attachment between the uncle and nephew the means of securing his son's, if not his own, succession to the hereditary estate, which he felt would be rather endangered than promoted by any attempt on his own part towards a closer intimacy with a man of Sir Everard's habits and opinions. Thus, by a sort of tacit compromise, little Edward was permitted to pass the greater part of the year at the Hall, and appeared to stand in the same intimate relation to both families, although their mutual intercourse was otherwise limited to formal messages and more formal visits. The education of the youth was regulated alternately by the taste and opinions of his uncle and of his father, but more of this in a subsequent chapter. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Alexander. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott. Section 8. Chapter 3. Education. The education of our hero, Edward Waverley, was of a nature somewhat desultory. In infancy his health suffered, or was supposed to suffer, which is quite the same thing, by the air of London. As soon, therefore, as official duties, attendance on Parliament, or the prosecution of any of his plans of interest or ambition called his father to town, which was his usual residence for 8 months in the year, Edward was transferred to Waverley-Honor, and experienced a total change of instructors and of lessons, as well as of residence. This might have been remedied had his father placed him under the superintendence of a permanent tutor, but he considered that one of his choosing would probably have been unacceptable at Waverley-Honor, and that such a selection as Sir Everard might have made, were the matter left to him, would have burdened him with a disagreeable inmate, if not a political spy, in his family. He therefore prevailed upon his private secretary, a young man of taste and accomplishments, to bestow an hour or two on Edward's education while at Brerewood Lodge, and left his uncle answerable for his improvement in literature while an inmate at the Hall. This was in some degree respectably provided for. Sir Everard's chaplain, an Oxonian who had lost his fellowship for declining to take the oaths at the accession of George I, was not only an excellent classical scholar, but reasonably skilled in science, and master of most modern languages. He was, however, old and indulgent, and the recurring interregnum, during which Edward was entirely freed from his discipline, occasioned such a relaxation of authority that the youth was permitted, in a great measure, to learn as he pleased, what he pleased, and when he pleased. This slackness of rule might have been ruinous to a boy of slow understanding, who, feeling labor in the acquisition of knowledge, would have altogether neglected it, save for the command of a taskmaster, and it might have proved equally dangerous to a youth whose animal spirits were more powerful than his imagination or his feelings, and whom the irresistible influence of Alma would have engaged in field sports from morning till night. But the character of Edward Waverley was remote from either of these. His powers of apprehension were so uncommonly quick as almost to resemble intuition, and the chief care of his preceptor was to prevent him, as a sportsman would phrase it, from overrunning his game, that is, from acquiring his knowledge in a slight, flimsy, and inadequate manner. And here the instructor had to combat another propensity too often united with brilliancy of fancy and vivacity of talent, that indolence, namely of disposition, which can only be stirred by some strong motive of gratification, and which renounces study as soon as curiosity is gratified, the pleasure of conquering the first difficulties exhausted, and the novelty of pursuit at an end. Edward would throw himself with spirit upon any classical author of which his preceptor proposed the perusal, making himself master of the style so far as to understand the story, and, if that pleased or interested him, he finished the volume. But it was in vain to attempt fixing his attention on critical distinctions of philology, upon the difference of idiom, the beauty of felicitous expression, or the artificial combinations of syntax. "I can read and understand a Latin author," said young Edward, with the self-confidence and rash reasoning of 15, "and Scaliger or Bentley could not do much more." Alas, while he was thus permitted to read only for the gratification of his amusement, he foresaw not that he was losing forever the opportunity of acquiring habits of firm and assiduous application, of gaining the art of controlling, directing, and concentrating the powers of his mind for earnest investigation, an art far more essential than even that intimate acquaintance with classical learning which is the primary object of study. I am aware that I may be here reminded of the necessity of rendering instruction agreeable to youth, and of Tasso's infusion of honey into the medicine prepared for a child. But an age in which children are taught the driest doctrines by the insinuating method of instructive games has little reason to dread the consequences of study being rendered too serious or severe. The history of England is now reduced to a game at cards, the problems of mathematics to puzzles and riddles, and the doctrines of arithmetic may, we are assured, be sufficiently acquired by spending a few hours a week at a new and complicated edition of the Royal Game of the Goose. There wants but one step further, and the Creed and Ten Commandments may be taught in the same manner, without the necessity of the grave face, deliberate tone of recital, and devout attention hitherto exacted from the well-governed childhood of this realm. It may, in the meantime, be subject of serious consideration, whether those who are accustomed only to acquire instruction through the medium of amusement may not be brought to reject that which approaches under the aspect of study, whether those who learn history by the cards may not be led to prefer the means to the end, and whether, were we to teach religion in the way of sport, our pupils may not thereby be gradually induced to make sport of their religion. To our young hero, who was permitted to seek his instruction only according to the bent of his own mind, and who, of consequence, only sought it so long as it afforded him amusement, the indulgence of his tutors was attended with evil consequences, which long continued to influence his character, happiness, and utility. Edward's power of imagination and love of literature, although the former was vivid and the latter ardent, were so far from affording a remedy to this peculiar evil that they rather inflamed and increased its violence. The library at Waverley-Honor, a large Gothic room with double arches and a gallery, contained such a miscellaneous and extensive collection of volumes as had been assembled together during the course of 200 years by a family which had always been wealthy, and inclined, of course, as a mark of splendor, to furnish their shelves with the current literature of the day without much scrutiny or nicety of discrimination. Throughout this ample realm Edward was permitted to roam at large. His tutor had his own studies, and church politics and controversial divinity, together with a love of learned ease, though they did not withdraw his attention at stated times from the progress of his patron's presumptive heir, induced him readily to grasp at any apology for not extending a strict and regulated survey towards his general studies. Sir Everard had never been himself a student, and, like his sister, Miss Rachel Waverley, he held the common doctrine that idleness is incompatible with reading of any kind, and that the mere tracing the alphabetical characters with the eye is in itself a useful and meritorious task, without scrupulously considering what ideas or doctrines they may happen to convey. With a desire of amusement, therefore, which better discipline might soon have converted into a thirst for knowledge, young Waverley drove through the sea of books like a vessel without a pilot or a rudder. Nothing, perhaps, increases by indulgence more than a desultory habit of reading, especially under such opportunities of gratifying it. I believe one reason why such numerous instances of erudition occur among the lower ranks is, that with the same powers of mind, the poor student is limited to a narrow circle for indulging his passion for books, and must necessarily make himself master of the few he possesses, ere he can acquire more. Edward, on the contrary, like the epicure who only deigned to take a single morsel from the sunny side of a peach, read no volume a moment after it ceased to excite his curiosity or interest, and it necessarily happened that the habit of seeking only this sort of gratification rendered it daily more difficult of attainment, till the passion for reading, like other strong appetites, produced by indulgence a sort of satiety. Ere he attained this indifference, however, he had read and stored in a memory of uncommon tenacity much curious, though ill-arranged and miscellaneous information. In English literature he was master of Shakespeare and Milton, of our earlier dramatic authors, of many picturesque and interesting passages from our old historical chronicles, and was particularly well acquainted with Spenser, Drayton, and other poets who have exercised themselves on romantic fiction, of all themes the most fascinating to a youthful imagination, before the passions have roused themselves and demand poetry of a more sentimental description. In this respect his acquaintance with Italian opened him yet a wider range. He had perused the numerous romantic poems, which, from the days of Pulci, have been a favorite exercise of the wits of Italy, and had sought gratification in the numerous collections of novella, which were brought forth by the genius of that elegant though luxurious nation, in emulation of the Decameron. In classical literature, Waverley had made the usual progress, and read the usual authors, and the French had afforded him an almost exhaustless collection of memoirs, scarcely more faithful than romances, and of romances so well written as hardly to be distinguished from memoirs. The splendid pages of Froissart, with his heart-stirring and eye-dazzling descriptions of war and of tournaments, were among his chief favorites, and from those of Brantome and Delaunay he had learned to compare the wild and loose, yet superstitious, character of the nobles of the League with the stern, rigid, and sometimes turbulent disposition of the Huguenot party. The Spanish had contributed to a stock of chivalrous and romantic lore. The earlier literature of the northern nations did not escape the study of one who had read rather to awaken the imagination than to benefit the understanding. And yet, knowing much that is known but to few, Edward Waverley might justly be considered as ignorant, since he knew little of what adds dignity to man, and qualifies him to support and adorn an elevated situation in society. The occasional attention of his parents might indeed have been of service to prevent the dissipation of mind incidental to such a desultory course of reading. But his mother died in the 7th year after the reconciliation between the brothers, and Richard Waverley himself, who, after this event, resided more constantly in London, was too much interested in his own plans of wealth and ambition to notice more respecting Edward than that he was of a very bookish turn and probably destined to be a bishop. If he could have discovered and analyzed his son's waking dreams, he would have formed a very different conclusion. End of section 8. Recording by David Alexander, Pocatello, Idaho.
Section 9 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott, Section 9. Chapter 4. Castle Building. I have already hinted that the dainty, squeamish, and fastidious taste acquired by a surfeit of idle reading had not only rendered our hero unfit for serious and sober study, but had even disgusted him in some degree with that in which he had hitherto indulged. He was in his 16th year when his habits of abstraction and love of solitude became so much marked as to excite Sir Everard's affectionate apprehension. He tried to counterbalance these propensities by engaging his nephew in field sports, which had been the chief pleasure of his own youthful days. But although Edward eagerly carried the gun for one season, yet when practice had given him some dexterity, the pastime ceased to afford him amusement. In the succeeding spring, the perusal of old Isaac Walton's fascinating volume determined Edward to become a brother of the angle; but of all diversions which ingenuity ever devised for the relief of idleness, fishing is the worst qualified to amuse a man who is at once indolent and impatient, and our hero's rod was speedily flung aside. Society and example, which, more than any other motives, master and sway the natural bent of our passions, might have had their usual effect upon the youthful visionary; but the neighborhood was thinly inhabited, and the home-bred young squires whom it afforded were not of a class fit to form Edward's usual companions, far less to excite him to emulation in the practice of those pastimes which composed the serious business of their lives. There were a few other youths of better education and a more liberal character, but from their society also our hero was in some degree excluded. Sir Everard had, upon the death of Queen Anne, resigned his seat in Parliament, and, as his age increased and the number of his contemporaries diminished, had gradually withdrawn himself from society, so that when, upon any particular occasion, Edward mingled with accomplished and well-educated young men of his own rank and expectations, he felt an inferiority in their company, not so much from deficiency of information as from the want of the skill to command and to arrange that which he possessed. A deep and increasing sensibility added to this dislike of society. The idea of having committed the slightest solecism in politeness, whether real or imaginary, was agony to him; for perhaps even guilt itself does not impose upon some minds so keen a sense of shame and remorse as a modest, sensitive, and inexperienced youth feels from the consciousness of having neglected etiquette or excited ridicule. Where we are not at ease we cannot be happy; and therefore it is not surprising that Edward Waverley supposed that he disliked and was unfitted for society, merely because he had not yet acquired the habit of living in it with ease and comfort, and of reciprocally giving and receiving pleasure. The hours he spent with his uncle and aunt were exhausted in listening to the oft-repeated tale of narrative old age. Yet even there his imagination, the predominant faculty of his mind, was frequently excited. Family tradition and genealogical history, upon which much of Sir Everard's discourse turned, is the very reverse of amber, which, itself a valuable substance, usually includes flies, straws, and other trifles; whereas these studies, being themselves very insignificant and trifling, do nevertheless serve to perpetuate a great deal of what is rare and valuable in ancient manners, and to record very curious and minute facts which could have been preserved and conveyed through no other medium. If, therefore, Edward Waverley yawned at times over the dry deduction of his line of ancestors, with their various intermarriages, and inwardly deprecated the remorseless and protracted accuracy with which the worthy Sir Everard rehearsed the various degrees of propinquity between the house of Waverley-Honor and the doughty barons, knights, and squires to whom they stood allied; if, notwithstanding his obligations to the three ermines passant, he sometimes cursed in his heart the jargon of heraldry, its griffins, its moldwarps, its wyverns, and its dragons, with all the bitterness of Hotspur himself, there were moments when these communications interested his fancy and rewarded his attention. The deeds of Wilibert of Waverley in the Holy Land, his long absence and perilous adventures, his supposed death, and his return on the evening when the betrothed of his heart had wedded the hero who had protected her from insult and oppression during his absence, the generosity with which the Crusader relinquished his claims, and sought in a neighboring cloister that peace which passeth not away, [Footnote: There is a family legend to this purpose, belonging to the knightly family of Bradshaw, the proprietors of High Hall, in Lancashire, where, I have been told, the event is recorded on a painted glass window. The German ballad of the noble Moranger turns upon a similar topic. But undoubtedly many such incidents may have taken place, where, the distance being great and the intercourse infrequent, false reports concerning the fate of the absent Crusaders must have been commonly circulated, and sometimes perhaps rather hastily credited at home. To these and similar tales he would hearken till his heart glowed and his eye glistened. Nor was he less affected when his aunt, Mrs. Rachel, narrated the sufferings and fortitude of Lady Alice Waverley during the great Civil War. The benevolent features of the venerable spinster kindled into more majestic expression as she told how Charles had, after the field of Worcester, found a day's refuge at Waverley-Honor; and how, when a troop of cavalry were approaching to search the mansion, Lady Alice dismissed her youngest son with a handful of domestics, charging them to make good with their lives an hour's diversion, that the king might have that space for escape. And, God help her, would Mrs. Rachel continue, fixing her eyes upon the heroine's portrait as she spoke, full dearly did she purchase the safety of her prince with the life of her darling child. They brought him here a prisoner, mortally wounded; and you may trace the drops of his blood from the great hall door along the little gallery and up to the saloon, where they laid him down to die at his mother's feet. But there was comfort exchanged between them, for he knew, from the glance of his mother's eye, that the purpose of his desperate defense was attained. Ah, I remember," she continued, "I remember well to have seen one that knew and loved him. Miss Lucy St. Aubyn lived and died a maid for his sake, though one of the most beautiful and wealthy matches in this country. All the world ran after her, but she wore widow's mourning all her life for poor William, for they were betrothed, though not married, and died I can't think of the date, but I remember, in the November of that very year, when she found herself sinking, she desired to be brought to Waverley-Honor once more, and visited all the places where she had been with my grand uncle, and caused the carpets to be raised that she might trace the impression of his blood, and if tears could have washed it out, it had not been there now, for there was not a dry eye in the house. You would have thought, Edward, that the very trees mourned for her, for their leaves dropped around her without a gust of wind, and indeed she looked like one that would never see them green again." From such legends our hero would steal away to indulge the fancies they excited. In the corner of the large and sombre library, with no other light than was afforded by the decaying brands on its ponderous and ample hearth, he would exercise for hours that internal sorcery by which past or imaginary events are presented in action, as it were, to the eye of the muser. Then arose in long and fair array the splendor of the bridal feast at Waverley Castle, the tall and emaciated form of its real lord, as he stood in his pilgrim's weeds, an unnoticed spectator of the festivities of his supposed heir and intended bride; the electrical shock occasioned by the discovery; the springing of the vassals to arms; the astonishment of the bridegroom; the terror and confusion of the bride; the agony with which Wilibert observed that her heart as well as consent was in these nuptials; the air of dignity, yet of deep feeling, with which he flung down the half-drawn sword, and turned away for ever from the house of his ancestors. Then would he change the scene, and fancy would at his wish represent Aunt Rachel's tragedy. He saw the Lady Waverley seated in her bower, her ear strained to every sound, her heart throbbing with double agony, now listening to the decaying echo of the hoofs of the king's horse, and when that had died away, hearing in every breeze that shook the trees of the park the noise of the remote skirmish. A distant sound is heard like the rushing of a swollen stream. It comes nearer, and Edward can plainly distinguish the galloping of horses, the cries and shouts of men, with straggling pistol shots between, rolling forwards to the hall. The lady starts up, a terrified menial rushes in. But why pursue such a description? As living in this ideal world became daily more delectable to our hero, interruption was disagreeable in proportion. The extensive domain that surrounded the Hall, which, far exceeding the dimensions of a park, was usually termed Waverley Chase, had originally been forest ground, and still, though broken by extensive glades, in which the young deer were sporting, retained its pristine and savage character. It was traversed by broad avenues, in many places half grown up with brushwood, where the beauties of former days used to take their stand to see the stag coursed with greyhounds, or to gain an aim at him with the crossbow. In one spot, distinguished by a moss-grown Gothic monument which retained the name of Queen's Standing, Elizabeth herself was said to have pierced 7 bucks with her own arrows. This was a very favourite haunt of Waverley. At other times, with his gun and his spaniel, which served as an apology to others, and with a book in his pocket, which, perhaps, served as an apology to himself, he used to pursue one of these long avenues, which, after an ascending sweep of 4 miles, gradually narrowed into a rude and contracted path through the cliffy and woody pass called Mirkwood Dingle, and opened suddenly upon a deep, dark, and small lake, named, from the same cause, Mirkwood Mere. There stood, in former times, a solitary tower upon a rock almost surrounded by the water, which had acquired the name of the Strength of Waverley, because in perilous times it had often been the refuge of the family. There, in the wars of York and Lancaster, the last adherents of the Red Rose who dared to maintain her cause carried on a harassing and predatory warfare, till the stronghold was reduced by the celebrated Richard of Gloucester. Here, too, a party of cavaliers long maintained themselves under Nigel Waverley, elder brother of that William whose fate Aunt Rachel commemorated. Through these scenes it was that Edward loved to "chew the cud of sweet and bitter fancy," and, like a child among his toys, culled and arranged, from the splendid yet useless imagery and emblems with which his imagination was stored, visions as brilliant and as fading as those of an evening sky. The effect of this indulgence upon his temper and character will appear in the next chapter. Section 10 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott. Section 10. Chapter 5. Choice of a Profession. From the minuteness with which I have traced Waverley's pursuits, and the bias which these unavoidably communicated to his imagination, the reader may perhaps anticipate, in the following tale, an imitation of the romance of Cervantes. But he will do my prudence injustice in the supposition. My intention is not to follow the steps of that inimitable author, in describing such total perversion of intellect as misconstrues the objects actually presented to the senses, but that more common aberration from sound judgment, which apprehends occurrences indeed in their reality, but communicates to them a tincture of its own romantic tone and colouring. So far was Edward Waverley from expecting general sympathy with his own feelings, or concluding that the present state of things was calculated to exhibit the reality of those visions in which he loved to indulge, that he dreaded nothing more than the detection of such sentiments as were dictated by his musings. He neither had nor wished to have a confidant, with whom to communicate his reveries; and so sensible was he of the ridicule attached to them, that, had he been to choose between any punishment short of ignominy, and the necessity of giving a cold and composed account of the ideal world in which he lived the better part of his days, I think he would not have hesitated to prefer the former infliction. This secrecy became doubly precious as he felt in advancing life the influence of the awakening passions. Female forms of exquisite grace and beauty began to mingle in his own mental adventures; nor was he long without looking abroad to compare the creatures of his own imagination with the females of actual life. The list of the beauties who displayed their hebdomadal finery at the parish church of Waverley was neither numerous nor select. By far the most passable was Miss Cicely, or, as she rather chose to be called, Miss Cecilia Stubbs, daughter of Squire Stubbs at the Grange. I know not whether it was by the merest accident in the world, a phrase which, from female lips, does not always exclude malice prepense, or whether it was from a conformity of taste, that Miss Cecilia more than once crossed Edward in his favourite walks through Waverley Chase. He had not as yet assumed courage to accost her on these occasions. But the meeting was not without its effect. A romantic lover is a strange idolater, who sometimes cares not out of what log he frames the object of his adoration. At least, if nature has given that object any passable proportion of personal charms, he can easily play the jeweller and dervis in the Oriental tale, [Footnote: See Hoppner's Tale of the Seven Lovers.] and supply her richly, out of the stores of his own imagination, with supernatural beauty, and all the properties of intellectual wealth. But ere the charms of Miss Cecilia Stubbs had erected her into a positive goddess, or elevated her at least to a level with the saint her namesake, Mrs. Rachel Waverley gained some intimation which determined her to prevent the approaching apotheosis. Even the most simple and unsuspicious of the female sex have, God bless them, an instinctive sharpness of perception in such matters, which sometimes goes the length of observing partialities that never existed, but rarely misses to detect such as pass actually under their observation. Mrs. Rachel applied herself with great prudence, not to combat, but to elude, the approaching danger, and suggested to her brother the necessity that the heir of his house should see something more of the world than was consistent with constant residence at Waverley-Honor. Sir Everard would not at first listen to a proposal which went to separate his nephew from him. Edward was a little bookish, he admitted, but youth, he had always heard, was the season for learning, and no doubt, when his rage for letters was abated, and his head fully stocked with knowledge, his nephew would take to field sports and country business. He had often, he said, himself regretted that he had not spent some time in study during his youth. He would neither have shot nor hunted with less skill, and he might have made the roof of St. Stephen's echo to longer orations than were comprised in those zealous noes, with which, when a member of the House during Godolphin's administration, he encountered every measure of government. Aunt Rachel's anxiety, however, lent her address to carry her point. Every representative of their house had visited foreign parts, or served his country in the army, before he settled for life at Waverley-Honor, and she appealed for the truth of her assertion to the genealogical pedigree, an authority which Sir Everard was never known to contradict. In short, a proposal was made to Mr. Richard Waverley that his son should travel, under the direction of his present tutor, Mr. Pembroke, with a suitable allowance from the baronet's liberality. The father himself saw no objection to this overture, but upon mentioning it casually at the table of the minister, the great man looked grave. The reason was explained in private. The unhappy turn of Sir Everard's politics, the minister observed, was such as would render it highly improper that a young gentleman of such hopeful prospects should travel on the continent with a tutor, doubtless of his uncle's choosing, and directing his course by his instructions. What might Sir Edward Waverley's society be at Paris, what at Rome, where all manner of snares were spread by the Pretender and his sons? These were points for Mr. Waverley to consider. This he could himself say, that he knew his Majesty had such a just sense of Mr. Richard Waverley's merits, that, if his son adopted the army for a few years, a troop, he believed, might be reckoned upon in one of the dragoon regiments lately returned from Flanders. A hint thus conveyed and enforced was not to be neglected with impunity, and Richard Waverley, though with great dread of shocking his brother's prejudices, deemed he could not avoid accepting the commission thus offered him for his son. The truth is, he calculated much, and justly, upon Sir Everard's fondness for Edward, which made him unlikely to resent any step that he might take in due submission to parental authority. 2 letters announced this determination to the baronet and his nephew. The latter barely communicated the fact, and pointed out the necessary preparations for joining his regiment. To his brother, Richard was more diffuse and circuitous. He coincided with him, in the most flattering manner, in the propriety of his son seeing a little more of the world, and was even humble in expressions of gratitude for his proposed assistance; was, however, deeply concerned that it was now, unfortunately, not in Edward's power exactly to comply with the plan which had been chalked out by his best friend and benefactor. He himself had thought with pain on the boy's inactivity, at an age when all his ancestors had borne arms. Even royalty itself had deigned to inquire whether young Waverley was not now in Flanders, at an age when his grandfather was already bleeding for his king in the great civil war. This was accompanied by an offer of a troop of horse. What could he do? There was no time to consult his brother's inclinations, even if he could have conceived there might be objections on his part to his nephew's following the glorious career of his predecessors; and, in short, that Edward was now, the intermediate steps of cornet and lieutenant being overleapt with great agility, Captain Waverley, of Gardiner's regiment of dragoons, which he must join in their quarters at Dundee in Scotland in the course of a month. Sir Everard Waverley received this intimation with a mixture of feelings. At the period of the Hanoverian succession he had withdrawn from Parliament, and his conduct in the memorable year 1715 had not been altogether unsuspected. There were reports of private musters of tenants and horses in Waverley Chase by moonlight, and of cases of carbines and pistols purchased in Holland, and addressed to the baronet, but intercepted by the vigilance of a riding officer of the excise, who was afterwards tossed in a blanket on a moonless night, by an association of stout yeomen, for his officiousness. Nay, it was even said, that at the arrest of Sir William Wyndham, the leader of the Tory party, a letter from Sir Everard was found in the pocket of his nightgown. But there was no overt act which an attainder could be founded on, and government, contented with suppressing the insurrection of 1715, felt it neither prudent nor safe to push their vengeance farther than against those unfortunate gentlemen who actually took up arms. Nor did Sir Everard's apprehensions of personal consequences seem to correspond with the reports spread among his Whig neighbours. It was well known that he had supplied with money several of the distressed Northumbrians and Scotchmen, who, after being made prisoners at Preston in Lancashire, were imprisoned in Newgate and the Marshalsea, and it was his solicitor and ordinary counsel who conducted the defence of some of these unfortunate gentlemen at their trial. It was generally supposed, however, that, had ministers possessed any real proof of Sir Everard's accession to the rebellion, he either would not have ventured thus to brave the existing government, or at least would not have done so with impunity. The feelings which then dictated his proceedings were those of a young man, and at an agitating period. Since that time Sir Everard's Jacobitism had been gradually decaying, like a fire which burns out for want of fuel. His Tory and High Church principles were kept up by some occasional exercise at elections and quarter sessions, but those respecting hereditary right were fallen into a sort of abeyance. Yet it jarred severely upon his feelings that his nephew should go into the army under the Brunswick dynasty, and the more so as, independent of his high and conscientious ideas of paternal authority, it was impossible, or at least highly imprudent, to interfere authoritatively to prevent it. This suppressed vexation gave rise to many poos and pshaws, which were placed to the account of an incipient fit of gout, until, having sent for the army list, the worthy baronet consoled himself with reckoning the descendants of the houses of genuine loyalty, Mordauns, Granvilles, and Stanleys, whose names were to be found in that military record; and, calling up all his feelings of family grandeur and warlike glory, he concluded, with logic something like Falstaff's, that when a war was at hand, although it were shame to be on any side but one, it were worse shame to be idle than to be on the worst side, though blacker than usurpation could make it. As for Aunt Rachel, her scheme had not exactly terminated according to her wishes. but she was under the necessity of submitting to circumstances, and her mortification was diverted by the employment she found in fitting out her nephew for the campaign, and greatly consoled by the prospect of beholding him blaze in complete uniform. Edward Waverley himself received with animated and undefined surprise this most unexpected intelligence. It was, as a fine old poem expresses it, like a fire to heather set, that covers a solitary hill with smoke, and illumines it at the same time with dusky fire. His tutor, or I should say Mr. Pembroke, for he scarce assumed the name of tutor, picked up about Edward's room some fragments of irregular verse, which he appeared to have composed under the influence of the agitating feelings occasioned by this sudden page being turned up to him in the book of life. The doctor, who was a believer in all poetry which was composed by his friends, and written out in fair straight lines, with a capital at the beginning of each, communicated this treasure to Aunt Rachel, who, with her spectacles dimmed with tears, transferred them to her commonplace book, among choice receipts for cookery and medicine, favorite texts, and portions from high church divines, and a few songs, amatory and Jacobitical, which she had caroled in her younger days, from which her nephew's poetical tentamina were extracted when the volume itself, with other authentic records of the Waverley family, were exposed to the inspection of the unworthy editor of this memorable history. If they afford the reader no higher amusement, they will serve, at least, better than narrative of any kind, to acquaint him with the wild and irregular spirit of our hero. Late, when the autumn evening fell on Mirkwood Mere's romantic dell, the lake returned, in chastened gleam, the purple cloud, the golden beam, reflected in the crystal pool, headland and bank lay fair and cool. The weather-tinted rock and tower, each drooping tree, each fairy flower, so true, so soft, the mirror gave, as if there lay beneath the wave, secure from trouble, toil, and care, a world than earthly world more fair. But distant winds began to wake, and roused the genius of the lake. He heard the groaning of the oak, and donned at once his sable cloak, as warrior, at the battle cry, invests him with his panoply. Then, as the whirlwind nearer pressed, he 'gan to shake his foamy crest, o'er furrowed brow and blackened cheek, and bade his surge in thunder speak. In wild and broken eddies whirled, flitted that fond ideal world, and to the shore in tumult tossed, the realms of fairy bliss were lost. Yet, with a stern delight and strange, I saw the spirit stirring change, as warred the wind with wave and wood, upon the ruined tower I stood, and felt my heart more strongly bound, responsive to the lofty sound, while, joying in the mighty roar, I mourned that tranquil scene no more. So, on the idle dreams of youth, breaks the loud trumpet call of truth, bids each fair vision pass away, like landscape on the lake that lay, as fair, as flitting, and as frail, as that which fled the autumn gale. For ever dead to fancy's eye be each gay form that glided by, while dreams of love and ladies' charms give place to honor and to arms. In sober prose, as perhaps these verses intimate less decidedly, the transient idea of Miss Cecilia Stubbs passed from Captain Waverley's heart amid the turmoil which his new destinies excited. She appeared, indeed, in full splendor in her father's pew upon the Sunday when he attended service for the last time at the old parish church, upon which occasion, at the request of his uncle and Aunt Rachel, he was induced nothing both, if the truth must be told to present himself in full uniform. There is no better antidote against entertaining too high an opinion of others than having an excellent one of ourselves at the very same time. Miss Stubbs had indeed summoned up every assistance which art could afford to beauty; but alas! hoop, patches, frizzled locks, and a new mantua of genuine French silk, were lost upon a young officer of dragoons who wore for the first time his gold-laced hat, jack-boots, and broadsword. I know not whether, like the champion of an old ballad, his heart was all on honor bent, he could not stoop to love, no lady in the land had power his frozen heart to move, or whether the deep and flaming bars of embroidered gold, which now fenced his breast, defied the artillery of Cecilia's eyes, but every arrow was launched at him in vain. Yet did I mark where Cupid's shaft did light, it lighted not on little western flower, but on bold yeoman, flower of all the West, hight Jonas Culbertfield, the steward's son. Craving pardon for my heroics, which I am unable in certain cases to resist giving way to, it is a melancholy fact that my history must here take leave of the fair Cecilia, who, like many a daughter of Eve, after the departure of Edward and the dissipation of certain idle visions which she had adopted, quietly contented herself with a pis aller, and gave her hand, at the distance of 6 months, to the aforesaid Jonas, son of the baronet's steward, and heir, no unfertile prospect, to a steward's fortune, besides the snug probability of succeeding to his father's office. All these advantages moved Squire Stubbs, as much as the ruddy brown and manly form of the suitor influenced his daughter, to abate somewhat in the article of their gentry, and so the match was concluded. None seemed more gratified than Aunt Rachel, who had hitherto looked rather askance upon the presumptuous damsel, as much so, peradventure, as her nature would permit, but who, on the first appearance of the new married pair at church, honoured the bride with a smile and a profound curtsy, in presence of the rector, the curate, the clerk, and the whole congregation of the united parishes of Waverley-cum-Beverley. I beg pardon, once and for all, of those readers who take up novels merely for amusement, for plaguing them so long with old-fashioned politics, and Whig and Tory, and Hanoverians and Jacobites. The truth is, I cannot promise them that this story shall be intelligible, not to say probable, without it. My plan requires that I should explain the motives on which its action proceeded, and these motives necessarily arose from the feelings, prejudices, and parties of the times. I do not invite my fair readers, whose sex and impatience give them the greatest right to complain of these circumstances, into a flying chariot drawn by hippogriffs, or moved by enchantment. Mine is a humble English post-chaise, drawn upon 4 wheels, and keeping his Majesty's highway. Such as dislike the vehicle may leave it at the next halt, and wait for the conveyance of Prince Hussein's tapestry, or Malek the weaver's flying sentry-box. Those who are contented to remain with me will be occasionally exposed to the dullness inseparable from heavy roads, steep hills, sloughs, and other terrestrial retardations, but with tolerable horses and a civil driver, as the advertisements have it, I engage to get as soon as possible into a more picturesque and romantic country, if my passengers incline to have some patience with me during my first stages. [Footnote: These introductory chapters have been a good deal censured as tedious and unnecessary, yet there are circumstances recorded in them which the author has not been able to persuade himself to retrench or cancel. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott. Section 11. Chapter 6. The Adieus of Waverley. It was upon the evening of this memorable Sunday that Sir Everard entered the library, where he narrowly missed surprising our young hero as he went through the guards of the broadsword with the ancient weapon of old Sir Hildebrand, which, being preserved as an heirloom, usually hung over the chimney in the library, beneath a picture of the knight and his horse, where the features were almost entirely hidden by the knight's profusion of curled hair, and the bucephalus which he bestrode concealed by the voluminous robes of the bath, with which he was decorated. Sir Everard entered, and, after a glance at the picture and another at his nephew, began a little speech which, however, soon dropped into the natural simplicity of his common manner, agitated upon the present occasion by no common feeling. "Nephew," he said, and then, as mending his phrase, "My dear Edward, It is God's will, and also the will of your father, whom, under God, it is your duty to obey, that you should leave us to take up the profession of arms, in which so many of your ancestors have been distinguished. I have made such arrangements as will enable you to take the field as their descendant, and as the probable heir of the house of Waverley. And, sir, in the field of battle you will remember what name you bear. And Edward, my dear boy, remember also that you are the last of that race, and the only hope of its revival depends upon you. Therefore, as far as duty and honour will permit, avoid danger, I mean unnecessary danger, and keep no company with rakes, gamblers, and Whigs, of whom it is to be feared there are but too many in the service into which you are going. Your colonel, as I am informed, is an excellent man for a Presbyterian. But you will remember your duty to God, to the Church of England, and this breach ought to have been supplied, according to the rubric, with the word king. But as, unfortunately, that word conveyed a double and embarrassing sense, one meaning de facto and the other de jure, the knight filled up the blank otherwise. The Church of England and all constituted authorities. Then, not trusting himself with any further oratory, he carried his nephew to his stables to see the horses destined for his campaign. 2 were black, the regimental colour, superb chargers both. The other 3 were stout, active hacks, designed for the road or for his domestics, of whom 2 were to attend him from the hall. An additional groom, if necessary, might be picked up in Scotland. You will depart with but a small retinue, quoth the baronet, compared to Sir Hildebrand, when he mustered before the gate of the hall a larger body of horse than your whole regiment consists of. I could have wished that these 20 young fellows from my estate, who have enlisted in your troop, had been to march with you on your journey to Scotland. It would have been something at least, but I am told their attendance would be thought unusual in these days when every new foolish fashion is introduced to break the natural dependence of the people upon their landlords. Sir Everard had done his best to correct this unnatural disposition of the times, for he had brightened the chain of attachment between the recruits and their young captain, not only by a copious repast of beef and ale, by way of parting feast, but by such a pecuniary donation to each individual as tended rather to improve the conviviality than the discipline of their march. After inspecting the cavalry, Sir Everard again conducted his nephew to the library, where he produced a letter, carefully folded, surrounded by a little stripe of flax silk, according to ancient form, and sealed with an accurate impression of the Waverley coat of arms. It was addressed, with great formality, to Cosmo Comine Bradwardine, Esquire, of Bradwardine, at his principal mansion of Tully-Veolan, in Perthshire, North Britain. These, by the hands of Captain Edward Waverley, nephew of Sir Everard Waverley, of Waverley-Honor, Bart. The gentleman to whom this enormous greeting was addressed, of whom we shall have more to say in the sequel, had been in arms for the exiled family of Stuart in the year 1715, and was made prisoner at Preston in Lancashire. He was of a very ancient family, and somewhat embarrassed fortune. A scholar, according to the scholarship of Scotsmen, that is. His learning was more diffuse than accurate, and he was rather a reader than a grammarian. Of his zeal for the classic authors he is said to have given an uncommon instance. On the road between Preston and London he made his escape from his guards, but being afterwards found loitering near the place where they had lodged the former night, he was recognized and again arrested. His companions and even his escort were surprised at his infatuation, and could not help inquiring why, being once at liberty, he had not made the best of his way to a place of safety, to which he replied that he had intended to do so, but, in good faith, he had returned to seek his Titus Livius, which he had forgotten in the hurry of his escape. And footnote 3 tells us, this attachment to this classic was, it is said, actually displayed in the manner mentioned in the text by an unfortunate Jacobite in that unhappy period. He escaped from the jail in which he was confined for a hasty trial and certain condemnation, and was retaken as he hovered around the place in which he had been imprisoned, for which he could give no better reason than the hope of recovering his favourite Titus Livius. I am sorry to add that the simplicity of such a character was found to form no apology for his guilt as a rebel, and that he was condemned and executed. And back to the text. The simplicity of this anecdote struck the gentleman, who, as we before observed, had managed the defence of some of those unfortunate persons, at the expense of Sir Everard, and perhaps some others of the party. He was, besides, himself a special admirer of the old Patavinian, and though probably his own zeal might not have carried him to such extravagant lengths, even to recover the edition of Swanheim and Penart's, supposed to be the precepts, he did not the less estimate the devotion of the North Briton, and in consequence exerted himself to so much purpose to remove and soften evidence, detect legal flaws, etc., that he accomplished the final discharge and deliverance of Cosmo Comine Bradwardine from certain very awkward consequences of a plea before our sovereign Lord the King in Westminster. The Baron of Bradwardine, for he was generally so called in Scotland, although his intimates, from his place of residence, used to denominate him Tully-Veolan, or, more familiarly, Tully, no sooner stood rectus in curia than he posted down to pay his respects and make his acknowledgments at Waverley-Honor. A congenial passion for field sports, and a general coincidence in political opinions, cemented his friendship with Sir Everard, notwithstanding the difference of their habits and studies in other particulars. And, having spent several weeks at Waverley-Honor, the Baron departed with many expressions of regard, warmly pressing the Baronet to return his visit, and partake of the diversion of grouse hunting upon his moors in Perthshire next season. Shortly after, Mr. Bradwardine remitted from Scotland a sum in reimbursement of expenses incurred in the King's High Court of Westminster, which, although not quite so formidable when reduced to the English denomination, had, in its original form of Scottish pounds, shillings, and pence, such a formidable effect upon the frame of Duncan Macwheeble, the laird's confidential factor, Baron Bailie, and man of resource, that he had a fit of colic which lasted for 5 days, occasioned, he said, solely and utterly by becoming the unhappy instrument of conveying such a serious sum of money out of his native country into the hands of the false English. But patriotism, as it is the fairest, so it is often the most suspicious mask of other feelings, and many who knew Bailie Macwheeble concluded that his professions of regret were not altogether disinterested, and that he would have grudged the moneys paid to the loons at Westminster, much less had they not come from the Bradwardine estate, a fund which he considered as more particularly his own. But the Bailie protested he was absolutely disinterested. Woe, woe for Scotland! Not a whit for me. The laird was only rejoiced that his worthy friend, Sir Everard of Waverley-Honor, was reimbursed of the expenditure which he had outlaid on account of the house of Bradwardine. It concerned, he said, the credit of his own family, of the kingdom of Scotland at large, that these disbursements should be repaid forthwith, and, if delayed, it would be a matter of national reproach. Sir Everard, accustomed to treat much larger sums with indifference, received the remittance of £294, 13 shillings and 6 without being aware that the payment was an international concern, and indeed would probably have forgot the circumstance altogether if Bailie Macwheeble had thought of comforting his colic by intercepting the subsidy. A yearly intercourse took place, of a short letter and a hamper or a cask or two, between Waverley-Honor and Tully-Veolan, the English exports consisting of mighty cheeses and mightier ale, pheasants, and venison, and the Scottish returns being vested in grouse, white hares, pickled salmon, and usquebaugh, all which were sent and received as pledges of constant friendship and amity between two important houses. It followed, as a matter of course, that the heir apparent of Waverley-Honor could not, with propriety, visit Scotland without being furnished with credentials to the Baron of Bradwardine. When this matter was explained and settled, Mr. Pembroke expressed his wish to take a private and particular leave of his dear pupil. The good man's exhortations to Edward to preserve an unblemished life and morals, to hold fast to the principles of the Christian religion, and to eschew the profane company of scoffers and latitudinarians, too much abounding in the army, were not unmingled with his political prejudices. It had pleased heaven, he said, to place Scotland, doubtless for the sins of their ancestors in 1642, in a more deplorable state of darkness than even this unhappy kingdom of England. Here, at least, although the candlestick of the Church of England had been in some degree removed from its place, it yet afforded a glimmering light. There was a hierarchy, though schismatical and fallen from the principles maintained by those great fathers of the Church, Sancroft and his brethren. There was a liturgy, though woefully perverted in some of the principal petitions. But in Scotland it was utter darkness, and, excepting a sorrowful, scattered, and persecuted remnant, the pulpits were abandoned to Presbyterians, and, he feared, to sectaries of every description. It should be his duty to fortify his dear pupil to resist such unhallowed and pernicious doctrines in church and state as much necessarily be forced, at times, upon his unwilling ears. Here he produced 2 immense folded packets, which appeared each to contain a whole ream of closely written manuscript. They had been the labor of the worthy man's whole life, and never were labor and zeal more absurdly wasted. He had at one time gone to London with the intention of giving them to the world, by the medium of a bookseller in Little Britain, well known to deal in such commodities, and to whom he was instructed to address himself in a particular phrase and with a certain sign, which, it seems, passed at that time current among the initiated Jacobites. The moment Mr. Pembroke had uttered the shibboleth, with the appropriate gesture, the bibliopolist greeted him, notwithstanding every disclamation, by the title of doctor, and conveying him into his back shop, after inspecting every possible and impossible place of concealment, he commenced, "Eh, Doctor, well, all under the rose, snug. I keep no holes here, even for a Hanoverian rat to hide in. And what, any good news from our friends over the water? And how does the worthy King of France, or perhaps you are more lately of Rome? It must be Rome will do it at last. The church must light its candle at the old lamp, What, cautious? I like you the better, but no fear." Here Mr. Pembroke, with some difficulty, stopped a torrent of interrogations, eked out with signs, nods, and winks, and, having at length convinced the bookseller that he did him too much honour in supposing him an emissary of exiled royalty, he explained his actual business. The man of books, with a much more composed air, proceeded to examine the manuscripts. The title of the first was A Dissent from Dissenters, or The Comprehension Confuted, showing the impossibility of any composition between the Church and Puritans, Presbyterians, or sectaries of any description, illustrated from the Scriptures, the Fathers of the Church, and the soundest controversial divines. To this work the bookseller positively demurred. Well meant, he said, and learned, doubtless. But the time had gone by. Printed on small pica, it would run to 800 pages, and could never pay. Begged therefore to be excused. Loved and honoured the true church from his soul, and, had it been a sermon on the martyrdom, or any 12-penny touch, why, I would venture something for the honour of the cloth. But come, let's see the other. Right hereditary righted. Ah! There's some sense in this. Pages so many, paper so much, letterpress. I'll tell you, though, Doctor, you must knock out some of the Latin and Greek. Heavy, Doctor, damned heavy, beg your pardon. And if you throw in a few grains more pepper, I am he that never preached my author. I have published for Drake and Charlwood Lawton and poor Amherst. And we have a footnote on Amherst. Nicholas Amherst, a noted political writer who conducted for many years a paper called The Craftsman under the assumed name of Caleb Danvers, was devoted to the Tory interest, and seconded with much ability the attacks of Pulteney on Sir Robert Walpole. He died in 1742, neglected by his great patrons and in the most miserable circumstances. And we have a quote from Lord Chesterfield's Characters reviewed regarding Amherst. Amherst survived the downfall of the Walpole's power, and had reason to expect a reward for his labours. If we excuse Bolingbroke, who had only saved the shipwreck of his fortunes, we shall be at a loss to justify Pulteney, who could with ease have given this man a considerable income. The utmost of his generosity to Amherst that I ever heard of was a hogshead of claret. He died, it is supposed, of a broken heart, and was buried at the charge of his honest printer, Richard Franklin. And that note is from Lord Chesterfield's Characters Reviewed, page 42. And now back to the text. Ah, Caleb, Caleb. Well, it was a shame to let poor Caleb starve, and so many fat rectors and squires among us. I give him a dinner once a week, but, Lord love you, what's once a week when a man does not know where to go the other 6 days? Well, I must but show the manuscript to little Tom Alibi, the solicitor, who manages all my law affairs. Must keep on the windy side. The mob were very uncivil last time I mounted in Old Palace Yard. All Whigs and Roundheads, every man of them. Williamites and Hanover rats. The next day Mr. Pembroke again called on the publisher, but found Tom Alibi's advice had determined him against undertaking the work. Not but what I would go too. What was I going to say? To the plantations for the church with pleasure, but, dear doctor, I have a wife and a family. But to show my zeal, I'll recommend the job to my neighbor, Tom Trimmel. He is a bachelor, and leaving off business, so a voyage in a western barge would not inconvenience him. But Mr. Trimmel was also obdurate, and Mr. Pembroke, fortunately perchance for himself, was compelled to return to Waverley-Honor with his treatise in vindication of the real fundamental principles of church and state, safely packed in his saddlebags. As the public were thus likely to be deprived of the benefit arising from his lucubrations by the selfish cowardice of the trade, Mr. Pembroke resolved to make 2 copies of these tremendous manuscripts for the use of his pupil. He felt that he had been indolent as a tutor, and besides, his conscience checked him for complying with the request of Mr. Richard Waverley, that he would impress no sentiments upon Edward's mind inconsistent with the present settlement in church and state. But now, thought he, I may, without breach of my word, since he is no longer under my tuition, afford the youth the means of judging for himself, and have only to dread his reproaches for so long concealing the light which the perusal will flash upon his mind. But while he thus indulged in the reveries of an author and a politician, his darling proselyte, seeing nothing very inviting in the title of the tracts, and appalled by the bulk and compact lines of the manuscript, quietly consigned them to a corner of his travelling trunk. Aunt Rachel's farewell was brief and affectionate. She only cautioned her dear Edward, whom she probably deemed somewhat susceptible, against the fascination of Scottish beauty. She allowed that the northern part of the island contained some ancient families, but they were all Whigs and Presbyterians except the Highlanders, and respecting them, she must needs say, there could be no great delicacy among the ladies, where the gentlemen's usual attire was, as she had been assured, to say the least, very singular and not at all decorous. She concluded her farewell with a kind and moving benediction, and gave the young officer, as a pledge of her regard, a valuable diamond ring, often worn by the male sex at that time, and a purse of broad gold pieces, which were also more common 60 years since than they have been of late. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or To 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott. Section 12. Chapter 7. A Horse Quarter in Scotland. The next morning, amid varied feelings, the chief of which was a predominant anxious and even solemn impression that he was now in a great measure abandoned to his own guidance and direction, Edward Waverley departed from the hall amid the blessings and tears of all the old domestics and the inhabitants of the village, mingled with some sly petitions for sergeantcies and corporalships, and so forth, on the part of those who professed that they never thought to have seen Jacob and Giles and Jonathan go off for soldiers, save to attend his honour as in duty bound. Edward, as in duty bound, extricated himself from the supplicants, with the pledge of fewer promises than might have been expected from a young man so little accustomed to the world. After a short visit to London, he proceeded on horseback, then the general mode of travelling, to Edinburgh, and from thence to Dundee, a seaport on the eastern coast of Ayrshire, where his regiment was then quartered. He now entered upon a new world, where for a time all was beautiful because all was new. Colonel Gardner, the commanding officer of the regiment, was himself a study for a romantic, and at the same time an inquisitive youth. In person he was tall, handsome, and active, though somewhat advanced in life. In his early years he had been what is called by manner of palliative, a very gay young man, and strange stories were circulated about his sudden conversion from doubt, if not infidelity, to a serious and even enthusiastic turn of mind. It was whispered that a supernatural communication of a nature obvious even to the exterior senses had produced this wonderful change, and though some mentioned the proselyte as an enthusiast, none hinted at his being a hypocrite. This singular and mystical circumstance gave Colonel Gardner a peculiar and solemn interest in the eyes of the young soldier. Footnote, see Note 5. It may be easily imagined that the officers of a regiment commanded by so respectable a person composed a society more sedate and orderly than a military mess always exhibits, and that Waverley escaped some temptations to which he might otherwise have been exposed. Meanwhile, his military education proceeded. Already a good horseman, he was now initiated into the art of the manège, which, when carried to perfection, almost realized the fable of the centaur, the guidance of the horse appearing to proceed from the rider's mere volition, rather than from the use of any external and apparent signal of motion. He received also instructions in his field duty, but I must own that when his first ardor was past, his progress fell short in the latter particular of what he wished and expected. The duty of an officer, the most imposing of all others to the inexperienced mind, because accompanied with so much outward pomp and circumstance, is in its essence a very dry and abstract task, depending chiefly upon arithmetical combinations, requiring much attention and a cool and reasoning head to bring them into action. Our hero was liable to fits of absence, in which his blunders excited some mirth and called down some reproof. This circumstance impressed him with a painful sense of inferiority in those qualities which appeared most to deserve and obtain regard in his new profession. He asked himself in vain why his eye could not judge of distance or space so well as those of his companions, why his head was not always successful in disentangling the various partial movements necessary to execute a particular evolution, and why his memory, so alert upon most occasions, did not correctly retain technical phrases and minute points of etiquette or field discipline. Waverley was naturally modest, and therefore did not fall into the egregious mistake of supposing such minuter rules of military duty beneath his notice, or conceding himself to be born a general, because he made an indifferent subaltern. The truth was that the vague and unsatisfactory course of reading which he had pursued, working upon a temper naturally retired and abstracted, had given him that wavering and unsettled habit of mind which is most averse to study and riveted attention. Time, in the meanwhile, hung heavy on his hands. The gentry of the neighborhood were disaffected and showed little hospitality to military guests, and the people of the town, chiefly engaged in mercantile pursuits, were not such as Waverley chose to associate with. The arrival of summer, and a curiosity to know something more of Scotland than he could see in a ride from his quarters, determined him to request leave of absence for a few weeks. He resolved first to visit his uncle's ancient friend and correspondent, with the purpose of extending or shortening the time of his residence according to circumstances. He traveled, of course, on horseback, and with a single attendant, and passed his first night at a miserable inn, where the landlady had neither shoes nor stockings, and the landlord, who called himself a gentleman, was disposed to be rude to his guest because he had not bespoke the pleasure of his society to supper. Footnote, see Note 6. The next day, traversing an open and unenclosed country, Edward gradually approached the Highlands of Perthshire, which at first had appeared a blue outline in the horizon, but now swelled into huge gigantic masses, which frowned defiance over the more level country that lay beneath them. Near the bottom of the stupendous barrier, but still in the lowland country, dwelt Cosmo Comyne Bradwardine of Bradwardine, and if grey-haired eld can be in aught believed, there had dwelt his ancestors with all their heritage since the days of the gracious King Duncan. Note 5. I have now given in the text the full name of this gallant and excellent man, and proceeded to copy the account of his remarkable conversion as related by Dr. Doddridge. This memorable event, says the pious writer, happened towards the middle of July 1719. The Major had spent the evening, and if I mistake not, it was the Sabbath, in some gay company, and had an unhappy assignation with a married woman, whom he was to attend exactly at 12. The company broke up about 11, and not judging it convenient to anticipate the time appointed, he went into his chamber to kill the tedious hour, perhaps with some amusing book or some other way. But it very accidentally happened that he took up a religious book, which his good mother or aunt had without his knowledge slipped into his portmanteau. It was called, if I remember the title exactly, The Christian Soldier, or Heaven Taken by Storm, and it was written by Mr. Thomas Watson. Guessing by the title of it that he would find some phrases of his own profession spiritualized in a manner which he thought might afford him some diversion, he resolved to dip into it, but he took no serious notice of anything it had in it, and yet, while this book was in his hand, an impression was made upon his mind, perhaps God only knows how, which drew after it a train of the most important and happy consequences. He thought he saw an unusual blaze of light fall upon the book which he was reading, which he at first imagined might happen by some accident in the candle. But lifting up his eyes, he apprehended to his extreme amazement that there was before him, as it were suspended in the air, a visible representation of the Lord Jesus Christ upon the cross, surrounded on all sides with a glory, and was impressed as if a voice, or something equivalent to a voice, had come to him. To this effect, for he was not confident as to the words, O sinner, did I suffer this for thee, and are these thy returns? Struck with so amazing a phenomenon as this, there remained hardly any life in him, so that he sunk down in the armchair in which he sat, and continued, he knew not how long, insensible. With regard to this vision, says the ingenious Dr. Hibbert, the appearance of our Saviour on the cross and the awful words repeated can be considered in no other light than as so many recollected images of the mind, which probably had their origin in the language of some urgent appeal to repentance that the Colonel might have casually read or heard delivered. From what cause, however, such ideas were rendered as vivid as actual impressions, we have no information to be depended upon. This vision was certainly attended with one of the most important of consequences connected with the Christian dispensation, the conversion of a sinner. And hence no single narrative has perhaps done more to confirm the superstitious opinion that apparitions of this awful kind cannot arise without a divine fiat. Dr. Hibbert adds in a note, a short time before the vision, Colonel Gardner had received a severe fall from his horse. Did the brain receive some slight degree of injury from the accident, so as to predispose him to this spiritual illusion? Hibbert's Philosophy of Apparitions, Edinburgh, 1824, page 190. Note 6. The courtesy of an invitation to partake a traveller's meal, or at least that of being invited to share whatever liquor the guest called for, was expected by certain old landlords in Scotland, even in the youth of the author. Environs mine host was always furnished with the news of the country, and was probably a little of a humorist to boot. The devolution of the whole actual business and drudgery of the inn upon the poor good wife was very common among the Scottish Bonifaces. There was in ancient times in the city of Edinburgh a gentleman of good family who condescended, in order to gain a livelihood, to become the nominal keeper of a coffee-house, one of the first places of the kind which had been opened in the Scottish metropolis. As usual, it was entirely managed by the careful and industrious Mrs. B., while her husband amused himself with field sports, without troubling his head about the matter. Once upon a time, the premises having taken fire, the husband was met walking up the High Street, loaded with his guns and fishing rods, and replied calmly to some one who inquired after his wife, that the poor woman was trying to save a parcel of crockery and some trumpery books, the last being those which served her to conduct the business of the house. There were many elderly gentlemen in the author's younger days who still held it part of the amusement of a journey to parley with mine host, who often resembled in his quaint humour mine host of the Gartner in the Merry Wives of Windsor, or Blagg of the George in the Merry Devil of Edmonton. Sometimes a landlady took her share of entertaining the company. In either case, the omitting to pay them due attention gave displeasure, and perhaps brought down a smart jest, as on the following occasion. A jolly dame who, not 60 years since, kept the principal caravansary at Greenlaw, in Berwickshire, had the honour to receive under her roof a very worthy clergyman, with 3 sons of the same profession, each having a cure of souls. Be it said in passing, none of the reverend party were reckoned powerful in the pulpit. After dinner was over, the worthy senior, in the pride of his heart, asked Mrs. Buchan whether she ever had such a party in her house before. "Here sit I," he said, "a placed minister of the Kirk of Scotland, and here sit my 3 sons, each a placed minister of the same kirk. Confess, Lucky Buchan, you never had such a party in your house before." The question was not premised by any invitation to sit down and take a glass of wine or the like, so Mrs. B. answered dryly, "Indeed, sir, I cannot just say that I ever had such a party in my house before, except once in the 45 when I had a Highland piper here, with his 3 sons, all Highland pipers, and a deal of spring they could play among them." End of section 12. Recording by Stacy Colon, Fort Worth, Texas. Section 13 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or To 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott. Section 13. Chapter 8. A Scottish Manor-House 60 Years Since. It was about noon when Captain Waverley entered the straggling village, or rather hamlet, of Tully-Veolan, close to which was situated the mansion of the proprietor. The houses seemed miserable in the extreme, especially to an eye accustomed to the smiling neatness of English cottages. They stood, without any respect for regularity, on each side of a straggling kind of unpaved street, where children, almost in a primitive state of nakedness, lay sprawling as if to be crushed by the hoofs of the first passing horse. Occasionally, indeed, when such a consummation seemed inevitable, a watchful old grandame with her close cap, distaff, and spindle, rushed like a sibyl in frenzy out of one of these miserable cells, dashed into the middle of the path, and snatching up her own charge from among the sunburnt loiterers, saluted him with a sound cuff, and transported him back to his dungeon, the little white-headed varlet screaming all the while from the very top of his lungs a shrilly treble to the growling remonstrances of the enraged matron. Another part in this concert was sustained by the incessant yelping of a score of idle, useless curs, which followed, snarling, barking, howling, and snapping at the horses' heels, a nuisance at the time so common in Scotland that a French tourist, who, like other travellers, longed to find a good and rational reason for everything he saw, has recorded as one of the memorabilia of Caledonia that the state maintained in each village a relay of curs called collies, whose duty it was to chase the chevaux de poste, too starved and exhausted to move without such a stimulus, from one hamlet to another till their annoying convoy drove them to the end of their stage. The evil and remedy, such as it is, still exist, but this is remote from our present purpose, and is only thrown out for consideration of the collectors under Mr. Dent's dog bill. As Waverley moved on, here and there an old man, bent as much by toil as years, his eyes bleared with age and smoke, tottered to the door of his hut, to gaze on the dress of the stranger and the form and motions of the horses, and then assembled with his neighbours in a little group at the smithy, to discuss the probabilities of whence the stranger came and where he might be going. 3 or 4 village girls, returning from the well or brook with pitchers and pails upon their heads, formed more pleasing objects, and, with their thin short gowns and single petticoats, bare arms, legs, and feet, uncovered heads, and braided hair, somewhat resembled Italian forms of landscape. Nor could a lover of the picturesque have challenged either the elegance of their costume or the symmetry of their shape. Although, to say the truth, a mere Englishman in search of the comfortable, a word peculiar to his native tongue, might have wished the clothes less scanty, the feet and legs somewhat protected from the weather, the head and complexion shrouded from the sun, or perhaps might even have thought the whole person and dress considerably improved by a plentiful application of spring water, with a quantum sufficit of soap. The whole scene was depressing, for it argued, at the first glance at least, a stagnation of industry, and perhaps of intellect. Even curiosity, the busiest passion of the idle, seemed of a listless cast in the village of Tully-Veolan. The curs aforesaid alone showed any part of its activity. With the villagers it was passive. They stood and gazed at the handsome young officer and his attendant, but without any of those quick motions and eager looks that indicate the earnestness with which those who live in monotonous ease at home look out for amusement abroad. Yet the physiognomy of the people, when more closely examined, was far from exhibiting the indifference of stupidity. Their features were rough, but remarkably intelligent, grave, but the very reverse of stupid. And from among the young women, an artist might have chosen more than one model whose features and form resembled those of Minerva. The children also, whose skins were burnt black, and whose hair was bleached white by the influence of the sun, had a look and manner of life and interest. It seemed upon the whole as if poverty and indolence, its too frequent companion, were combining to depress the natural genius and acquired information of a hardy, intelligent, and reflecting peasantry. Such thoughts crossed Waverley's mind as he paced his horse slowly through the rugged and flinty streets of Tully-Veolan, interrupted only in his meditations by the occasional caprioles which his charger exhibited at the reiterated assault of those canine Cossacks, the collies, before mentioned. The village was more than half a mile long, the cottages being irregularly divided from each other by gardens, or yards, as the inhabitants called them, of different sizes, where, for it is 60 years since, the now universal potato was unknown, but which were stored with gigantic plants of kale or colewort, encircled with groves of nettles, and exhibited here and there a huge hemlock or the national thistle, overshadowing a quarter of the petty enclosure. The broken ground on which the village was built had never been leveled, so that these enclosures presented declivities of every degree, here rising like terraces, there sinking like tan pits. The dry stone walls which fenced, or seemed to fence, for they were sorely breached, these hanging gardens of Tully-Veolan, were intersected by a narrow lane leading to the common field, where the joint labor of the villagers cultivated alternate ridges and patches of rye, oats, barley, and pease, each of such minute extent that at a little distance the unprofitable variety of the surface resembled a tailor's book of patterns. In a few favored instances there appeared behind the cottages a miserable wigwam, compiled of earth, loose stones, and turf, where the wealthy might perhaps shelter a starved cow or sorely galled horse. But almost every hut was fenced in front by a huge black stack of turf on one side of the door, while on the other the family dunghill ascended in noble emulation. About a bowshot from the end of the village appeared the enclosures proudly denominated the parks of Tully-Veolan, being certain square fields surrounded and divided by stone walls 5 feet in height. In the center of the exterior barrier was the upper gate of the avenue, opening under an archway, battlemented on the top and adorned with 2 large weather-beaten, mutilated masses of upright stone, which, if the tradition of the hamlet could be trusted, had once represented, at least had been once designed to represent, 2 rampant bears, the supporters of the family of Bradwardine. This avenue was straight and of moderate length, running between a double row of very ancient horse-chestnuts, planted alternately with sycamores, which rose to such huge heights, and nourished so luxuriantly that their boughs completely overarched the broad road beneath. Beyond these venerable ranks, and running parallel to them, were 2 high walls, of apparently the like antiquity, overgrown with ivy, honeysuckle, and other climbing plants. The avenue seemed very little trodden, and chiefly by foot passengers, so that being very broad and enjoying a constant shade, it was clothed with grass of a deep and rich verdure, excepting where a footpath worn by occasional passengers tracked with a natural sweep the way from the upper to the lower gate. This nether portal, like the former, opened in front of a wall ornamented with some rude sculpture with battlements on the top. over which were seen, half hidden by the trees of the avenue, the high steep roofs and narrow gables of the mansion, with lines indented into steps and corners decorated with small turrets. One of the folding leaves of the lower gate was open, and as the sun shone full into the court behind, a long line of brilliancy was flung upon the aperture up the dark and gloomy avenue. It was one of those effects which a painter loves to represent, and mingled well with the struggling light which found its way between the boughs of the shady arch that vaulted the broad green alley. The solitude and repose of the whole scene seemed almost monastic, and Waverley, who had given his horse to his servant on entering the first gate, walked slowly down the avenue, enjoying the grateful and cooling shade, and so much pleased with the placid idea of rest and seclusion excited by this confined and quiet scene, that he forgot the misery and dirt of the hamlet he had left behind him. The opening into the paved courtyard corresponded with the rest of the scene. The house, which seemed to consist of 2 or 3 high, narrow, and steep-roofed buildings, projecting from each other at right angles, formed one side of the enclosure. It had been built at a period when castles were no longer necessary, and when the Scottish architects had not yet acquired the art of designing a domestic residence. The windows were numberless, but very small. The roof had some nondescript kind of projections called bartizans, and displayed at each frequent angle a small turret, rather resembling a pepper-box than a Gothic watch-tower. Neither did the front indicate absolute security from danger. There were loopholes for musketry, and iron stanchions on the lower windows, probably to repel any roving band of gypsies, or resist a predatory visit from the caterans of the neighboring Highlands. Stables and other offices occupied another side of the square. The former were low vaults, with narrow slits instead of windows, resembling, as Edward's groom observed, rather a prison for murderers and lancerers and such, like as were tried at sizes, than a place for any Christian cattle. Above these dungeon-looking stables were granaries called gurnals, and other offices, to which there was access by outside stairs of heavy masonry. 2 battlemented walls, one of which faced the avenue and the other divided the court from the garden, completed the enclosure. Nor was a court without its ornaments. In one corner was a tun-bellied pigeon-house of great size and rotundity, resembling in figure and proportion the curious edifice called Arthur's Oven, which would have turned the brains of all the antiquaries in England had not the worthy proprietor pulled it down for the sake of mending a neighboring dam-dyke. This dovecot, or columbarium, as the owner called it, was no small resource to a Scottish laird of that period, whose scanty rents were eked out by the contributions levied upon the farms by these light foragers, and the conscriptions exacted from the latter for the benefit of the table. Another corner of the court displayed a fountain, where a huge bear, carved in stone, predominated over the large stone basin, into which he disgorged the water. This work of art was the wonder of the country 10 miles round. It must not be forgotten that all sorts of bears, small and large, demi or in full proportion, were carved over the windows, upon the ends of gables, terminated the spouts, and supported the turrets, with the ancient family motto, "Beware the bear," cut under each Hyperborean form. The court was spacious, well paved, and perfectly clean, there being probably another entrance behind the stables for removing the litter. Everything around appeared solitary, and would have been silent but for the continued plashing of the fountain, and the whole scene still maintained the monastic illusion which the fancy of Waverley had conjured up. And here we beg permission to close a chapter of still life. Footnote. See Note 7. Note 7. There is no particular mansion described under the name of Tully-Veolan, but the peculiarities of the description occur in various old Scottish seats. The house of Warrender upon Bruntsfield Links, and that of Old Ravelston, belonging the former to Sir George Warrender, the latter to Sir Alexander Keith, have both contributed several hints to the description in the text. The house of Dean, near Edinburgh, has also some points of resemblance with Tully-Veolan. The author has, however, been informed that the house of Grantully resembles that of the Baron of Bradwardine still more than any of the above. End of section 13. Recording by Stacy Colon, Fort Worth, Texas.
Section 14 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott. Section 14. Chapter 9. More of the Manor-House and its Environs. After having satisfied his curiosity by gazing around him for a few minutes, Waverley applied himself to the massive knocker of the hall door, the architrave of which bore the date 1594. But no answer was returned, though the peal resounded through a number of apartments, and was echoed from the courtyard walls without the house, startling the pigeons from the venerable rotunda which they occupied, and alarming anew even the distant village curs, which had retired to sleep upon their respective dunghills. Tired of the din which he created, and the unprofitable responses which it excited, Waverley began to think that he had reached the castle of Orgoglio as entered by the victorious Prince Arthur. When 'gan he loudly through the house to call, but no man cared to answer to his cry, there reigned a solemn silence over all, nor voice was heard, nor wight was seen in bower or hall. Filled almost with expectation of beholding some old man with beard as white as snow, whom he might question concerning this deserted mansion, our hero turned to a little oaken wicket door, well clenched with iron nails, which opened in the courtyard wall at its angle with the house. It was only latched, notwithstanding its fortified appearance, and, when opened, admitted him into the garden, which presented a pleasant scene. [Footnote: At Ravelston may be seen such a garden, which the taste of the proprietor, the author's friend and kinsman, Sir Alexander Keith, Knight Mareschal, has judiciously preserved. That, as well as the house is, however, of smaller dimensions than the Baron of Bradwardine's mansion and garden are presumed to have been. The southern side of the house, clothed with fruit trees, and having many evergreens trained upon its walls, extended its irregular yet venerable front along a terrace, partly paved, partly gravelled, partly bordered with flowers and choice shrubs. This elevation descended by 3 several flights of steps, placed in its centre and at the extremities, into what might be called the garden proper, and was fenced along the top by a stone parapet with a heavy balustrade, ornamented from space to space with huge grotesque figures of animals seated upon their haunches, among which the favourite bear was repeatedly introduced. Placed in the middle of the terrace between a sashed door opening from the house and the central flight of steps, a huge animal of the same species supported on its head and forepaws a sundial of large circumference, inscribed with more diagrams than Edward's mathematics enabled him to decipher. The garden, which seemed to be kept with great accuracy, abounded in fruit trees, and exhibited a profusion of flowers and evergreens cut into grotesque forms. It was laid out in terraces, which descended rank by rank from the western wall to a huge brook, which had a tranquil and smooth appearance, where it served as a boundary to the garden; but, near the extremity, leapt in tumult over a strong dam, or werehead, the cause of its temporary tranquillity, and there, forming a cascade, was overlooked by an octangular summer-house, with a gilded bear on the top by way of vane. After this feat, the brook, assuming its natural rapid and fierce character, escaped from the eye down a deep and wooded dell, from the copse of which arose a massive but ruinous tower, the former habitation of the Barons of Bradwardine. The margin of the brook, opposite to the garden, displayed a narrow meadow, or how, as it is called, which formed a small washing-green. The bank, which retired behind it, was covered by ancient trees. The scene, though pleasing, was not quite equal to the gardens of Alcina, yet wanted not the du donzellec garrul of that enchanted paradise, for upon the green aforesaid 2 bare-legged damsels, each standing in a spacious tub, performed with their feet the office of a patent washing-machine. These did not, however, like the maidens of Armida, remained to greet with their harmony the approaching guest, but, alarmed at the appearance of a handsome stranger on the opposite side, dropped their garments (I should say garment, to be quite correct) over their limbs, which their occupation exposed somewhat too freely, and, with a shrill exclamation of "Eh, sirs!" uttered with an accent between modesty and coquetry, sprung off like deer in different directions. Waverley began to despair of gaining entrance into this solitary and seemingly enchanted mansion, when a man advanced up one of the garden alleys, where he still retained his station. Trusting this might be a gardener, or some domestic belonging to the house, Edward descended the steps in order to meet him; but as the figure approached, and long before he could descry its features, he was struck with the oddity of its appearance and gestures. Sometimes this Mr. White held his hands clasped over his head, like an Indian jogue in the attitude of penance. Sometimes he swung them perpendicularly like a pendulum on each side, and anon he slapped them swiftly and repeatedly across his breast, like the substitute used by a hackney coachman for his usual flogging exercise, when his cattle are idle upon the stand, in a clear frosty day. His gait was as singular as his gestures, for at times he hopped with great perseverance on the right foot, then exchanged that supporter to advance in the same manner on the left, and then putting his feet close together, he hopped upon both at once. His attire, also, was antiquated and extravagant. It consisted in a sort of grey jerkin, with scarlet cuffs and slashed sleeves, showing a scarlet lining. The other parts of the dress corresponded in colour, not forgetting a pair of scarlet stockings and a scarlet bonnet, proudly surmounted with a turkey's feather. Edward, whom he did not seem to observe, now perceived confirmation in his features of what the mien and gestures had already announced. It was apparently neither idiocy nor insanity which gave that wild, unsettled, irregular expression to a face which naturally was rather handsome, but something that resembled a compound of both, where the simplicity of the fool was mixed with the extravagance of a crazed imagination. He sung with great earnestness, and not without some taste, a fragment of an old Scottish ditty: False love, and hast thou played me this In summer among the flowers? I will repay thee back again In winter among the showers. Unless again, again, my love, Unless you turn again, As you with other maidens rove, I'll smile on other men. [Footnote: This is a genuine ancient fragment, with some alteration in the last 2 lines.] Here lifting up his eyes, which had hitherto been fixed in observing how his feet kept time to the tune, he beheld Waverley, and instantly doffed his cap, with many grotesque signals of surprise, respect, and salutation. Edward, though with little hope of receiving an answer to any constant question, requested to know whether Mr. Bradwardine were at home, or where he could find any of the domestics. The questioned party replied, and, like the witch of Thalaba, still his speech was song. The knights to the mountain, his bugle to wind, the ladies to greenwood, her garland to bind. The bower of Burd Ellen has moss on the floor, that the step of Lord William be silent and sure. This conveyed no information, and Edward, repeating his queries, received a rapid answer, in which, from the haste and peculiarity of the dialect, the word butler was alone intelligible. Waverley then requested to see the butler; upon which the fellow, with a knowing look and nod of intelligence, made a signal to Edward to follow, and began to dance and caper down the alley up which he had made his approaches. A strange guide this, thought Edward, and not much unlike one of Shakespeare's Roynish clowns. I am not over prudent to trust to his pilotage, but wiser men have been led by fools. By this time he reached the bottom of the alley, where, turning short on a little parterre of flowers, shrouded from the east and north by a close yew hedge, he found an old man at work without his coat, whose appearance hovered between that of an upper servant and gardener, his red nose and ruffled shirt belonging to the former profession, his hale and sunburned visage, with his green apron, appearing to indicate "Old Adam's likeness set to dress this garden." The major domo, for such he was, and indisputably the second officer of state in the barony, nay, as chief minister of the interior, superior even to Bailie Macwheeble in his own department of the kitchen and cellar, the major domo laid down his spade, slipped on his coat in haste, and with a wrathful look at Edward's guide, probably excited by his having introduced a stranger while he was engaged in this laborious, and, as he might suppose it, degrading office, requested to know the gentleman's commands. Being informed that he wished to pay his respects to his master, that his name was Waverley, and so forth, the old man's countenance assumed a great deal of respectful importance. He could take it upon his conscience to say, his honour would have exceeding pleasure in seeing him. Would not Mr. Waverley choose some refreshment after his journey? His honour was with the folk who were getting doon the dark hag. The twa Gardiner lads (an emphasis on the word twa) had been ordered to attend him, and he had been just amusing himself in the meantime with dressing Miss Rose's flower bed, that he might be near to receive his honour's orders, if need were. He was very fond of a garden, but had little time for such divertissements. "He cannot get it wrought in abune 2 days in the week at no rate whatever," said Edward's fantastic conductor. A grim look from the butler chastised his interference, and he commanded him, by the name of Davie Gellatley, in a tone which admitted no discussion, to look for his honour at the dark hag, and tell him there was a gentleman from the south had arrived at the ha. "Can this poor fellow deliver a letter?" asked Edward. "With all fidelity, sir, to any one whom he respects. I would hardly trust him with a long message by word of mouth, though he is more knave than fool." Waverley delivered his credentials to Mr. Gellatley, who seemed to confirm the butler's last observation by twisting his features at him, when he was looking another way, into the resemblance of a grotesque face on the bowl of a German tobacco pipe; after which, with an odd congé to Waverley, he danced off to discharge his errand. "He is an innocent, sir," said the butler. "There is one such in almost every town in the country, but ours is brought far ben. [Footnote: See Note 8.] He used to work a day's turn weel enough, but he helped Miss Rose when she was flemmit with the Laird of Killancurreit's new English bull, and since that time we ca' him Davie Doolittle. Indeed, we might call him Davie Do-naething, for since he got that gay clothing to please his honour and my young mistress (great folks will have their fancies), he has done naething but dance up and down about the town, without doing a single turn, unless trimming the laird's fishing wand or busking his flies, or maybe catching a dish of trouts at an ora time. But here comes Miss Rose, who, I take burden upon me for her, will be especial glad to see one of the house of Waverley at her father's mansion of Tully-Veolan. But Rose Bradwardine deserves better of her unworthy historian than to be introduced at the end of a chapter. In the meanwhile, it may be noticed that Waverley learned 2 things from this colloquy: that in Scotland a single house was called a town, and a natural fool an innocent. Note 8. I am ignorant how long the ancient and established custom of keeping fools has been disused in England. Swift writes an epitaph on the Earl of Suffolk's fool, whose name was Dicky Pierce. In Scotland the custom subsisted till late in the last century. At Glamis Castle is preserved the dress of one of the jesters, very handsome, and ornamented with many bells. It is not above 30 years since such a character stood by the sideboard of a nobleman of the first rank in Scotland, and occasionally mixed in the conversation, till he carried the joke rather too far, in making proposals to one of the young ladies of the family, and publishing the banns betwixt her and himself in the public church. End of Note 8. End of Section 14.
Section 15 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott. Section 15. Chapter 10. Rose Bradwardine and her Father. Miss Bradwardine was but 17, yet, at the last races of the county town of, upon her health being proposed among a round of beauties, the Laird of Bumper Quay, permanent toastmaster and croupier of the Bowther-Willery Club, not only said more to the pledge in a pint bumper of Bordeaux, but, ere pouring forth the libation, denominated the divinity to whom it was dedicated, the Rose of Tully-Veolan. Upon which festive occasion 3 cheers were given by all the sitting members of that respectable society, whose throats the wine had left capable of such exertion. Nay, I am well assured, that the sleeping partners of the company snorted applause, and that although strong bumpers and weak brains had consigned 2 or 3 to the floor, yet even these, fallen as they were from their high estate, and weltering, I will carry the parody no further, uttered divers inarticulate sounds, intimating their assent to the motion. Such unanimous applause could not be extorted but by acknowledged merit, and Rose Bradwardine not only deserved it, but also the approbation of much more rational persons than the Bowther-Willery Club could have mustered, even before discussion of the first magnum. She was indeed a very pretty girl of the Scotch cast of beauty, that is, with a profusion of hair of paly gold, and a skin like the snow of her own mountains in whiteness. Yet she had not a pallid or pensive cast of countenance. Her features, as well as her temper, had a lively expression. Her complexion, though not florid, was so pure as to seem transparent, and the slightest emotion sent her whole blood at once to her face and neck. Her form, though under the common size, was remarkably elegant, and her motions light, easy, and unembarrassed. She came from another part of the garden to receive Captain Waverley, with a manner that hovered between bashfulness and courtesy. The first greetings past, Edward learned from her that the dark hag, which had somewhat puzzled him in the butler's account of his master's avocations, had nothing to do either with a black cat or a broomstick, but was simply a portion of oak copse which was to be felled that day. She offered, with diffident civility, to show the stranger the way to the spot, which, it seems, was not far distant. But they were prevented by the appearance of the Baron of Bradwardine in person, who, summoned by David Gellatley, now appeared, on hospitable thoughts intent, clearing the ground at a prodigious rate with swift and long strides, which reminded Waverley of the 7-league boots of the nursery fable. He was a tall, thin, athletic figure, old indeed and grey-haired, but with every muscle rendered as tough as whipcord by constant exercise. He was dressed carelessly, and more like a Frenchman than an Englishman of the period, while, from his hard features and perpendicular rigidity of stature, he bore some resemblance to a Swiss officer of the Guards, who had resided some time at Paris, and caught the costume, but not the ease or manner, of its inhabitants. The truth was, that his language and habits were as heterogeneous as his external appearance. Owing to his natural disposition to study, or perhaps to a very general Scottish fashion of giving young men of rank a legal education, he had been bred with a view to the bar. But the politics of his family precluding the hope of his rising in that profession, Mr. Bradwardine travelled with high reputation for several years, and made some campaigns in foreign service. After his demele with the law of high treason in 1715, he had lived in retirement, conversing almost entirely with those of his own principles in the vicinage. The pedantry of the lawyer, superinduced upon the military pride of the soldier, might remind a modern of the days of the zealous volunteer service, when the bar gown of our pleaders was often flung over a blazing uniform. To this must be added the prejudices of ancient birth and Jacobite politics, greatly strengthened by habits of solitary and secluded authority, which, though exercised only within the bounds of his half-cultivated estate, was there indisputable and undisputed. For, as he used to observe, the lands of Bradwardine, Tully-Veolan, and others, had been erected into a free barony by a charter from David I, cum liberali potest, habendi curias et justicas, cum fossa et furca, lie, pit and gallows, et sacca et soca, et thol et theme, et infang thief et outfang thief, sive hand habend, sive back barend. The particular meaning of all these cabalistical words few or none could explain, but they implied, upon the whole, that the Baron of Bradwardine might, in case of delinquency, imprison, try, and execute his vassals at his pleasure. Like James I, however, the present possessor of this authority was more pleased in talking about prerogative than in exercising it; and excepting that he imprisoned 2 poachers in the dungeon of the old tower of Tully-Veolan, where they were sorely frightened by ghosts, and almost eaten by rats, and that he set an old woman in the jugs, or Scottish pillory, for saying there were mair fools in the laird's house than Davy Galatly, I do not learn that he was accused of abusing his high powers. Still, however, the conscious pride of possessing them gave additional importance to his language and deportment. At his first address to Waverley, it would seem that the hearty pleasure he felt to behold the nephew of his friend had somewhat discomposed the stiff and upright dignity of the Baron of Bradwardine's demeanour, for the tears stood in the old gentleman's eyes, when, having first shaken Edward heartily by the hand in the English fashion, he embraced him à la mode Francois, and kissed him on both sides of his face, while the hardness of his grip, and the quantity of Scotch snuff which his accolade communicated, called corresponding drops of moisture to the eyes of his guest. "Upon the honour of a gentleman," he said, "but it makes me young again to see you here, Mr. Waverley. A worthy scion of the old stock of Waverley-Honor, spes altera, as Marrow hath it, and you have the look of the old line, Captain Waverley, not so portly yet as my old friend Sir Everard, mais cela viendra avec le temps, as my Dutch acquaintance, Baron Kitkitbruck, said of the sagace of Madame son épouse. And so ye have mounted the cockade. Right, right, though I could have wished the colour different, and so I would ha' deemed might Sir Everard. But no more of that. I am old, and times are changed. And how does the worthy knight baronet, and the fair Mrs. Rachel? Ah, ye laugh, young man. In troth she was the fair Mrs. Rachel in the year of grace 1716. But time passes, et singula praedantur anni, that is most certain. But once again ye are most heartily welcome to my poor house of Tully-Veolan. Hie ye to the house, Rose, and see that Alexander Saunderson looks out the old Chateau Margaux, which I sent from Bordeaux to Dundee in the year 1713. Rose tripped off demurely enough till she turned the first corner, then ran with the speed of a fairy, that she might gain leisure, after discharging her father's commission, to put her own dress in order, and produce all her little finery, an occupation for which the approaching dinner hour left but limited time. We cannot rival the luxuries of your English table, Captain Waverley, or give you the epulae lautiores of Waverley-Honor. I say epulae rather than prandium, because the latter phrase is popular. Epulae ad senatum, prandium vero ad populum attenet, says Suetonius Tranquillus. But I trust ye will applaud my Bordeaux. C'est de du Auriel, as Captain Vinsauf used to say, vinum prime note, the principle of St. Andrew dominated it. And, once more, Captain Waverley, right glad am I that ye are here to drink the best my cellar can make forthcoming. This speech, with the necessary interjectional answers, continued from the lower alley where they met up to the door of the house, where 4 or 5 servants in old-fashioned liveries, headed by Alexander Saunderson, the butler, who now bore no token of the sable stains of the garden, received them in grand costume. In an old hall hung round with pikes and with bows, with old bucklers and corslets that had borne many shrewd blows, with much ceremony, and still more real kindness, the Baron, without stopping in any intermediate apartment, conducted his guest through several into the great dining parlour, wainscoted with black oak, and hung round with the pictures of his ancestry, where a table was set forth in form for 6 persons, and an old-fashioned buffet displayed all the ancient and massive plate of the Bradwardine family. A bell was now heard at the head of the avenue, for an old man, who acted as porter upon gala days, had caught the alarm given by Waverley's arrival, and, repairing to his post, announced the arrival of other guests. These, as the Baron assured his young friend, were very estimable persons. There was the young Laird of Balmawhapple, a falconer by surname, of the house of Glenfarquhar, given right much to field sports, gaudet equus cannabis, but a very discreet young gentleman. Then there was the Laird of Killancureit, who had devoted his leisure until tillage and agriculture, and boasted himself to be possessed of a bull of matchless merit, brought from the county of Devon, the Daemonia of the Romans, if we can trust Robert of Cirencester. He is, as ye may well suppose from such a tendency, but of yeoman extraction, servabit odorum testa due, and I believe, between ourselves, his grandsire was from the wrong side of the border, one Bull's Egg, who came hither as a steward, or bailiff, or ground officer, or something in that department, to the last Jernigo of Killancureit, who died of an atrophy. After his master's death, sir, ye would hardly believe such a scandal, but this Bull's Egg, being portly and comely of aspect, intermarried with the Lady Dowager, who was young and amorous, and possessed himself of the estate, which devolved on this unhappy woman by a settlement of her umwhile husband, in direct contravention of an unrecorded tally, and to the prejudice of the disposer's own flesh and blood, in the person of his natural heir and 7th cousin, Jernigo of Tipperhewit, whose family was so reduced by the ensuing lawsuit, that his representative is now serving as a private gentleman's sentinel in the Highland Black Watch. But this gentleman, Mr. Bull's Egg of Killancureit that now is, has good blood in his veins by the mother and grandmother, who were both of the family of Pickletillim, and he is well liked and looked upon, and knows his own place. And God forbid, Captain Waverley, that we of irreproachable lineage should exult over him, when it may be, that in the 8th, 9th, or 10th generation, his progeny may rank, in a manner, with the old gentry of the country. Rank and ancestry, sir, should be the last words in the mouths of us of unblemished race. Vi ea nostra voco, as Naso saith. There is, besides, a clergyman of the true, though suffering, Episcopal Church of Scotland. Footnote. See Note 9. He was a confessor in her cause after the year 1715, when a Whiggish mob destroyed his meeting house, tore his surplice, and plundered his dwelling house of 4 silver spoons, intromitting also with his mart and his mealark, and with 2 barrels, one of single and one of double ale, besides 3 bottles of brandy. My Baron Bailey and doer, Mr. Duncan McWeeble, is the 4th on our list. There is a question, owing to the incertitude of ancient orthography, whether he belongs to the clan of Weedle or of Quibble, but both have produced persons eminent in law. As such he described them by person and name. They entered, and dinner was served as they came. Note 9. After the Revolution of 1688, and on some occasions when the spirit of the Presbyterians had been unusually animated against their opponents, the Episcopal clergymen, who were chiefly non-jurors, were exposed to be mobbed, as we should now say, or rabbled, as the phrase then went, to expiate their political heresies. But notwithstanding that the Presbyterians had the persecution in Charles II and his brother's time to exasperate them, there was little mischief done beyond the kind of petty violence mentioned in the text. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott. Section 16. Chapter 11. The Banquet. The entertainment was ample and handsome, according to the Scotch ideas of the period, and the guests did great honour to it. The Baron eat like a famished soldier, the Laird of Balmawhapple like a sportsman, Bullsegg of Killancureit like a farmer, Waverley himself like a traveller, and Bailie Macwheeble like all four together; though, either out of more respect, or in order to preserve that proper declination of person which showed a sense that he was in the presence of his patron, he sat upon the edge of his chair, placed at 3 feet distance from the table, and achieved a communication with his plate by projecting his person towards it in a line which obliqued from the bottom of his spine, so that a person who sat opposite to him could only see the foretop of his riding periwig. This stooping position might have been inconvenient to another person, but long habit made it, whether seated or walking, perfectly easy to the worthy Bailie. In the latter posture it occasioned, no doubt, an unseemly projection of the person towards those who happened to walk behind; but those being at all times his inferiors, for Mr. Macwheeble was very scrupulous in giving place to all others, he cared very little what inference of contempt or slight regard they might derive from the circumstance. Hence, when he waddled across the court to and from his old grey pony, he somewhat resembled a turnspit walking upon its hind legs. The non-juring clergyman was a pensive and interesting old man, with much of the air of a sufferer for conscience's sake. He was one of those who, undeprived, their benefice forsook. For this whim, when the Baron was out of hearing, the Bailie used sometimes gently to rally Mr. Rubrick, upbraiding him with the nicety of his scruples. Indeed, it must be owned, that he himself, though at heart a keen partisan of the exiled family, had kept pretty fair with all the different turns of state in his time, so that Davy Gellatley once described him as a particularly good man, who had a very quiet and peaceful conscience, that never did him any harm. When the dinner was removed, the Baron announced the health of the king, politely leaving to the consciences of his guests to drink to the sovereign de facto or de jure, as their politics inclined. The conversation now became general, and, shortly afterwards, Miss Bradwardine, who had done the honours with natural grace and simplicity, retired, and was soon followed by the clergyman. Among the rest of the party, the wine, which fully justified the encomiums of the landlord, flowed freely round, although Waverley, with some difficulty, obtained the privilege of sometimes neglecting the glass. At length, as the evening grew more late, the Baron made a private signal to Mr. Saunders Saunderson, or, as he facetiously denominated him, Alexander ab Alexandro, who left the room with a nod, and soon after returned, his grave countenance mantling with a solemn and mysterious smile, and placed before his master a small oaken casket, mounted with brass ornaments of curious form. The Baron, drawing out a private key, unlocked the casket, raised the lid, and produced a golden goblet of a singular and antique appearance, moulded into the shape of a rampant bear, which the owner regarded with a look of mingled reverence, pride, and delight, that irresistibly reminded Waverley of Ben Jonson's Tom Otter, with his bull, horse, and dog, as that wag wittily denominated his chief carousing cups. But Mr. Bradwardine, turning towards him with complacency, requested him to observe this curious relic of the olden time. "It represents," he said, "the chosen crest of our family, a bear, as ye observe, and rampant, because a good herald will depict every animal in its noblest posture, as a horse salient, a greyhound current, and, as may be inferred, a ravenous animal in actu ferociore, or in a voracious, lacerating, and devouring posture. Now, sir, we hold this most honourable achievement by the wapenbrief, or concession of arms, of Frederick Redbeard, Emperor of Germany, to my predecessor, Godmund Bradwardine, it being the crest of a gigantic Dane, whom he slew in the lists in the Holy Land, on a quarrel touching the chastity of the Emperor's spouse or daughter, tradition saith not precisely which. and thus, as Virgilius hath it, Mutimus Clypios denaumque insignia nobis optemus. Then for the cup, Captain Waverley, it was wrought by the command of St. Duthac, Abbot of Aberbrothick, for behoof of another baron of the house of Bradwardine, who had valiantly defended the patrimony of that monastery against certain encroaching nobles. It is properly termed the Blessed Bear of Bradwardine, though old Dr. Doublate used jocosely to call it Ursa Major, and was supposed, in old and Catholic times, to be invested with certain properties of a mystical and supernatural quality. And though I give not in to such anilia, it is certain that it has always been esteemed a solemn standard cup and heirloom of our house, nor is it ever used but upon seasons of high festival, and such I hold to be the arrival of the heir of Sir Everard under my roof, and I devote this draught to the health and prosperity of the ancient and highly to be honoured house of Waverley." During this long harangue he carefully decanted a cobwebbed bottle of claret into the goblet, which held nearly an English pint, and, at the conclusion, delivering the bottle to the butler, to be held carefully in the same angle with the horizon, he devoutly quaffed off the contents of the Blessed Bear of Bradwardine. Edward, with horror and alarm, beheld the animal making his rounds, and thought with great anxiety upon the appropriate motto, "Beware the bear." But, at the same time, plainly foresaw that, as none of the guests scrupled to do him this extraordinary honour, a refusal on his part to pledge their courtesy would be extremely ill received. Resolving, therefore, to submit to this last piece of tyranny, and then to quit the table if possible, and confiding in the strength of his constitution, he did justice to the company in the contents of the Blessed Bear, and felt less inconvenience from the draught than he could possibly have expected. The others, whose time had been more actively employed, began to show symptoms of innovation. The good wine did its good office. The frost of etiquette and pride of birth began to give way before the genial blessings of this benign constellation, and the formal appellatives with which the three dignitaries had hitherto addressed each other were now familiarly abbreviated into Tully, Bally, and Killy. When a few rounds had passed, the two latter, after whispering together, craved permission, a joyful hearing for Edward, to ask the grace cup. This, after some delay, was at length produced, and Waverley concluded the orgies of Bacchus were terminated for the evening. He was never more mistaken in his life. As the guests had left their horses at the small inn, or change house, as it was called, of the village, the Baron could not, in politeness, avoid walking with them up the avenue, and Waverley from the same motive, and to enjoy after this feverish revel the cool summer evening, attended the party. But when they arrived at Lucky Macleary's, the Lairds of Balmawhapple and Killincurrit declared their determination to acknowledge their sense of the hospitality of Tully-Veolan, by partaking, with their entertainer and his guest, Captain Waverley, what they technically called Dioc and Dorwys, a stirrup cup, see Note 10, to the honour of the Baron's roof-tree. Note 10. I may here mention that the fashion of compotation, described in the text, was still occasionally practised in Scotland in the author's youth. A company, after having taken leave of their host, often went to finish the evening at the clachan or village in Womb of Tavern. Their entertainer always accompanied them to take the stirrup cup, which often occasioned a long and late revel. The poculum potatorium of the valiant Baron, his Blessed Bear, has a prototype at the fine old castle of Glamis, so rich in memorials of ancient times. It is a massive beaker of silver, double gilt, moulded into the shape of a lion, and holding about an English pint of wine. The form alludes to the family name of Strathmore, which is Lyon, and, when exhibited, the cup must necessarily be emptied to the Earl's health. The author ought perhaps to be ashamed of recording that he has had the honour of swallowing the contents of the lion, and the recollection of the feat served to suggest the story of the Bear of Bradwardine. In the family of Scott of Thirlestane, not Thirlestane in the forest, but the place of the same name in Roxburghshire, was long preserved a cup of the same kind, in the form of a jack-boot. Each guest was obliged to empty this at his departure. If the guest's name was Scott, the necessity was doubly imperative. When the landlord of an inn presented his guests with dioc an duris, that is, the drink at the door, or the stirrup-cup, the draught was not charged in the reckoning. On this point a learned bailie of the town of Forfar pronounced a very sound judgment. A, an alewife in Forfar, had brewed her peck of malt, and set the liquor out of doors to cool. The cow of B, a neighbour of A, chanced to come by, and seeing the good beverage was allured to taste it, and finally to drink it up. When A came to take in her liquor, she found her tub empty, and from the cow's staggering and staring, so as to betray her intemperance, she easily divined the mode in which her browst had disappeared. To take vengeance on Crummie's ribs with a stick was her first effort. The roaring of the cow brought B, her master, who remonstrated with his angry neighbour, and received in reply a demand for the value of the ale which Crummie had drunk up. B refused payment, and was conveyed before C, the bailie, or sitting magistrate. He heard the case patiently, and then demanded of the plaintiff A whether the cow had sat down to her potation, or taken it standing. The plaintiff answered she had not seen the deed committed, but she supposed the cow drank the ale while standing on her feet, adding, that had she been near she would have made her use them to some purpose. The bailie, on this admission, solemnly adjudged the cow's drink to be dioc an duris, a stirrup-cup, for which no charge could be made without violating the ancient hospitality of Scotland. Note 10. It must be noticed that the bailie, knowing by experience that the day's joviality, which had been hitherto sustained at the expense of his patron, might terminate partly at his own, had mounted his spavined grey pony, and, between gaiety of heart and alarm for being hooked into a reckoning, spurred him into a hobbling canter (a trot was out of the question), and had already cleared the village. The others entered the change-house, leading Edward in unresisting submission; for his landlord whispered him that to demur to such an overture would be construed into a high misdemeanour against the leges conviviales, or regulations of genial compotation. Widow Macleary seemed to have expected this visit, as well she might, for it was the usual consummation of merry bouts, not only at Tully-Veolan, but at most other gentlemen's houses in Scotland 60 years since. The guests thereby at once acquitted themselves of their burden of gratitude for their entertainer's kindness, encouraged the trade of his change-house, did honour to the place which afforded harbour to their horses, and indemnified themselves for the previous restraints imposed by private hospitality, by spending what Falstaff calls the sweet of the night in the genial licence of a tavern. Accordingly, in full expectation of these distinguished guests, Lucky Macleary had swept her house for the first time this fortnight, tempered her turf fire to such a heat as the season required in her damp hovel even at midsummer, set forth her deal table newly washed, propped its lame foot with a fragment of turf, arranged 4 or 5 stools of huge and clumsy form upon the sites which best suited the inequalities of her clay floor, and having, moreover, put on her clean toy, rokelay, and scarlet plaid, gravely awaited the arrival of the company, in full hope of custom and profit. When they were seated under the sooty rafters of Lucky Macleary's only apartment, thickly tapestried with cobwebs, their hostess, who had already taken her cue from the Laird of Balmawhapple, appeared with a huge pewter measuring pot, containing at least 3 English quarts, familiarly denominated a tappet hen, and which, in the language of the hostess, reamed, i.e. mantled, with excellent claret just drawn from the cask. It was soon plain that what crumbs of reason the bear had not devoured were to be picked up by the hen; but the confusion which appeared to prevail favoured Edward's resolution to evade the gaily circling glass. The others began to talk thick and at once, each performing his own part in the conversation without the least respect to his neighbour. The Baron of Bradwardine sung French chansons à bois, and spouted pieces of Latin. Killancureit talked, in a steady, unalterable dull key, of top-dressing and bottom-dressing, [Footnote: This has been censured as an anachronism, and it must be confessed that agriculture of this kind was unknown to the Scotch 60 years since.] and yearolds, and gimmers, and dinmonts, and stots, and runts, and kylos, and a proposed turnpike act; while Balmawhapple, in notes exalted above both, extolled his horse, his hawks, and a greyhound called Whistler. In the middle of this din, the Baron repeatedly implored silence; and when at length the instinct of polite discipline so far prevailed that for a moment he obtained it, he hastened to beseech their attention "unto a military ariette, which was a particular favourite of the Mareschal Duke de Berwick." Then, imitating as well as he could the manner and tone of a French musketeer, he immediately commenced: Mon coeur volage d'elle n'est pas pour vous garçons, et pour un homme de guerre qui a barbe au menton, lon laridon, qui porte chapeau à plumes, souliers à rouge talon, qui joue à la flûte, aussi du violon, lon laridon. Balmawhapple could hold no longer, but broke in with what he called a d—d good song, composed by Gibbie Gaithruit, the piper of Cupar, and without wasting more time struck up: It's up Glenbarkin's braes I gaed, And o'er the bent of Killabrade, And mony a weary cast I made, To quiddle the moor-fowl's tail. [Footnote: Sum cuique. This snatch of a ballad was composed by Andrew MacDonald, the ingenious and unfortunate author of Bemonda.] The Baron, whose voice was drowned in the louder and more obstreperous strains of Balmawhapple, now dropped the competition, but continued to hum Lon laridon, and to regard the successful candidate for the attention of the company with an eye of disdain, while Balmawhapple proceeded: If up a bonny blackcock should spring, To whistle him down wi' a slug in his wing, And strap him on to my lunsey string, Right seldom would I fail. After an ineffectual attempt to recover the second verse, he sung the first over again, and in prosecution of his triumph, declared that there was "more sense in that than in all the dairy-dongs of France, and fiefshire to the boot of it." The Baron only answered with a long pinch of snuff and a glance of infinite contempt. But these noble allies, the bear and the hen, had emancipated the young laird from the habitual reverence in which he held Bradwardine at other times. He pronounced the claret shilpit, and demanded brandy with great vociferation. It was brought, and now the demon of politics envied even the harmony arising from this Dutch concert, merely because there was not a wrathful note in the strange compound of sounds which it produced. Inspired by her, the Laird of Balmawhapple, now superior to the nods and winks with which the Baron of Bradwardine, in delicacy to Edward, had hitherto checked his entering upon political discussion, demanded a bumper, with the lungs of a centaur, "To the little gentleman in black velvet who did such service in 1702, and may the white horse break his neck over a mound of his making." Edward was not at that moment clear-headed enough to remember that King William's fall, which occasioned his death, was said to be owing to his horse stumbling at a molehill, yet felt inclined to take umbrage at a toast which seemed, from the glance of Balmawhapple's eye, to have a peculiar and uncivil reference to the government which he served. But, ere he could interfere, the Baron of Bradwardine had taken up the quarrel. "Sir," he said, "whatever my sentiments tanquam privatus may be in such matters, I will not tamely endure your saying anything that may impinge upon the honourable feelings of a gentleman under my roof. Sir, if you have no respect for the laws of urbanity, do ye not respect the military oath, the sacramentum militare, by which every officer is bound to the standards under which he is enrolled? Look at Titus Livius, what he says of these Roman soldiers who were so unhappy as exuere sacramentum, to renounce their legionary oath. But you are ignorant, sir, alike of ancient history and modern courtesy." "Not so ignorant as ye would pronounce me," roared Balmawhapple. "I ken weel what you mean the Solemn League and Covenant. But if a' the Whigs in hell had taken the—" Here the Baron and Waverley both spoke at once, the former calling out, "Be silent, sir! Ye not only show your ignorance, but disgrace your native country before a stranger, and an Englishman." And Waverley, at the same moment, entreating Mr. Bradwardine to permit him to reply to an affront which seemed levelled at him personally. But the Baron was exalted by wine, wrath, and scorn above all sublunary considerations. "I crave you to be hushed, Captain Waverley. You are elsewhere, peradventure, sui juris, foris familiated, that is, and entitled, it may be, to think and resent for yourself. But in my domain, in this poor barony of Bradwardine, and under this roof, which is quasi mine, being held by tacit relocation by a tenant at will, I am in loco parentis to you, and bound to see you scathless. And for you, Mr. Falconer of Balmawhapple, I warn ye, let me see no more aberrations from the paths of good manners." "And I tell you, Mr. Cosmo Comine Bradwardine of Bradwardine and Tully-Veolan," retorted the sportsman in huge disdain, "that I'll make a moorcock of the man that refuses my toast, whether it be a crop-eared English Whig wi' a black riband at his lug, or any wha deserts his ain friends to claw favour wi' the rats o' Hanover." In an instant both rapiers were brandished, and some desperate passes exchanged. Balmawhapple was young, stout, and active, but the Baron, infinitely more master of his weapon, would, like Sir Toby Belch, have tickled his opponent other gates than he did, had he not been under the influence of Ursa Major. Edward rushed forward to interfere between the combatants, but the prostrate bulk of the Laird of Killancureit, over which he stumbled, intercepted his passage. How Killancureit happened to be in this recumbent posture at so interesting a moment was never accurately known. Some thought he was about to ensconce himself under the table. He himself alleged that he stumbled in the act of lifting a joint-stool, to prevent mischief, by knocking down Balmawhapple. Be that as it may, if readier aid than either his or Waverley's had not interposed, there would certainly have been bloodshed. But the well-known clash of swords, which was no stranger to her dwelling, aroused Luckie Macleary as she sat quietly beyond the hallan, or earthen partition of the cottage, with eyes employed on Boston's Crook the Lot, while her ideas were engaged in summing up the reckoning. She boldly rushed in, with the shrill expostulation, "Wad their honours slay ane another there, and bring discredit upon an honest widow woman's house, when there was a' the Lealand in the country to fight upon?" A remonstrance which she seconded by flinging her plaid with great dexterity over the weapons of the combatants. The servants by this time rushed in, and being, by great chance, tolerably sober, separated the incensed opponents, with the assistance of Edward and Killancureit. The latter led off Balmawhapple, cursing, swearing, and vowing revenge against every Whig, Presbyterian, and fanatic in England and Scotland, from John o' Groats to the Land's End, and with difficulty got him to horse. Our hero, with the assistance of Saunders Saunderson, escorted the Baron of Bradwardine to his own dwelling, but could not prevail upon him to retire to bed until he had made a long and learned apology for the events of the evening, of which, however, there was not a word intelligible, except something about the centaurs and the Lapithae. End of Section 16.
Section 17 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott. Section 17. Chapter 12. Repentance and a Reconciliation. Waverley was unaccustomed to the use of wine, excepting with great temperance. He slept therefore soundly till late in the succeeding morning, and then awakened to a painful recollection of the scene of the preceding evening. He received a personal affront, he, a gentleman, a soldier, and a Waverley. True, the person who offered it was not, at the time it was given, possessed of the moderate share of sense which nature had allotted him. True, also, in resenting this insult, he would break the laws of heaven as well as of his country. True, in doing so, he might take the life of a young man who perhaps respectably discharged the social duties, and render his family miserable. Or he might lose his own, no pleasant alternative even to the bravest, when it's debated coolly and in private. All this pressed on his mind, yet the original statement recurred with the same irresistible force. He had received a personal insult. He was of the house of Waverley, and he bore a commission. There was no alternative, and he descended to the breakfast parlour with the intention of taking leave of the family, and writing to one of his brother officers to meet him at the inn midway between Tully-Veolan and the town where they were quartered, in order that he might convey such a message to the Laird of Balmawhapple as the circumstances seemed to demand. He found Miss Bradwardine presiding over the tea and coffee, the table loaded with warm bread, both of flour, oatmeal, and barley meal, in the shape of loaves, cakes, biscuits, and other varieties, together with eggs, reindeer ham, mutton, and beef ditto, smoked salmon, marmalade, and all the other delicacies which induced even Johnson himself to extol the luxury of a Scots breakfast above that of all other countries. A mess of oatmeal porridge, flanked by a silver jug which held an equal mixture of cream and buttermilk, was placed for the Baron's share of this repast, but Rose observed he had walked out early in the morning, after giving orders that his guest should not be disturbed. Waverley sat down almost in silence, and with an air of absence and abstraction which could not give Miss Bradwardine a favourable opinion of his talents for conversation. He answered at random one or two observations which she ventured to make upon ordinary topics, so that, feeling herself almost repulsed in her efforts at entertaining him, and secretly wondering that a scarlet coat should cover no better breeding, she left him to his mental amusement of cursing Dr. Doubliet's favourite constellation of Ursa Major as the cause of all the mischief which had already happened and was likely to ensue. At once he started, and his colour heightened as, looking toward the window, he beheld the Baron and young Balmawhapple pass arm in arm, apparently in deep conversation, and he hastily asked, "Did Mr. Falconer sleep here last night?" Rose, not much pleased with the abruptness of the first question which the young stranger had addressed to her, answered dryly in the negative, and the conversation again sunk into silence. At this moment Mr. Saunderson appeared, with a message from his master, requesting to speak with Captain Waverley in another apartment. With a heart which beat a little quicker, not indeed from fear, but from uncertainty and anxiety, Edward obeyed the summons. He found the two gentlemen standing together, an air of complacent dignity on the brow of the Baron, while something like sullenness or shame, or both, blanked the bold visage of Balmawhapple. The former slipped his arm through that of the latter, and thus seeming to walk with him, while in reality he led him, advanced to meet Waverley, and, stopping in the midst of the apartment, made in great state the following oration. "Captain Waverley, my young and esteemed friend, Mr. Falconer of Balmawhapple has craved of my age and experience, as of one not wholly unskilled in the dependencies and punctilios of the duello or monomachia, to be his interlocutor in expressing to you the regret with which he calls to remembrance certain passages of our symposium last night, which could not but be highly displeasing to you, as serving for the time under this present existing government. He craves you, sir, to drown in oblivion the memory of such solecisms against the laws of politeness, as being what his better reason disavows, and to receive the hand which he offers you in amity. And I must needs assure you that nothing less than a sense of being dans son tort, as a gallant French chevalier, Monsieur le Bretailleur, once said to me on such an occasion, and an opinion also of your peculiar merit, which could have extorted such concessions. For he and all his family are, and have been time out of mind, mavortia pectora, as Buchanan saith, a bold and warlike sept or people. Edward immediately, and with natural politeness, accepted the hand which Balmawhapple, or rather the Baron, in his character of mediator, extended toward him. It was impossible, he said, for him to remember what a gentleman expressed his wish he had not uttered, and he willingly imputed what had passed to the exuberant festivity of the day. "That is very handsomely said," answered the Baron, "for undoubtedly, if a man be ebrious or intoxicated, an incident which on solemn and festive occasions may and will take place in the life of a man of honour, and if the same gentleman, being fresh and sober, recants the contumelies which he hath spoken in his liquor, it must be held vinum locutum est, the words cease to be his own. Yet would I not find this exculpation relevant in the case of one who was ebriosus, or an habitual drunkard, because if such a person choose to pass the greater part of his time in the predicament of intoxication, he hath no title to be exempted from the obligations of the code of politeness, but should learn to deport himself peaceably and courteously when under the influence of the vinous stimulus. And now let us proceed to breakfast, and think no more of this daft business." I must confess, whatever inference may be drawn from the circumstance, that Edward, after so satisfactory an explanation, did much greater honour to the delicacies of Miss Bradwardine's breakfast table than his commencement had promised. Balmawhapple, on the contrary, seemed embarrassed and dejected, and Waverley now, for the first time, observed that his arm was in a sling, which seemed to account for the awkward and embarrassed manner with which he had presented his hand. To a question from Miss Bradwardine, he muttered in answer something about his horse having fallen, and, seeming desirous to escape both from the subject and the company, he arose as soon as breakfast was over, made his bow to the party, and, declining the Baron's invitation to tarry till after dinner, mounted his horse and returned to his own home. Waverley now announced his purpose of leaving Tully-Veolan early enough after dinner to gain the stage at which he meant to sleep, but the unaffected and deep mortification with which the good-natured and affectionate old gentleman heard the proposal quite deprived him of courage to persist in it. No sooner had he gained Waverley's consent to lengthen his visit for a few days than he laboured to remove the grounds upon which he conceived he had meditated a more early retreat. "I would not have you opine, Captain Waverley, that I am by practice or precept an advocate of ebriety, though it may be that, in our festivity of last night, some of our friends, if not perchance altogether ebrii or drunken, were, to say the least, ebrioli, by which the ancients designed those who were fuddled, or, as your English vernacular and metaphorical phrase goes, half seas over. Not that I would so insinuate respecting you, Captain Waverley, who, like a prudent youth, did rather abstain from potation, nor can it be truly said of myself, who, having assisted at the tables of many great generals and marechals at their solemn carousals, have the art to carry my wine discreetly, and did not, during the whole evening, as ye must have doubtless observed, exceed the bounds of a modest hilarity." Well, there was no refusing assent to a proposition so decidedly laid down by him, who undoubtedly was the best judge, although had Edward formed his opinion from his own recollections, he would have pronounced that the Baron was not only ebriolis, but verging to become ebrius, or, in plain English, was incomparably the most drunk of the party, except perhaps his antagonist, the Laird of Balmawhapple. However, having received the expected, or rather the required, compliment on his sobriety, the Baron proceeded, "No, sir, though I am myself of a strong temperament, I abhor ebriety, and detest those who swallow wine dulce causa, for the oblectation of the gullet, albeit I might deprecate the law of Pittacus of Mytilene, who punished doubly a crime committed under the influence of Liber Pater, nor would I utterly accede to the objurgation of the younger Plinius, in the 14th book of his Historia Naturalis. No, sir, I distinguish, I discriminate, and approve of wine, so far only as it maketh glad the face, or, in the language of Flaccus, recepto amico." Thus terminated the apology which the Baron of Bradwardine thought it necessary to make for the superabundance of his hospitality, and it may be easily believed that he was neither interrupted by dissent nor any expression of incredulity. He then invited his guest to a morning ride, and ordered that Davy Gellatley should meet them at the Dern Path with Ban and Buskar. "For until the shooting season commence, I would willingly show you some sport, and we may, God willing, meet with a roe. The roe, Captain Waverley, may be hunted at all times alike, for never being in what is called pride of Greece, he is also never out of season, though it be a truth that his venison is not equal to that of either the red or fallow deer." Footnote: the learned in cookery dissent from the Baron of Bradwardine, and hold the roe venison dry and indifferent food, unless when dressed in soup and Scotch collops. The Baron continued, "But he will serve to show how my dogs run, and therefore they shall attend us with David Gellatley." Waverley expressed his surprise that his friend Davy was capable of such trust, but the Baron gave him to understand that this poor simpleton was neither fatuous, nec natural iter idiota, as is expressed in the breves of Furiosity, but simply a crack-brained knave, who could execute very well any commission which jumped with his own humour, and made his folly a plea for avoiding every other. "He has made an interest with us," continued the Baron, "by saving Rose from a great danger with his own proper peril, and the roguish loon must therefore eat of our bread and drink of our cup, and do what he can, or what he will, which, if the suspicions of Saunderson and the Bailie are well founded, may perchance in his case be commensurate terms." Miss Bradwardine then gave Waverley to understand that this poor simpleton was dotingly fond of music, deeply affected by that which was melancholy, and transported into extravagant gaiety by light and lively airs. He had in this respect a prodigious memory, stored with miscellaneous snatches and fragments of all tunes and songs, which he sometimes applied, with considerable address, as the vehicles of remonstrance, explanation, or satire. Davy was much attached to the few who showed him kindness, and both aware of any slight or ill usage which he happened to receive, and sufficiently apt, for he saw opportunity, to revenge it. The common people, who often judge hardly of each other as well as of their betters, although they had expressed great compassion for the poor innocent while suffered to wander in rags about the village, no sooner beheld him decently clothed, provided for, and even a sort of favourite, than they called up all the instances of sharpness and ingenuity in action and repartee which his annals afforded, and charitably bottomed thereupon a hypothesis that David Gellatley was no farther fool than was necessary to avoid hard labour. This opinion was not better founded than that of the negroes, who, from the acute and mischievous pranks of the monkeys, suppose that they have the gift of speech, and only surpass their powers of elocution to escape being set to work. But the hypothesis was entirely imaginary. David Gellatley was in good earnest the half-crazed simpleton which he appeared, and was incapable of any constant and steady exertion. He had just so much solidity as kept on the windy side of insanity, so much wild wit as saved him from the imputation of idiocy, some dexterity in field sports, in which we have known as great fools excel, great kindness and humanity in the treatment of animals entrusted to him, warm affections, a prodigious memory, and an ear for music. The stamping of horses was now heard in the court, and Davy's voice singing to the two large deer greyhounds. Hie away, over bank and over brae, where the copsewood is the greenest, where the fountains glisten sheenest, where the lady fern grows strongest, where the morning dew lies longest, where the blackcock sweetest sips it, where the fairy latest trips it, hie to the haunts right seldom seen, lovely, lonesome, cool and green, over bank and over brae. Hie away, hie away. Do the verses he sings, asked Waverley, belong to old Scottish poetry, Miss Bradwardine? I believe not, she replied. This poor creature had a brother, and Heaven, as if to compensate to the family Davy's deficiencies, had given him what the hamlet thought uncommon talents. An uncle contrived to educate him for the Scottish kirk, but he could not get preferment because he came from our ground. He returned from college hopeless and broken-hearted, and fell into a decline. My father supported him till his death, which happened before he was 19. He played beautifully on the flute, and was supposed to have a great turn for poetry. He was affectionate and compassionate to his brother, who followed him like his shadow, and we think that from him Davy gathered many fragments of songs and music unlike those of this country. But if we ask him where he got such a fragment as he is now singing, he either answers with wild and long fits of laughter, or else breaks into tears of lamentation, but was never heard to give any explanation, or to mention his brother's name since his death. Surely, said Edward, who was readily interested by a tale bordering on the romantic, surely more might be learned by more particular inquiry. Perhaps so, answered Rose, but my father will not permit anyone to practise on his feelings on this subject. By this time the Baron, with the help of Mr. Saunderson, had endued a pair of jack-boots of large dimensions, and now invited our hero to follow him as he stalked clattering down the ample staircase, tapping each huge balustrade as he passed with the butt of his massive horsewhip, and humming, with the air of a chasseur of Louis XIV, Pour la chasse ordonnée, il faut préparer tout. Oh, là, oh, vite, vite debout. End of section 17. Recording by Mike Harris. File name Waverley-1 _17 Scott. Section 18 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott, Section 18. Chapter 13. A more rational day than the last. The Baron of Bradwardine, mounted on an active and well-managed horse, and seated on a demi-pick saddle, with deep housings to agree with his livery, was no bad representative of the old school. His light-coloured embroidered coat and superbly barred waistcoat, his brigadier wig, surmounted by a small gold-laced cocked hat, completed his personal costume, but he was attended by two well-mounted servants on horseback, armed with holster pistols. In this guise he ambled forth over hill and valley, the admiration of every farmyard which they passed in their progress, till, low down in a grassy vale, they found David Gellatley leading two very tall deer greyhounds, and presiding over half a dozen curs, and about as many bare-legged and bare-headed boys, who, to procure the chosen distinction of attending on the chase, had not failed to tickle his ears with the dulcet appellation of Maister Gellatley, though probably all and each had hooted him on former occasions in the character of Daft Davy. But this is no uncommon strain of flattery to persons in office, nor altogether confined to the bare-legged villagers of Tully-Veolan. It was in fashion 60 years since, it is now, and will be 600 years hence, if this admirable compound of folly and knavery called the world shall be then in existence. These gilly wetfoots, as they were called, were destined to beat the bushes, which they performed with so much success that, after half an hour's search, a roe was started, coursed, and killed, the Baron following on his white horse like Earl Percy of yore, and magnanimously flaying and embowelling the slain animal, which he observed was called by the French chasseurs faire la curée, with his own baronial couteau de chasse. After this ceremony, he conducted his guest homeward by a pleasant and circuitous route, commanding an extensive prospect of different villages and houses, to each of which Mr. Bradwardine attached some anecdote of history or genealogy, told in language whimsical from prejudice and pedantry, but often respectable for the good sense and honourable feelings which his narrative displayed, and most always curious, if not valuable, for the information they contained. The truth is, the ride seemed agreeable to both gentlemen, because they found amusement in each other's conversation, although their characters and habits of thinking were in many respects totally opposite. Edward, we have informed the reader, was warm in his feelings, wild and romantic in his ideas, and in his taste of reading, with a strong disposition toward poetry. Mr. Bradwardine was the reverse of all this, and piqued himself upon stalking through life with the same upright, starched, stoical gravity which distinguished his evening promenade upon the terrace of Tully-Veolan, where for hours together the very model of old Hardy-Newt, stately stepped he east the Wa, and stately stepped he west. As for literature, he read the classic poets, to be sure, and the epithalamium of Georgius Buchanan, and Arthur Johnston's Psalms of a Sunday, and the Delicae Potarum Scotorum, and Sir David Lindsay's works, and Barber's Brace, and Blind Harry's Wallace, and The Gentle Shepherd, and The Cherry and the Sleigh. But though he thus far sacrificed his time to the Muses, he would, if the truth must be spoken, have been much better pleased, had the pious or sapient apothegms, as well as the historical narratives, which these various works contained, been presented to him in the form of simple prose, and he sometimes could not refrain from expressing contempt of the vain and unprofitable art of poem making, in which, he said, the only one who had excelled in his time was Allan Ramsay, the periwig maker. [Footnote: The Baron ought to have remembered that the joyous Allan literally drew his blood from the house of the noble Earl, whom he terms Dalhousie of an old descent, my stoop, my pride, my ornament. But although Edward and he differed toto coelo, as the Baron would have said, upon this subject, yet they met upon history as on a neutral ground, in which each claimed an interest. The Baron, indeed, only cumbered his memory with matters of fact, the cold, dry, hard outlines which history delineates. Edward, on the contrary, loved to fill up and round the sketch with the colouring of a warm and vivid imagination, which gives light and life to the actors and speakers in the drama of past ages. Yet with tastes so opposite, they contributed greatly to each other's amusement. Mr. Bradwardine's minute narratives and powerful memory supplied to Waverley fresh subjects of the kind upon which his fancy loved to labour, and opened to him a new mine of incident and of character, and he repaid the pleasure thus communicated by an earnest attention valuable to all story-tellers, more especially to the Baron, who felt his habits of self-respect flattered by it, and sometimes also by reciprocal communications, which interested Mr. Bradwardine, as confirming or illustrating his own favourite anecdotes. Besides, Mr. Bradwardine loved to talk of the scenes of his youth, which had been spent in camps and foreign lands, and had many interesting particulars to tell of the generals under whom he had served, and the actions he had witnessed. Both parties returned to Tully-Veolan in great good humour with each other, Waverley desirous of studying more attentively what he considered as a singular and interesting character, gifted with a memory containing a curious register of ancient and modern anecdotes, and Bradwardine disposed to regard Edward as pur, or rather juvenes, boni spei, at Magna Indolis, a youth devoid of that petulant volatility which is impatient of, or vilipends, the conversation and advice of his seniors, from which he predicted great things of his future success and deportment in life. There was no other guest except Mr. Rubrick, whose information and discourse, as a clergyman and a scholar, harmonized very well with that of the Baron and his guest. Shortly after dinner, the Baron, as if to show that his temperance was not entirely theoretical, proposed a visit to Rose's apartment, or, as he termed it, her troisième étage. Waverley was accordingly conducted through one or two of those long awkward passages with which ancient architects studied to puzzle the inhabitants of the houses which they planned, at the end of which Mr. Bradwardine began to ascend, by two steps at once, a very steep, narrow, and winding stair, leaving Mr. Rubrick and Waverley to follow at more leisure, while he should announce their approach to his daughter. After having climbed this perpendicular corkscrew until their brains were almost giddy, they arrived in a little matted lobby, which served as an anteroom to Rose's sanctum sanctorum, and through which they entered her parlour. It was a small but pleasant apartment, opening to the south, and hung with tapestry, adorned besides with two pictures, one of her mother in the dress of a shepherdess with a bell-hoop, the other of the Baron in his 10th year, in a blue coat, embroidered waistcoat, laced hat, and bag wig, with a bow in his hand. Edward could not help smiling at the costume, and at the odd resemblance between the round, smooth, red-cheeked, staring visage in the portrait, and the gaunt, bearded, hollow-eyed, swarthy features which travelling, fatigues of war, and advanced age had bestowed on the original. The Baron joined in the laugh. "Truly," he said, "that picture was a woman's fantasy of my good mother's, a daughter of the Laird of Tully-Veolan, Captain Waverley. I indicated the house to you when we were on the top of the Shinnehuck. It was burnt by the Dutch auxiliaries brought in by the government in 1715. I never sate for my portraiture but once since that was painted, and it was at the special and reiterated request of the Mareschal Duke of Berwick." The good old gentleman did not mention that Mr. Rubrick afterward told Edward that the Duke had done him this honour on account of his being the first to mount the breach of a fort in Savoy during the memorable campaign of 1709, and his having there defended himself with his half-pike for nearly 10 minutes before any support reached him. To do the Baron justice, although sufficiently prone to dwell upon and even to exaggerate his family dignity and consequence, he was too much a man of real courage ever to allude to such personal acts of merit as he had himself manifested. Miss Rose now appeared from the interior room of her apartment to welcome her father and his friends. The little labours in which she had been employed obviously showed a natural taste, which required only cultivation. Her father had taught her French and Italian, and a few of the ordinary authors in those languages ornamented her shelves. He had endeavoured also to be her preceptor in music, but as he began with the more abstruse doctrines of the science, and was not perhaps master of them himself, she had made no proficiency farther than to be able to accompany her voice with the harpsichord, and even this was not very common in Scotland at that period. To make amends, she sung with great taste and feeling, and with a respect to the sense of what she uttered that might be proposed in example to ladies of much superior musical talent. Her natural good sense taught her that if, as we are assured by high authority, music be married to immortal verse, they are very often divorced by the performer in a most shameful manner. It was perhaps owing to this sensibility to poetry, and power of combining its expression with those of the musical notes, that her singing gave more pleasure to all the unlearned in music, and even to many of the learned, than could have been communicated by a much finer voice and more brilliant execution, unguided by the same delicacy of feeling. A bartizan, or projecting gallery, before the windows of her parlour, served to illustrate another of Rose's pursuits, for it was crowded with flowers of different kinds, which she had taken under her special protection. A projecting turret gave access to this Gothic balcony, which commanded a most beautiful prospect. The formal garden, with its high bounding walls, lay below, contracted as it seemed to a mere parterre, while the view extended beyond them down a wooded glen, where the small river was sometimes visible, sometimes hidden in copse. The eye might be delayed by a desire to rest on the rocks, which here and there rose from the dell with massive or spiry fronts, or it might dwell on the noble though ruined tower, which was here beheld in all its dignity, frowning from a promontory over the river. To the left were seen 2 or 3 cottages, a part of the village; the brow of the hill concealed the others. The glen or dell was terminated by a sheet of water, called Loch Veolan, into which the brook discharged itself, and which now glistened in the western sun. The distant country seemed open and varied in surface, though not wooded, and there was nothing to interrupt the view until the scene was bounded by a ridge of distant and blue hills, which formed the southern boundary of the strath or valley. To this pleasant station Miss Bradwardine had ordered coffee. The view of the old tower or fortalice introduced some family anecdotes and tales of Scottish chivalry, which the Baron told with great enthusiasm. The projecting peak of an impending crag, which rose near it, had acquired the name of St. Swithin's Chair. It was the scene of a peculiar superstition, of which Mr. Rubrick mentioned some curious particulars, which reminded Waverley of a rhyme quoted by Edgar in King Lear, and Rose was called upon to sing a little legend, in which they had been interwoven by some village poet, who, noteless as the race from which he sprung, saved others' names, but left his own unsung. The sweetness of her voice and the simple beauty of her music gave all the advantage which the minstrel could have desired, and which his poetry so much wanted. I almost doubt if it can be read with patience, destitute of these advantages, although I conjecture the following copy to have been somewhat corrected by Waverley, to suit the taste of those who might not relish pure antiquity. St. Swithin's Chair. On Hallowmas Eve, ere ye bone ye to rest, ever beware that your couch be blessed. Sign it with cross and sign it with bead, sing the Ave and say the Creed, for on Hallowmas Eve the night hag will ride, and all her ninefold sweeping on by her side, whither the winds sing lowly or loud, sailing through moonshine or swathed in the cloud. The lady she sat in St. Swithin's chair, the dew of the night has damped her hair, her cheek was pale, but resolved and high, was the word of her lip and the glance of her eye. She muttered the spell of Swithin bold, when his naked foot traced the midnight wold, when he stopped the hag as she rode the night, and bade her descend and her promise plight. He that dare sit on St. Swithin's chair, when the night hag wings the troubled air, questions 3, when he speaks the spell, he may ask, and she must tell. The Baron has been with King Robert his liege these 3 long years in battle and siege. News are there none of his weal or his woe, and fain the lady his fate would know. She shudders and stops as the charm she speaks. Is it the moody owl that shrieks, or is it that sound betwixt laughter and scream, the voice of the demon who haunts the stream? The moan of the wind sunk silent and low, and the roaring torrent had ceased to flow. The calm was more dreadful than raging storm, when the cold grey mist brought the ghastly form. I am sorry to disappoint the company, especially Captain Waverley, who listens with such laudable gravity. It is but a fragment, although I think there are other verses describing the return of the Baron from the wars, and how the lady was found clay cold upon the ground-sill ledge. It is one of those figments, observed Mr. Bradwardine, with which the early history of distinguished families was deformed in the times of superstition, as that of Rome and other ancient nations had their prodigies, sir, the which you may read in ancient histories, or in the little work compiled by Julius Obsequens, and inscribed by the learned Sheffer, the editor, to his patron, Benedictus Skite, Baron of Dudershoff. My father has a strange defiance of the marvellous, Captain Waverley, observed Rose, and once stood firm upon a whole synod of Presbyterian divines, were put to the rout by a sudden apparition of the foul fiend. Waverley looked as if desirous to hear more. Must I tell my story as well as sing my song? Well, once upon a time there lived an old woman called Janet Gellatley, who was suspected to be a witch, on the infallible grounds that she was very old, very ugly, very poor, and had 2 sons, one of whom was a poet and the other a fool, which visitation, all the neighbourhood agreed, had come upon her for the sin of witchcraft. And she was imprisoned for a week in the steeple of the parish church, and sparely supplied with food, and not permitted to sleep until she herself became as much persuaded of her being a witch as her accusers. And in this lucid and happy state of mind was brought forth to make a clean breast, that is, to make open confession of her sorceries before all the Whig gentry and ministers in the vicinity, who were no conjurers themselves. My father went to see fair play between the witch and the clergy, for the witch had been born on his estate, and while the witch was confessing that the enemy appeared, and made his addresses to her as a handsome black man, which, if you could have seen poor old blear-eyed Janet, reflected little honour on Apollyon's taste, and while the auditors listened with astonished ears, and the clerk recorded with a trembling hand, she all of a sudden changed the low, mumbling tone with which she spoke into a shrill yell, and exclaimed, "Look to yourselves! Look to yourselves! I see the evil one sitting in the midst of ye!" The surprise was general, and terror and flight its immediate consequences. Happy were those who were next the door, and many were the disasters that befell hats, bands, cuffs, and wigs before they could get out of the church, where they left the obstinate prelatist to settle matters with the witch and her admirer at his own peril or pleasure. "Risu solvantur tabulae," said the Baron. When they recovered their panic trepidation, they were too much ashamed to bring any wakening of the process against Janet Gellatley. Footnote. See Note 11. This anecdote led to a long discussion of all those idle thoughts and fantasies, devices, dreams, opinions unsound, shows, visions, soothsays, and prophesies, and all that feigned is as leasings, tales, and lies. With such conversation, and the romantic legends which it introduced, closed our hero's second evening in the house of Tully-Veolan. Note number 11. The story last told was said to have happened in the south of Scotland, but cedant arma togae, and let the gown have its dues, it was an old clergyman who had wisdom and firmness enough to resist the panic which seized his brethren, who was the means of rescuing a poor insane creature from the cruel fate which would otherwise have overtaken her. The accounts of the trials for witchcraft form one of the most deplorable chapters in Scottish history. End of Section 18. Recording by Mike Harris.
Section 19 of Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piper Hayes. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott. Section 19, Chapter 14. A Discovery. Waverley becomes domesticated at Tully-Veolan. The next day Edward arose betimes, and in a morning walk around the house and its vicinity came suddenly upon a small court in front of the dog kennel, where his friend Davy was employed about his 4-footed charge. One quick glance of his eye recognized Waverley, when, instantly turning his back as if he had not observed him, he began to sing part of an old ballad. Young men will love thee more fair and more fast. Heard ye so merry the little bird sing? Old men's love the longest will last, and the throstle-cock's head is under his wing. The young man's wrath is like light straw on fire. Heard ye so merry the little bird sing? But like red-hot steel is the old man's ire, and the throstle-cock's head is under his wing. The young men will brawl at the evening board. Heard ye so merry the little bird sing? But the old man will draw at the dawning the sword, and the throstle-cock's head is under his wing. Waverley could not avoid observing that Davy laid something like a satirical emphasis on these lines. He therefore approached, and endeavoured by sundry queries to elicit from him what the innuendo might mean. But Davy had no mind to explain, and had wit enough to make his folly cloak his knavery. Edward could collect nothing from him excepting that the Laird of Balmawhapple had gone home yesterday morning with his boots full of blood. In the garden, however, he met the old butler, who no longer attempted to conceal that, having been bred in the nursery line with Sumac and Company of Newcastle, he sometimes wrought a turn in the flower borders to oblige the laird and Miss Rose. By a series of queries Edward at length discovered, with a painful feeling of surprise and shame, that Balmawhapple's submission and apology had been the consequence of a rencontre with the Baron before his guest had quitted his pillow, in which the younger combatant had been disarmed and wounded in the sword arm. Greatly mortified at this information, Edward sought out his friendly host, and anxiously expostulated with him upon the injustice he had done him in anticipating his meeting with Mr. Falconer, a circumstance which, considering his youth and the profession of arms which he had just adopted, was capable of being represented much to his prejudice. The Baron justified himself at greater length than I choose to repeat. He urged that the quarrel was common to them, and that Balmawhapple could not, by the code of honour, evite giving satisfaction to both, which he had done in his case by an honourable meeting, and in that of Edward by such a palinode as rendered the use of the sword unnecessary, and which, being made and accepted, must necessarily supply the whole affair. With this excuse or explanation Waverley was silenced, if not satisfied, but he could not help testifying some displeasure against the blessed bear which had given rise to the quarrel, nor refrain from hinting that the sanctified epithet was hardly appropriate. The Baron observed he could not deny that the bear, though allowed by heralds as a most honourable ordinary, had nevertheless somewhat fierce, churlish, and morose in his disposition, as might be read in Archibald Simpson, pastor of Dalkeith, Hieroglyphica and Emalium, and had thus been the type of many quarrels and dissensions which had occurred in the house of Bradwardine, of which, he continued, I might commemorate mine own unfortunate dissension with my third cousin by my mother's side, Sir Hugh Halbert, who was so unthinking as to deride my family name, as if it had been Quasi-Bearwarden, a most uncivil jest, since it not only insinuated that the founder of our house occupied such a mean situation as to be a custodier of wild beasts, a charge which, ye must have observed, is only entrusted to the very basest plebeians, but moreover seemed to infer that our coat armour had not been achieved by honourable actions in war, but bestowed by way of paronomasia or pun upon our family appellation, a sort of bearing which the French call armoire parlante, the Latins arma contantia, and your English authorities canting heraldry. Footnote: see note 12. Being indeed a species of emblazoning more befitting cantors, gaberlunzies, and such like mendicants, whose gibberish is formed upon playing upon the word, than the noble, honourable, and useful science of heraldry, which assigns armorial bearings as the reward of noble and generous actions, and not to tickle the ear with vain quodlibets, such as are found in jest books. Of his quarrel with Sir Hugh he said nothing more than that it was settled in a fitting manner. Note 12. Although canting heraldry is generally reprobated, it seems nevertheless to have been adopted in the arms and mottos of many honourable families. Thus the motto of the Vernons, Vir non semper viret, is a perfect pun, and so is that of the Onslows, Festina lente. The purissim ni purissim of the Anstruthers is liable to a similar objection. One of that ancient race, finding that an antagonist with whom he had fixed a friendly meeting was determined to take the opportunity of assassinating him, prevented the hazard by dashing out his brains with a battle axe. 2 sturdy arms, brandishing such a weapon, formed the usual crest of the family, with the above motto, Purissim ne purissim. I had died unless I had gone through with it. Having been so minute with respect to the diversions of Tully-Veolan on the first days of Edward's arrival, for the purpose of introducing its inmates to the reader's acquaintance, it becomes less necessary to trace the progress of his intercourse with the same accuracy. It is probable that a young man accustomed to more cheerful society would have tired of the conversation of so violent an assertor of the boast of heraldry as the Baron. But Edward found an agreeable variety in that of Miss Bradwardine, who listened with eagerness to his remarks upon literature, and showed great justness of taste in her answers. The sweetness of her disposition had made her submit with complacency and even pleasure to the course of reading prescribed by her father, although it not only comprehended several heavy folios of history, but certain gigantic tomes in high church polemics. In heraldry he was fortunately contented to give her only such a slight tincture as might be acquired by perusal of the 2 folio volumes of Nisbet. Rose was indeed the very apple of her father's eye. Her constant liveliness, her attention to all those little observances most gratifying to those who would never think of exacting them, her beauty, in which he recalled the features of his beloved wife, her unfeigned piety, and the noble generosity of her disposition, would have justified the affection of the most doting father. His anxiety on her behalf did not, however, seem to extend itself in that quarter where, according to the general opinion, it is most efficiently displayed, in labouring, namely, to establish her in life, either by a large dowry or a wealthy marriage. By an old settlement, almost all the landed estates of the Baron went, after his death, to a distant relation, and it was supposed that Miss Bradwardine would remain but slenderly provided for, as the good gentleman's cash matters had been too long under the exclusive charge of Bailie Macwheeble to admit of any great expectations from his personal succession. It is true the said Bailie loved his patron and his patron's daughter next, though at an incomparable distance, to himself. He thought it was possible to set aside the settlement on the male line, and had actually procured an opinion to that effect, and, as he boasted without a fee, from an eminent Scottish counsel, under whose notice he contrived to bring the point while consulting him regularly on some other business. But the Baron would not listen to such a proposal for an instant. On the contrary, he used to have a perverse pleasure in boasting that the barony of Bradwardine was a male fief, the first charter having been given at that early period when women were not deemed capable to hold a feudal grant, because, according to les costumes des Normands, SallyMc subast et quiconque, or, as is yet more ungallantly expressed by other authorities, all of whose barbarous names he delighted to quote at full length, because a woman could not serve the superior or feudal lord in war, on account of the decorum of her sex, nor assist him with advice because of her limited intellect, nor keep his counsel owing to the infirmity of her disposition. He would triumphantly ask how it would become a female, and that female a Bradwardine, to be seen employed in servitio exuendi, sui detraendi, collegus regis post battalium, that is, in pulling off the king's boots after an engagement, which was the feudal service by which he held the barony of Bradwardine. No, he said, beyond hesitation, procul dubio, many females as worthy as Rose had been excluded, in order to make way for my own succession, and heaven forbid that I should do aught that might contravene the destination of my forefathers, or impinge upon the right of my kinsman, Malcolm Bradwardine of Inchgrabbit, an honourable though decayed branch of my own family. The Bailie, as Prime Minister, having received this decisive communication from his sovereign, durst not press his own opinion any farther, but contented himself with deploring on all suitable occasions to Saunderson, the Minister of the Interior, the Laird's self-willedness, and with laying plans for uniting Rose with the young Laird of Balmawhapple, who had a fine estate, only moderately burdened, and was a faultless young gentleman, being as sober as a saint, if you keep brandy from him and him from brandy, and who, in brief, had no imperfection, but that of keeping light company at a time, such as Jinker, the horse-cooper, and Gibbie Gaythroet, the piper of Coupar. "A Wilk Follies, Mr. Saunderson, he'll mend," pronounced the Bailie. "Like sour ale in simmer," added Davy Gellatley, who happened to be nearer the conclave than they were aware of. Miss Bradwardine, such as we have described her, with all the simplicity and curiosity of a recluse, attached herself to the opportunities of increasing her store of literature, which Edward's visit afforded her. He sent for some of his books from his quarters, and they opened to her sources of delight of which she had hitherto had no idea. The best English poets, of every description, and other works on belles lettres, made a part of this precious cargo. Her music, even her flowers, were neglected, and Saunders not only mourned over, but began to mutiny against the labour for which he now scarce received thanks. These new pleasures became gradually enhanced by sharing them with one of a kindred taste. Edward's readiness to comment, to recite, to explain difficult passages, rendered his assistance invaluable, and the wild romance of his spirit delighted a character too young and inexperienced to observe its deficiencies. Upon subjects which interested him, and when quite at ease, he possessed that flow of natural and somewhat florid eloquence which has been supposed as powerful even as figure, fashion, fame, or fortune in winning the female heart. There was therefore an increasing danger in this constant intercourse to poor Rose's peace of mind, which was the more imminent as her father was greatly too much abstracted in his studies, and wrapped up in his own dignity, to dream of his daughters incurring it. The daughters of the house of Bradwardine were, in his opinion, like those of the house of Bourbon or Austria, placed high above the clouds of passion which might obfuscate the intellects of meaner females. They moved in another sphere, were governed by other feelings, and amenable to other rules than those of idle and fantastic affection. In short, he shut his eyes so resolutely to the natural consequences of Edward's intimacy with Miss Bradwardine, that the whole neighbourhood concluded that he had opened them to the advantages of a match between his daughter and the wealthy young Englishman, and pronounced him much less a fool than he had generally shown himself in cases where his own interest was concerned. If the Baron, however, had really meditated such an alliance, the indifference of Waverley would have been an insuperable bar to his project. Our hero, since mixing more freely with the world, had learned to think with great shame and confusion upon his mental legend of St. Cecilia, and the vexation of these reflections was likely, for some time at least, to counterbalance the natural susceptibility of his disposition. Besides, Rose Bradwardine, beautiful and amiable as we have described her, had not precisely the sort of beauty or merit which captivates a romantic imagination in early youth. She was too frank, too confiding, too kind, amiable qualities undoubtedly, but destructive of the marvellous, with which a youth of imagination delights to dress the empress of his affections. Was it possible to bow, to tremble, and to adore before the timid yet playful little girl, who now asked Edward to mend her pen, now to construe a stanza in Tasso, and now how to spell a very, very long word in her version of it? All these incidents have their fascination on the mind at a certain period of life, but not when a youth is entering it, and rather looking out for some object whose affection may dignify him in his own eyes, than stooping to one who looks up to him for such distinction. Hence, though there can be no rule in so capricious a passion, early love is frequently ambitious in choosing its object, or, which comes to the same, selects her, as in the case of St. Cecilia aforesaid, from a situation that gives fair scope for le beau ideal, which the reality of intimate and familiar life rather tends to limit and impair. I knew a very accomplished and sensible young man cured of a violent passion for a pretty woman, whose talents were not equal to her face and figure, by being permitted to bear her company for a whole afternoon. Thus it is certain that had Edward enjoyed such an opportunity of conversing with Miss Stubbs, Aunt Rachel's precaution would have been unnecessary, for he would as soon have fallen in love with the dairymaid. And although Miss Bradwardine was a very different character, it seems probable that the very intimacy of their intercourse prevented his feeling for her other sentiments than those of a brother for an amiable and accomplished sister, while the sentiments of poor Rose were gradually, and without her being conscious, assuming a shade of warmer affection. I ought to have said that Edward, when he sent to Dundee for the books before mentioned, had applied for and received permission extending his leave of absence, but the letter of his commanding officer contained a friendly recommendation to him not to spend his time exclusively with persons who, estimable as they might be in a general sense, could not be supposed well affected to a government which they declined to acknowledge by taking the oath of allegiance. The letter further insinuated, though with great delicacy, that although some family connections might be supposed to render it necessary for Captain Waverley to communicate with gentlemen who were in this unpleasant state of suspicion, yet his father's situation and wishes ought to prevent his prolonging those attentions into exclusive intimacy. And it was intimated that, while his political principles were endangered by communicating with laymen of this description, he might also receive erroneous impressions in religion from the prelatic clergy, who so perversely laboured to set up the royal prerogative in things sacred. This last insinuation probably induced Waverley to set both down to the prejudices of his commanding officer. He was sensible that Mr. Bradwardine had acted with the most scrupulous delicacy in never entering upon any discussion that had the most remote tendency to bias his mind in political opinions, although he was himself not only a decided partisan of the exiled family, but had been trusted at different times with important commissions for their service. Sensible, therefore, that there was no risk of his being perverted from his allegiance, Edward felt as if he should do his uncle's old friend injustice in removing from a house where he gave and received pleasure and amusement, merely to gratify a prejudice and ill-judged suspicion. He therefore wrote a very general answer, assuring his commanding officer that his loyalty was not in the most distant danger of contamination, and continued an honoured guest and inmate of the house of Tully-Veolan. End of Section 19, Chapter 14.
Section 20 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott. Section 20. Chapter 15. A Creagh and its Consequences. When Edward had been a guest at Tully-Veolan nearly 6 weeks, he descried, one morning as he took his usual walk before the breakfast hour, signs of uncommon perturbation in the family. 4 bare-legged dairymaids, with each an empty milk pail in her hand, ran about with frantic gestures, and uttering loud exclamations of surprise, grief, and resentment. From their appearance, a pagan might have conceived them a detachment of the celebrated Ballades, just come from their bailing penance. As nothing was to be got from this distracted chorus, excepting "Lord guide us!" and sirs!" ejaculations which threw no light upon the cause of their dismay, Waverley repaired to the forecourt, as it was called, where he beheld Bailie Macwheeble cantering his white pony down the avenue with all the speed it could muster. He had arrived, it would seem, upon a hasty summons, and was followed by half a score of peasants from the village who had no great difficulty in keeping pace with him. The Bailie, greatly too busy and too important to enter into explanations with Edward, summoned forth Mr. Saunderson, who appeared with a countenance in which dismay was mingled with solemnity, and they immediately entered into close conference. Davy Gellatley was also seen in the group, idle as Diogenes at Sinope while his countrymen were preparing for a siege. His spirits always rose with anything good or bad which occasioned tumult, and he continued frisking, hopping, dancing, and singing the burden of an old ballad, "Our girls are gane," until happening to pass too near the Bailie, he received an admonitory hint from his horsewhip, which converted his songs into lamentation. Passing from thence towards the garden, Waverley beheld the Baron in person, measuring and remeasuring with swift and tremendous strides the length of the terrace. His countenance clouded with offended pride and indignation, and the whole of his demeanour such as seemed to indicate that any inquiry concerning the cause of his discomposure would give pain at least, if not offence. Waverley, therefore, glided into the house without addressing him, and took his way to the breakfast parlour, where he found his young friend Rose, who, though she neither exhibited the resentment of her father, the turbid importance of Bailie Macwheeble, nor the despair of the handmaidens, seemed vexed and thoughtful. A single word explained the mystery. "Your breakfast will be a disturbed one, Captain Waverley. A party of Caterans have come down upon us last night, and have driven off all our milch cows." "A party of Caterans?" "Yes, robbers from the neighbouring Highlands. We used to be quite free from them while we paid blackmail to Fergus MacIver, Vich Jan Vor, but my father thought it unworthy of his rank and birth to pay it any longer, and so this disaster has happened. It is not the value of the cattle, Captain Waverley, that vexes me, but my father is so much hurt at the affront, and is so bold and hot, that I fear he will try to recover them by the strong hand; and if he is not hurt himself, he will hurt some of these wild people, and then there will be no peace between them and us perhaps for our lifetime. And we cannot defend ourselves as in old times, for the government have taken all our arms, and my dear father is so rash. Oh, what will become of us?" Here poor Rose lost heart altogether, and burst into a flood of tears. The Baron entered at this moment, and rebuked her with more asperity than Waverley had ever heard him use to any one. "Was it not a shame," he said, "that she should exhibit herself before any gentleman in such a light, as if she shed tears for a drove of horned knolt and milch kine, like the daughter of a Cheshire yeoman? Captain Waverley, I must request your favourable construction of her grief, which may or ought to proceed solely from seeing her father's estate exposed to spulzie and depredation from common thieves and sawners, while we are not allowed to keep half a score of muskets, whether for defence or rescue." Bailie Macwheeble entered immediately afterwards, and by his report of arms and ammunition confirmed the statement, informing the Baron, in a melancholy voice, that though the people would certainly obey his honour's orders, yet there was no chance of their following the gear to any good purpose. In respect, there were only his honour's body servants who had swords and pistols, and the depredators were 12 Highlanders completely armed after the manner of their country. Having delivered this doleful annunciation, he assumed a posture of silent dejection, shaking his head slowly with the motion of a pendulum when it is ceasing to vibrate, and then remained stationary, his body stooping at a more acute angle than usual, and the latter part of his person projecting in proportion. The Baron, meanwhile, paced the room in silent indignation, and at length, fixing his eye upon an old portrait, whose person was clad in armour, and whose features glared grimly out of a huge bush of hair, part of which descended from his head to his shoulders, and part from his chin and upper lip to his breastplate. "That gentleman, Captain Waverley, my grandsire," he said, "with 200 horse, whom he levied within his own bounds, discomfited and put to the rout more than 500 of these Highland reivers, who have been ever lapis offensionis et petrus scandali, a stumbling block and a rock of offence to the Lowland vicinage. He discomfited them, I say, when they had the temerity to descend to harry this country, in the time of the civil dissensions, in the year of grace 1640 And now, sir, I, his grandson, am thus used at such unworthy hands." Here there was an awful pause, after which all the company, as is usual in cases of difficulty, began to give separate and inconsistent counsel. Alexander ab Alexandro proposed they should send some one to compound with the Caterans, who would readily, he said, give up their prey for $1 a head. The Bailie opined that this transaction would amount to theft boot, or composition of felony; and he recommended that some canny hand should be sent up to the glens to make the best bargain he could, as it were for himself, so that the laird might not be seen in such a transaction. Edward proposed to send off to the nearest garrison for a party of soldiers and a magistrate's warrant; and Rose, as far as she dared, endeavoured to insinuate the course of paying the arrears of tribute money to Fergus MacIver VIII Vor, who, they all knew, could easily procure a restoration of the cattle if he were properly propitiated. None of these proposals met the Baron's approbation. The idea of composition, direct or implied, was absolutely ignominious. That of Waverley only showed that he did not understand the state of the country and of the political parties which divided it. And standing matters as they did with Fergus MacIver VIII Vor, the Baron would make no concession to him, were it, he said, to procure restitution in integrum of every stirk and stot that the chief, his forefathers, and his clan had stolen since the days of Malcolm Canmore. In fact, his voice was still for war, and he proposed to send expresses to Balmawhapple, Killancureit, Tully-Veolan, and other lairds who were exposed to similar depredations, inviting them to join in the pursuit. And then, sir, shall these nebulones nequissimi, as Leslius calls them, be brought to the fate of their predecessor Cacus, Elisos oculos et siccum sanguine gutta. The Bailie, who by no means relished these warlike counsels, here pulled forth an immense watch, of the colour and nearly of the size of a pewter warming pan, and observed it was now past noon, and that the Caterans had been seen in the pass of Ballybraw soon after sunrise, so that, before the allied forces could assemble, they and their prey would be far beyond the reach of the most active pursuit, and sheltered in those pathless deserts where it was neither advisable to follow nor indeed possible to trace them. This proposition was undeniable. The council therefore broke up without coming to any conclusion, as has occurred to councils of more importance. Only it was determined that the Bailie should send his own 3 milk cows down to the Mains for the use of the Baron's family, and brew small ale as a substitute for milk in his own. To this arrangement, which was suggested by Saunderson, the Bailie readily assented, both from habitual deference to the family, and an internal consciousness that his courtesy would, in some mode or other, be repaid tenfold. The Baron having also retired to give some necessary directions, Waverley seized the opportunity to ask whether this Fergus, with the unpronounceable name, was the chief thief-taker of the district. Thief-taker, answered Rose, laughing. He is a gentleman of great honour and consequence, the chieftain of an independent branch of a powerful Highland clan, and is much respected both for his own power and that of his kith, kin, and allies. And what has he to do with the thieves, then? Is he a magistrate, or in the commission of the peace? Asked Waverley. The commission of war, rather, if there be such a thing, said Rose, for he is a very unquiet neighbour to his unfriends, and keeps a greater following on foot than many that have thrice his estate. As to his connection with the thieves, that I cannot well explain, but the boldest of them will never steal a hoof from any one that pays blackmail to VIII. And what is blackmail? A sort of protection money that low country gentlemen and heritors, lying near the Highlands, pay to some Highland chief, that he may neither do them harm himself, nor suffer it to be done to them by others. And then, if your cattle are stolen, you have only to send him word, and he will recover them, or it may be, he will drive away cows from some distant place where he has a quarrel, and give them to you to make up your loss. Footnote, see note 13. Note 13. MacDonald of Barrisdale, one of the very last Highland gentlemen who carried on the plundering system to any great extent, was a scholar and a well-bred gentleman. He engraved on his broadswords the well-known lines, Hae tibi erant artes pacisque imponere morem, Pacere subjectus et debellare superbos. Indeed, the levying of blackmail was, before 1745, practised by several chiefs of very high rank, who, in doing so, contended that they were lending the laws the assistance of their arms and swords, and affording a protection which could not be obtained from the magistracy in the disturbed state of the country. The author had seen a memoir of Macpherson of Cluny, chief of that ancient clan, from which it appears that he levied protection money to a very large amount, which was willingly paid even by some of his most powerful neighbours. A gentleman of this clan, hearing a clergyman hold forth to his congregation on the crime of theft, interrupted the preacher to assure him he might leave the enforcement of such doctrines to Cluny Macpherson, whose broadsword would put a stop to theft sooner than all the sermons of all the ministers of the synod. And is this sort of Highland Jonathan Wild admitted into society and called a gentleman? So much so, said Rose, that the quarrel between my father and Fergus Mac Ivor began at a county meeting, where he wanted to take precedence of all the Lowland gentlemen then present, only my father would not suffer it. And then he upbraided my father that he was under his banner, and paid him tribute, and my father was in a towering passion, for Bailie Macwheeble, who manages such things his own way, had contrived to keep this blackmail a secret from him, and passed it in his account for cess money, and they would have fought, but Fergus Mac Ivor said very gallantly he would never raise his hand against a grey head that was so much respected as my father's. Oh, I wish they had continued friends. And did you ever see this Mr. Mac Ivor, if that be his name, Miss Bradwardine? No, that is not his name, and he would consider master as a sort of affront, only that you are an Englishman and know no better. But the Lowlanders call him, like other gentlemen, by the name of his estate, Glennaquoich, and the Highlanders call him VIII, that is, the son of John the Great, and we upon the braes here call him by both names indifferently. I am afraid I shall never bring my English tongue to call him by either one or other. But he is a very polite, handsome man, continued Rose, and his sister Flora is one of the most beautiful and accomplished young ladies in this country. She was bred in a convent in France, and was a great friend of mine before this unhappy dispute. Dear Captain Waverley, try your influence with my father to make matters up. I am sure this is but the beginning of our troubles, for Tully-Veolan has never been a safe or quiet residence when we have been at feud with the Highlanders. When I was a girl about 10, there was a skirmish fought between a party of 20 of them and my father and his servants behind the mains, and the bullets broke several panes in the north windows, they were so near. 3 of the Highlanders were killed, and they brought them in, wrapped in their plaids, and laid them on the stone floor of the hall. And next morning their wives and daughters came, clapping their hands and crying the coronach, and shrieking, and carried away the dead bodies with the pipes playing before them. I could not sleep for 6 weeks without starting and thinking I heard these terrible cries, and saw the bodies lying on the steps all stiff and swathed up in their bloody tartans. But since that time there came a party from the garrison at Stirling, with a warrant from the Lord Justice Clerk, or some such great man, and took away all our arms. And now, how are we to protect ourselves if they come down in any strength? Waverley could not help starting at a story which bore so much resemblance to one of his own daydreams. Here was a girl, scarce 17, the gentlest of her sex, both in temper and appearance, who had witnessed with her own eyes such a scene as he had used to conjure up in his imagination as only occurring in ancient times, and spoke of it coolly as one very likely to recur. He felt at once the impulse of curiosity, and that slight sense of danger which only serves to heighten its interest. He might have said with Malvolio, "I do not now fool myself to let imagination jade me. I am actually in the land of military and romantic adventures, and it only remains to be seen what will be my own share in them." The whole circumstances now detailed concerning the state of the country seemed equally novel and extraordinary. He had indeed often heard of Highland thieves, but had no idea of the systematic mode in which their depredations were conducted, and that the practice was connived at, and even encouraged, by many of the Highland chieftains, who not only found the Creaghs, or forays, useful for the purpose of training individuals of their clan to the practice of arms, but also of maintaining a wholesome terror among their lowland neighbours, and levying, as we have seen, a tribute from them under colour of protection money. Bailie Macwheeble, who soon afterwards entered, expatiated still more at length upon the same topic. This honest gentleman's conversation was so formed upon his professional practice, that Davy Gellatley once said his discourse was like a charge of horning. He assured our hero that, from the most ancient times of record, the lawless thieves, limmerers, and broken men of the Highlands had been in fellowship together by reason of their surnames, for the committing of divers thefts, reefs, and herships upon the honest men of the Low Country, when they not only intromitted with their holy goods and gear, corn, cattle, horse, nelt, sheep, outside and inside plenishing, at their wicked pleasure, but moreover made prisoners, ransomed them, or concussed them into giving boroughs, pledges, to enter into captivity again, all which was directly prohibited in divers parts of the statute book, both by the Act 1567 and various others, the Wilk statutes, with all that had followed, and might follow thereupon, were shamefully broke broken and vilipended by the said sorrowners, limmers and broken men associated into fellowships for the aforesaid purposes of theft, stouth, fire raising, murder, raptus mulierum, or a forcible abduction of women, and such like as aforesaid. It seemed like a dream to Waverley that these deeds of violence should be familiar to men's minds, and currently talked of as falling within the common order of things, and happening daily in the immediate vicinity, without his having crossed the seas, and while he was yet in the otherwise well-ordered island of Great Britain. End of section 20. Recording by Felicity Campbell, Whanganui, New Zealand. Section 21 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott, Section 21. Chapter 16. An unexpected ally appears. The Baron returned at the dinner hour, and had in a great measure recovered his composure and good humour. He not only confirmed the stories which Edward had heard from Rose and Bailie Macwheeble, but added many anecdotes from his own experience concerning the state of the Highlands and their inhabitants. The chiefs he pronounced to be in general gentlemen of great honour and high pedigree, whose word was accounted as a law by all those of their own sept or clan. It did not indeed, he said, become them, as had occurred in late instances, to propone their Prosapia, a lineage which rested for the most part on the vain and fond rhymes of their Shenachies or Beards, as equiponderate with the evidence of ancient charters and royal grants of antiquity, conferred upon distinguished houses in the Low Country by divers Scottish monarchs. Nevertheless, such was their outrequittance and presumption as to undervalue those who possess such evidence, as if they held their lands in a sheep's skin. This, by the way, pretty well explained the cause of quarrel between the Baron and his Highland ally. But he went on to state so many curious particulars concerning the manners, customs, and habits of this patriarchal race, that Edward's curiosity became highly interested, and he inquired whether it was possible to make with safety an excursion into the neighbouring Highlands, whose dusky barrier of mountains had already excited his wish to penetrate beyond them. The Baron assured his guest that nothing would be more easy, providing this quarrel were first made up, since he could himself give him letters to many of the distinguished chiefs, who would receive him with the utmost courtesy and hospitality. While they were on this topic, the door suddenly opened, and, ushered by Saunders Saunderson, a Highlander, fully armed and equipped, entered the apartment. Had it not been that Saunders acted the part of master of the ceremonies to this martial apparition without appearing to deviate from his usual composure, and that neither Mr. Bradwardine nor Rose exhibited any emotion, Edward would certainly have thought the intrusion hostile. As it was, he started at the sight of what he had not yet happened to see, a mountaineer in his full national costume. The individual Gael was a stout, dark young man of low stature, the ample folds of whose plaid added to the appearance of strength which his person exhibited. The short kilt or petticoat showed his sinewy and clean-made limbs. The goatskin purse, flanked by the usual defences, a dirk and steel-wrought pistol, hung before him. His bonnet had a short feather, which indicated his claim to be treated as a Dune Wassail, or sort of gentleman. A broadsword dangled by his side, a target hung upon his shoulder, and a long Spanish fowling piece occupied one of his hands. With the other hand he pulled off his bonnet, and the Baron, who well knew their customs and the proper mode of addressing them, immediately said with an air of dignity, but without rising, and much as Edward thought in the manner of a prince receiving an embassy, "Welcome, Evan Dhu Maccombich. What news from Fergus MacIver Vich Jan for?" Fergus MacIver Vichion Vor, said the ambassador in good English, greets you well, Baron of Bradwardine and Tully-Veolan, and is sorry there has been a thick cloud interposed between you and him, which has kept you from seeing and considering the friendship and alliances that have been between your houses and forebears of old, and he prays you that the cloud may pass away, and that things may be as they have been heretofore between the clan Ivor and the house of Bradwardine, when there was an egg between them for a flint, and a knife for a sword. And he expects you will also say you are sorry for the cloud, and no man shall hereafter ask whether it descended from the hill to the valley, or rose from the valley to the hill, for they never struck with the scabbard who did not receive with the sword, and woe to him who would lose his friend for the stormy cloud of a spring morning. To this the Baron of Bradwardine answered with suitable dignity, that he knew the chief of Clan Ivor to be a well-wisher to the king, and he was sorry there should have been a cloud between him and any gentleman of such sound principles, for when folks are banding together, feeble is he who hath no brother. This appearing perfectly satisfactory, that the peace between these august persons might be duly solemnized, the Baron ordered a stoup of usquebaugh, and filling a glass, drank to the health and prosperity of MacIver of Glennaquoich, upon which the Celtic ambassador, to requite his politeness, turned down a mighty bumper of the same generous liquor, seasoned with his good wishes to the house of Bradwardine. Having thus ratified the preliminaries of the general treaty of pacification, the envoy retired to adjust with Mr. Macwheeble some subordinate articles with which it was not thought necessary to trouble the Baron. These probably referred to the discontinuance of the subsidy, and apparently the Bailie found means to satisfy their ally, without suffering his master to suppose that his dignity was compromised. At least it is certain that after the plenipotentiaries had drunk a bottle of brandy in single drams, which seemed to have no more effect upon such seasoned vessels than if it had been poured upon the two bears at the top of the avenue, Evan Dhu Maccombich, having possessed himself of all the information which he could procure respecting the robbery of the preceding night, declared his intention to set out immediately in pursuit of the cattle, which he pronounced to be not that far off. They have broken the bone, he observed, but they have had no tune to suck the marrow. Our hero, who had attended Evan Dhu during his perquisitions, was much struck with the ingenuity which he displayed in collecting information, and the precise and pointed conclusions which he drew from it. Evan Dhu, on his part, was obviously flattered with the attention of Waverley, the interest he seemed to take in his inquiries, and his curiosity about the customs and sceneries of the Highlands. Without much ceremony, he invited Edward to accompany him on a short walk of 10 or 15 miles into the mountains, and see the place where the cattle were conveyed to, adding, "If it be as I suppose, you never saw such a place in your life, nor ever will, unless you go with me or the like of me." Our hero, feeling his curiosity considerably excited by the idea of visiting the den of a Highland caicus, took, however, the precaution to inquire if his guide might be trusted. He was assured that the invitation would on no account have been given had there been the least danger, and that all he had to apprehend was a little fatigue; and as Evan proposed he should pass a day at his chieftain's house in returning, where he would be sure of good accommodation and an excellent welcome, there seemed nothing very formidable in the task he undertook. Rose, indeed, turned pale when she heard of it, but her father, who loved the spirited curiosity of his young friend, did not attempt to damp it by an alarm of danger which really did not exist, and a knapsack, with a few necessaries, being bound on the shoulders of a sort of deputy gamekeeper, our hero set forth with a fowling piece in his hand, accompanied by his new friend Evan Dhu, and followed by the gamekeeper aforesaid, and by 2 wild Highlanders, the attendants of Evan, one of whom had upon his shoulder a hatchet at the end of a pole, called a lochaber axe. [Footnote: See note 14. Note 14. The town guard of Edinburgh were, till a late period, armed with this weapon when on their police duty. There was a hook at the back of the axe, which the ancient Highlanders used to assist them to climb over walls, fixing the hook upon it and raising themselves by the handle. The axe, which was also much used by the natives of Ireland, is supposed to have been introduced into both countries from Scandinavia, and the other, a long ducking gun. Evan, upon Edward's inquiry, gave him to understand that this martial escort was by no means necessary as a guard, but merely, as he said, drawing up and adjusting his plaid with an air of dignity, that he might appear decently at Tully-Veolan, and as Vich Boar's foster brother ought to do. "Ar," said he, "if ye are Saxon, Jan Wassel (English gentleman), so but the chief with his tail on." "With his tail on?" echoed Edward in some surprise. "Yes, that is, with all his usual followers when he visits those of the same rank. There is," he continued, stopping and drawing himself proudly up while he counted upon his fingers the several officers of his chief's retinue, "there is his henchman, or right hand man, then his bard or poet, then his blood-deer or orator, to make harangues to the great folks whom he visits, then his guillimore or armour-bearer to carry his sword and target and his gun, then his gillie casfleach, who carries him on his back through the sykes and bullocks, then his gillie comstrian, to lead his horse by the bridle in steep and difficult paths, then his gillie trushanish, to carry his knapsack, and the piper and the piper's man, and it might be a dozen young lads beside, that have no business, but are just boys of the belt, to follow the laird and do his honour's bidding." "And does your chief regularly maintain all these men?" demanded Waverley. "All these?" replied Evan. "Ay, and many a fair head beside, that would not ken where to lay itself, but for the mickle barn at Glennaquoich." With similar tales of the grandeur of the chief in peace and war, Evan Dhu beguiled the way till they approached more closely those huge mountains which Edward had hitherto only seen at a distance. It was towards evening, as they entered one of the tremendous passes which afford communication between the high and low country. The path, which was extremely steep and rugged, winded up a chasm between two tremendous rocks, following the passage which a foaming stream that brawled far below appeared to have worn for itself in the course of ages. A few slanting beams of the sun, which was now setting, reached the water in its darksome bed, and showed it partially, chafed by 100 rocks and broken by 100 falls. The descent from the path to the stream was a mere precipice, with here and there a projecting fragment of granite, or a scathed tree which had warped its twisted roots into the fissures of the rock. On the right hand the mountain rose above the path with almost equal inaccessibility, but the hill on the opposite side displayed a shroud of copsewood, with which some pines were intermingled. "This," said Evan, "is the pass of Ballybrough, which was kept in former times by 10 of the clan of Donachie, against 100 of the low country carles. The graves of the slain are still to be seen in that little corrie or bottom on the opposite side of the burn. If your eyes are good, you may see the green specks among the heather. See, there is an heron, which used to transcorn an eagle. You have no such birds as that in England. He is going to fetch his supper from the Laird of Bradwardine's braes, but I'll send a slugger after him." He fired his piece accordingly, but missed the superb monarch of the feathered tribes, who, without noticing the attempt to annoy him, continued his majestic flight to the southward. 1,000 birds of prey, hawks, kites, carrion crows, and ravens, disturbed from the lodgings which they had just taken up for the evening, rose at the report of the gun, and mingled their hoarse and discordant notes with the echoes which replied to it, and with the roar of the mountain cataracts. Evan, a little disconcerted at having missed his mark, when he meant to have displayed peculiar dexterity, covered his confusion by whistling part of a pibroch as he reloaded his piece, and proceeded in silence up the pass. It issued in a narrow glen between two mountains both very lofty and covered with heath. The brook continued to be their companion, and they advanced up its mazes, crossing them now and then, on which occasions Evan Dhu uniformly offered the assistance of his attendants to carry over Edward; but our hero, who had been always a tolerable pedestrian, declined the accommodation, and obviously rose in his guide's opinion by showing that he did not fear wetting his feet. Indeed, he was anxious, so far as he could without affectation, to remove the opinion which Evan seemed to entertain of the effeminacy of the Lowlanders, and particularly of the English. Through the gorge of this glen they found access to a black bog of tremendous extent, full of large pit holes, which they traversed with great difficulty and some danger, by tracks which no one but a Highlander could have followed. The path itself, or rather the portion of more solid ground on which the travellers half walked, half waded, was rough, broken, and in many places quaggy and unsound. Sometimes the ground was so completely unsafe that it was necessary to spring from one hillock to another, the space between being incapable of bearing the human weight. This was an easy matter to the Highlanders, who wore thin-soled brogues fit for the purpose, and moved with a peculiar springing step, but Edward began to find the exercise, to which he was unaccustomed, more fatiguing than he expected. The lingering twilight served to show them through this Serbonian bog, but deserted them almost totally at the bottom of a steep and very stony hill, which it was the travellers' next toilsome task to ascend. The night, however, was pleasant and not dark, and Waverley, calling up mental energy to support personal fatigue, held on his march gallantly, though envying in his heart his Highland attendants, who continued, without a symptom of abated vigour, the rapid and swinging pace, or rather trot, which, according to his computation, had already brought them 15 miles upon their journey. After crossing this mountain and descending on the other side towards a thick wood, Evan Dhu held some conference with his Highland attendants, in consequence of which Edward's baggage was shifted from the shoulders of the gamekeeper to those of one of the gillies, and the former was sent off with the other mountaineer in a direction different from that of the 3 remaining travellers. On asking the meaning of the separation, Waverley was told that the Lowlander must go to a hamlet about 3 miles off for the night, for, unless it was some very particular friend, Donald Bean Lean, the worthy person whom they supposed to be possessed of the cattle, did not much approve of strangers approaching his retreat. This seemed reasonable, and silenced a qualm of suspicion which came across Edward's mind when he saw himself, at such a place and such an hour, deprived of his only Lowland companion, and Evan immediately afterwards added, that indeed he himself had better get forward and announce their approach to Donald Bean Lean, as the arrival of a Sedia Roy red soldier might otherwise be a disagreeable surprise. And without waiting for an answer, in jockey phrase he trotted out, and putting himself to a very round pace, was out of sight in an instant. Waverley was now left to his own meditations, for his attendant with the battle axe spoke very little English. They were traversing a thick and, as it seemed, an endless wood of pines, and consequently the path was altogether indiscernible in the murky darkness which surrounded them. The Highlander, however, seemed to trace it by instinct, without the hesitation of a moment, and Edward followed his footsteps as close as he could. After journeying a considerable time in silence, he could not help asking, was it far to the end of their journey? "Ta cove was 3-4 mile, but as June Wassel was a wee takelet, Donald could ta his might would should send to Curragh." This conveyed no information. The Curragh, which was promised, might be a man, a horse, a cart, or chaise, and no more could be got from the man with the battle axe but a repetition of XIII Takara. But in a short time Edward began to conceive his meaning, when issuing from the wood he found himself on the bank of a large river or lake, where his conductor gave him to understand they must sit down for a little while. The moon, which now began to rise, showed obscurely the expanse of water which spread before them, and the shapeless and indistinct forms of mountains with which it seemed to be surrounded. The cool and yet mild air of the summer night refreshed Waverley after his rapid and toilsome walk, and the perfume which it wafted from the birch trees. [Footnote: It is not the weeping birch, the most common species in the Highlands, but the woolly-leaved lowland birch that is distinguished by this fragrance. Bathed in the evening dew, was exquisitely fragrant. He had now time to give himself up to the full romance of his situation. Here he sate on the banks of an unknown lake, under the guidance of a wild native whose language was unknown to him, on a visit to the den of some renowned outlaw, a second Robin Hood perhaps, or Adam of Gordon, and that at deep midnight, through scenes of difficulty and toil, separated from his attendant, left by his guide. What a variety of incidents for the exercise of a romantic imagination, and all enhanced by the solemn feeling of uncertainty at least, if not of danger. The only circumstance which assorted ill with the rest was the cause of his journey, the Baron's milk cows. This degrading incident he kept in the background. While wrapped in these dreams of imagination, his companion gently touched him, and pointing in a direction nearly straight across the lake, said, "Yon's Tarkov." A small point of light was seen to twinkle in the direction in which he pointed, and gradually, increasing in size and lustre, seemed to flicker like a meteor upon the verge of the horizon. While Edward watched this phenomenon, the distant dash of oars was heard. The measured sound approached near and more near, and presently a loud whistle was heard in the same direction. His friend with the battle axe immediately whistled clear and shrill in reply to the signal, and a boat, manned with 4 or 5 Highlanders, pushed for a little inlet near which Edward was sitting. He advanced to meet them with his attendant, was immediately assisted into the boat by the officious attention of 2 stout mountaineers, and had no sooner seated himself than they resumed their oars, and began to row across the lake with great rapidity. End of section 21. Recording by Felicity Campbell, Whanganui, New Zealand.
Section 22 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by SallyMc in Betty's Bay, South Africa, in February 2010. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott, Section 22. Chapter 17. The Hold of a Highland Robber. The party preserved silence, interrupted only by the monotonous and murmured chant of a Gaelic song, sung in a kind of low recitative by the steersman, and by the dash of the oars, which the notes seemed to regulate as they dipped to them in cadence. The light, which they now approached more nearly, assumed a broader, redder, and more irregular splendour. It appeared plainly to be a large fire, but whether kindled upon an island or the mainland, Edward could not determine. As he saw it, the red glaring orb seemed to rest on the very surface of the lake itself, and resembled the fiery vehicle in which the evil genius of an oriental tale traverses land and sea. They approached nearer, and the light of the fire sufficed to show that it was kindled at the bottom of a huge dark crag or rock, rising abruptly from the very edge of the water. Its front, changed by the reflection to dusky red, formed a strange and even awful contrast to the banks around, which were from time to time faintly and partially illuminated by pallid moonlight. The boat now neared the shore, and Edward could discover that this large fire, amply supplied with branches of pine wood by 2 figures, who in the red reflection of its light appeared like demons, was kindled in the jaws of a lofty cavern into which an inlet from the lake seemed to advance, and he conjectured, which was indeed true, that the fire had been lighted as a beacon to the boatmen on their return. They rowed right for the mouth of the cave, and then, shifting their oars, permitted the boat to enter in obedience to the impulse which it had received. The skiff passed the little point or platform of rock on which the fire was blazing, and running about 2 boats' lengths farther, stopped where the cavern, for it was already arched overhead, ascended from the water by 5 or 6 broad ledges of rock, so easy and regular that they might be termed natural steps. At this moment a quantity of water was suddenly flung upon the fire, which sunk with a hissing noise, and with it disappeared the light it had hitherto afforded. 4 or 5 active arms lifted Waverley out of the boat, placed him on his feet, and almost carried him into the recesses of the cave. He made a few paces in darkness, guided in this manner, and advancing towards him a hum of voices, which seemed to sound from the centre of the rock. At an acute turn, Donald Bean Lean and his whole establishment were before his eyes. The interior of the cave, which here rose very high, was illuminated by torches made of pine tree, which emitted a bright and bickering light, attended by a strong though not unpleasant odour. Their light was assisted by the red glare of a large charcoal fire, round which were seated 5 or 6 armed Highlanders, while others were indistinctly seen couched on their plaids in the more remote recesses of the cavern. In one large aperture, which the robber facetiously called his spence, or pantry, there hung by the heels the carcasses of a sheep, or ewe, and 2 cows lately slaughtered. The principal inhabitant of this singular mansion, attended by Evan Dhu as master of the ceremonies, came forward to meet his guest, totally different in appearance and manner from what his imagination had anticipated. The profession which he followed, the wilderness in which he dwelt, the wild warrior forms that surrounded him, were all calculated to inspire terror. From such accompaniments Waverley prepared himself to meet a stern, gigantic, ferocious figure, such as Salvator would have chosen to be the central object of a group of banditti. Footnote. See Note 15. Donald Bean Lean was the very reverse of all these. He was thin in person and low in stature, with light sandy-coloured hair and small pale features, from which he derived his agnomen of Bean, or White, and although his form was light, well-proportioned and active, he appeared on the whole rather a diminutive and insignificant figure. He had served in some inferior capacity in the French army, and in order to receive his English visitor in great form, and probably meaning in his way to pay him a compliment, he had laid aside the Highland dress for the time, to put on an old blue and red uniform and a feathered hat, in which he was far from showing to advantage, and indeed looked so incongruous compared with all around him, that Waverley would have been tempted to laugh, had laughter been either civil or safe. The robber received Captain Waverley with a profusion of French politeness and Scottish hospitality, seemed perfectly to know his name and connections, and seemed to be particularly acquainted with his uncle's political principles. On these he bestowed great applause, to which Waverley judged it prudent to make a very general reply. Being placed at a convenient distance from the charcoal fire, the heat of which the season rendered oppressive, a strapping Highland damsel placed before Waverley, Evan, and Donald Bean 3 cogues, or wooden vessels composed of staves and hoops, containing Ian-a-Reich. Footnote. This was the regale presented by Rob Roy to the Laird of Tullybody, a sort of strong soup, made out of a particular part of the inside of the beeves. After this refreshment, which, though coarse, fatigue and hunger rendered palatable, steaks roasted on the coals were supplied in liberal abundance, and disappeared before Evan Dhu and their host with a promptitude that seemed like magic, and astonished Waverley, who was much puzzled to reconcile the veracity with what he had heard of the abstemiousness of the Highlanders. He was ignorant that this abstinence was with the lower ranks wholly compulsory, and that, like some animals of prey, those who practised it were usually gifted with the power of indemnifying themselves to good purpose, when chance they threw plenty in their way. The whisky came forth in abundance to crown the chair. The Highlanders drank it copiously and undiluted, but Edward, having mixed a little with water, did not find it so palatable as to invite him to repeat the draught. Their host bewailed himself exceedingly that he could offer him no wine. Had he but known 24 hours before, he would have had some, had it been within the circle of 40 miles round him. But no gentleman could do more to show his sense of honour of a visit from another than to offer him the best chair his house afforded. Where there be no bushes, there can be no nuts, and the way of those you live with is that you must follow. He went on regretting to Evan Dhu the death of an aged man, Donachar an Amrich, or Duncan with the cap, a gifted seer, who foretold, through the second sight, visitors of every description who haunted their dwelling, whether as friends or foes. Is not his son Malcolm Taishat a second-sighted person? Asked Evan. Nothing equal to his father, replied Donald Bean. He told us the other day we were to see a great gentleman riding on a horse, and there came nobody that whole day but Seamus Beg, the blind harper, with his dog. Another time he advertised us of a wedding, and behold, it proved a funeral. And on the Creagh, when he foretold to us we should bring home 100 head of horned cattle, we gripped nothing but a fat bailie of Perth. From this discourse he passed to the political and military state of the country, and Waverley was astonished, and even alarmed, to find a person of this description so accurately acquainted with the strength of the various garrisons and regiments quartered north of the Tay. He even mentioned the exact number of recruits who had joined Waverley's troop from his uncle's estate, and observed they were pretty men, meaning not handsome, but stout, warlike fellows. He put Waverley in mind of 1 or 2 minute circumstances which had happened at a general review of the regiment, which satisfied him that the robber had been an eye-witness of it, and Evan Dhu, having by this time retired from the conversation and wrapped himself up in his plaid to take some repose, Donald asked Edward in a very significant manner whether he had nothing particular to say to him. Waverley, surprised and somewhat startled at this question from such a character, answered he had no motive in visiting him but curiosity to see his extraordinary place of residence. Donald Bean Lean looked him steadily in the face for an instant, and then said with a significant nod, "You might as well have confided in me. I am as much worthy of trust as either the Baron of Bradwardine or VIII, but you are equally welcome to my house." Waverley felt an involuntary shudder creep over him at the mysterious language held by this outlawed and lawless bandit, which, in despite of his attempts to master it, deprived him of the power to ask the meaning of his insinuations. A heath pallet, with the flowers stuck uppermost, had been prepared for him in a recess of the cave, and here, covered with such spare plaids as could be mustered, he lay for some time watching the motions of the other inhabitants of the cavern. Small parties of 2 or 3 entered or left the place, without any other ceremony than a few words in Gaelic to the principal outlaw, and, when he fell asleep, to a tall Highlander who acted as his lieutenant, and seemed to keep watch during his repose. Those who entered seemed to have returned from some excursion, of which they reported the success, and went without farther ceremony to the larder, where, cutting with their dirks their rations from the carcasses which were there suspended, they proceeded to broil and eat them at their own pleasure and leisure. The liquor was under strict regulation, being served out either by Donald himself, his lieutenant, or the strapping Highland girl aforesaid, who was the only female that appeared. The allowance of whisky, however, would have appeared prodigal to any but Highlanders, who, living entirely in the open air and in a very moist climate, can consume great quantities of ardent spirits without the usual baneful effects either upon the brain or constitution. At length the fluctuating groups began to swim before the eyes of our hero as they gradually closed, nor did he reopen them till the morning sun was high on the lake without, though there was but a faint and glimmering twilight in the recesses of Uai Manree, or the King's Cavern, as the abode of Donald Bean Lean was proudly denominated. Note 15. An adventure very similar to what is here stated actually befell the late Mr. Abercrombie of Tullybody, grandfather of the present Lord Abercrombie, and father of the celebrated Sir Ralph. When this gentleman, who lived to a very advanced period of life, first settled in Stirlingshire, his cattle were repeatedly driven off by the celebrated Rob Roy or some of his gang, and at length he was obliged, after obtaining a proper safe conduct, to make the Cateran such a visit as that of Waverley to Bean in the text. Rob received him with much courtesy, and made many apologies for the accident, which must have happened, he said, through some mistake. Mr. Abercrombie was regaled with collops from 2 of his own cattle, which were hung up by the heels in the cavern, and was dismissed in perfect safety, after having agreed to pay in future a small sum of blackmail, in consideration of which Rob Roy not only undertook to forbear his herds in future, but to replace any that should be stolen from him by other freebooters. Mr. Abercrombie said Rob Roy affected to consider him as a friend to the Jacobite interest, and a sincere enemy to the Union. Neither of these circumstances were true, but the laird thought it quite unnecessary to undeceive his Highland host, at the risk of bringing on a political dispute in such a situation. This anecdote I received many years since, about 1792, from the mouth of the venerable gentleman who was concerned in it. End of section 22.
Section 23 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott, Section 23. Chapter 18. Waverley proceeds on his journey. When Edward had collected his scattered recollection, he was surprised to observe the cavern totally deserted. Having arisen and put his dress in some order, he looked more accurately round him, but all was still solitary. If it had not been for the decayed brands of the fire, now sunk into grey ashes, and the remnants of the festival, consisting of bones half burnt and half gnawed, and an empty keg or two, there remained no traces of Donald and his band. When Waverley sallied forth to the entrance of the cave, he perceived that the point of rock, on which remained the marks of last night's beacon, was accessible by a small path, either natural or roughly hewn in the rock, along the little inlet of water which ran a few yards up into the cavern, where, as in a wet dock, the skiff which brought him there the night before was still lying moored. When he reached the small projecting platform on which the beacon had been established, he would have believed his further progress by land impossible, only that it was scarce probable but what the inhabitants of the cavern had some mode of issuing from it otherwise than by the lake. Accordingly, he soon observed 3 or 4 shelving steps, or ledges of rock, at the very extremity of the little platform, and, making use of them as a staircase, he clambered by their means around the projecting shoulder of the crag on which the cavern opened, and, descending with some difficulty on the other side, he gained the wild and precipitous shores of a Highland loch, about 4 miles in length and 1.5 miles across, surrounded by heathy and savage mountains, on the crests of which the morning mist was still sleeping. Looking back to the place from which he came, he could not help admiring the address which had adopted a retreat of such seclusion and secrecy. The rock, round the shoulder of which he had turned by a few imperceptible notches, that barely afforded place for the foot, seemed, in looking back upon it, a huge precipice, which barred all further passage by the shores of the lake in that direction. There could be no possibility, the breadth of the lake considered, of descrying the entrance of the narrow and low-browed cave from the other side, so that, unless the retreat had been sought for with boats, or disclosed by treachery, it might be a safe and secret residence to its garrison as long as they were supplied with provisions. Having satisfied his curiosity in these particulars, Waverley looked around for Evan Dhu and his attendants, who, he rightly judged, would be at no great distance, whatever might have become of Donald Bean Lean and his party, whose mode of life was, of course, liable to sudden migrations of abode. Accordingly, at the distance of about half a mile, he beheld a Highlander, Evan apparently, angling in the lake, with another attending him, whom, from the weapon which he shouldered, he recognized for his friend with the battle-axe. Much nearer to the mouth of the cave he heard the notes of a lively Gaelic song, guided by which, in a sunny recess, shaded by a glittering birch tree, and carpeted with a bank of firm white sand, he found the damsel of the cavern, whose lay had already reached him, busy, to the best of her power, in arranging to advantage a morning repast of milk, eggs, barley bread, fresh butter, and honeycomb. The poor girl had already made a circuit of 4 miles that morning in search of the eggs, of the meal which baked her cakes, and of the other materials of the breakfast, being all delicacies which she had to beg or borrow from distant cottagers. The followers of Donald Bean Lean used little food except the flesh of the animals which they drove away from the lowlands. Bread itself was a delicacy seldom thought of, because hard to be obtained, and all the domestic accommodations of milk, poultry, butter, etc., were out of the question in this Scythian camp. Yet it must not be omitted that, although Alice had occupied a part of the morning in providing those accommodations for her guest which the cavern did not afford, she had secured time also to arrange her own person in her best trim. Her finery was very simple. A short russet-coloured jacket and a petticoat of scanty longitude was her whole dress, but these were clean, and neatly arranged. A piece of scarlet embroidered cloth, called the snood, confined her hair, which fell over it in a profusion of rich dark curls. The scarlet plaid, which formed part of her dress, was laid aside, that it might not impede her activity in attending the stranger. I should forget Alice's proudest ornament were I to omit mentioning a pair of gold earrings and a golden rosary, which her father, for she was the daughter of Donald Bean Lean, had brought from France, the plunder, probably, of some battle or storm. Her form, though rather large for her years, was very well proportioned, and her demeanour had a natural and rustic grace, with nothing of the sheepishness of an ordinary peasant. The smiles, displaying a row of teeth of exquisite whiteness, and the laughing eyes, with which, in dumb show, she gave Waverley that morning greeting which she wanted English words to express, might have been interpreted by a coxcomb, or perhaps a young soldier who, without being such, was conscious of a handsome person, as meant to convey more than the courtesy of an hostess. Nor do I take it upon me to say that the little wild mountaineer would have welcomed any staid old gentleman advanced in life, the Baron of Bradwardine, for example, with the cheerful pains which she bestowed upon Edward's accommodation. She seemed eager to place him by the meal which she had so sedulously arranged, and to which she now added a few bunches of cranberries, gathered in an adjacent morass. Having the satisfaction of seeing him seated at his breakfast, she placed herself demurely upon a stone at a few yards' distance, and appeared to watch with great complacency for some opportunity of serving him. Evan and his attendant now returned slowly along the beach, the latter bearing a large salmon trout, the produce of the morning's sport, together with the angling rod, while Evan strolled forward, with an easy, self-satisfied, and important gait, towards the spot where Waverley was so agreeably employed at the breakfast table. After morning greetings had passed on both sides, and Evan, looking at Waverley, had said something in Gaelic to Alice, which made her laugh, yet colour up to her eyes, though a complexion well and browned by sun and wind, Evan intimated his commands that the fish should be prepared for breakfast. A spark from the lock of his pistol produced a light, and a few withered fir branches were quickly in flame, and as speedily reduced to hot embers, on which the trout was broiled in large slices. To crown the repast, Evan produced from the pocket of his short jerkin a large scallop shell, and from under the folds of his plaid a ram's horn full of whisky. Of this he took a copious dram, observing he had already taken his morning with Donald Bean Lean before his departure. He offered the same cordial to Alice and to Edward, which they both declined. With the bounteous air of a lord, Evan then proffered the scallop to Dugald Mahony, his attendant, who, without waiting to be asked a second time, drank it off with great gusto. Evan then prepared to move towards the boat, inviting Waverley to attend him. Meanwhile, Alice had made up in a small basket what she thought worth removing, and flinging her plaid around her, she advanced up to Edward, and with the utmost simplicity, taking hold of his hand, offered her cheek to his salute, dropping at the same time her little curtsy. Evan, who was esteemed a wag among the mountain fair, advanced as if to secure a similar favour, but Alice, snatching up her basket, escaped up the rocky bank as fleetly as a roe, and, turning round and laughing, called something out to him in Gaelic, which he answered in the same tone and language. Then, waving her hand to Edward, she resumed her road, and was soon lost among the thickets, though they continued for some time to hear her lively carol, as she proceeded gaily on her solitary journey. They now again entered the gorge of the cavern, and stepping into the boat, the Highlander pushed off, and, taking advantage of the morning breeze, hoisted a clumsy sort of sail, while Evan assumed the helm, directing their course, as it appeared to Waverley, rather higher up the lake than towards the place of his embarkation on the preceding night. As they glided along the Silver Mirror, Evan opened the conversation with a panegyric upon Alice, who, he said, was both canny and fendy, and was, to the boot of all that, the best dancer of a strathspey in the whole strath. Edward assented to her praises so far as he understood them, yet could not help regretting that she was condemned to such a perilous and dismal life. "Och for that," said Evan, "there is nothing in Perthshire that she need want, if she ask her father to fetch it, unless it be too hot or too heavy. But to be the daughter of a cattle-stealer, a common thief! Common thief! No such thing. Donald Beanlean never lifted less than a drove in his life." "Do you call him an uncommon thief, then?" "No. He that steals a cow from a poor widow, or a stirk from a cotter, is a thief. He that lifts a drove from a Sensinosh laird is a gentleman drover. And, besides, to take a tree from the forest, a salmon from the river, a deer from the hill, or a cow from a lowland strath, is what no Highlander need ever think shame upon." "But what can this end in, were he taken in such an appropriation?" "To be sure he would die for the law, as many a pretty man has done before him." "Die for the law?" "Aye, that is, with the law, or by the law, be strapped up on the kind gallows of Creagh. Footnote. See note 16, where his father died, and his gudesire died, and where I hope he'll live to die himself, if he's not shot, or slashed, in a Creagh." "You hope such a death for your friend, Evan?" "And that do I, Ian. Would you have me wish him to die on a bundle of wet straw in yon den of his, like a mangy tyke?" "But what becomes of Alice, then?" "Troth, if such an accident were to happen, as her father would not need her help any longer, I can naught to hinder me to marry her mysel." "Gallantly resolved," said Edward. "But, in the meanwhile, Evan, what has your father-in-law, that shall be, if he have the good fortune to be hanged, done with the baron's cattle?" "Och," answered Evan, "they were all trudging before your lad and Allan Kennedy before the sun blinked o'er Ben Lawyers this morning, and they'll be in the pass of Ballybrug by this time, in their way back to the parks of Tully-Veolan, all but two, that were unhappily slaughtered before I got last night to Wim an Ree." "And where are we going, Evan, if I may be so bold as to ask?" said Waverley. "Where would ye be ganging, but to the laird's ain house at Glennaquoich? Ye would not think to be in his country without ganging to see him. It would be as much as a man's life's worth." "And are we far from Glennaquoich?" "But 5 bits of miles, and Vich Ian Vor will meet us." In about half an hour they reached the upper end of the lake, where, after landing Waverley, the two Highlanders drew the boat into a little creek among thick flags and reeds, where it lay perfectly concealed. The oars they put in another place of concealment, both for the use of Donald Beanlean probably, when his occasions should next bring him to that place. The travellers followed for some time a delightful opening into the hills, down which a little brook found its way to the lake. When they had pursued their walk a short distance, Waverley renewed his questions about their host of the cavern. "Does he always reside in that cave?" "Out, no, it's past the skill of man to tell where he's to be found at a times. There's not a dern nook, or cove, or corrie in the whole country that he's not acquainted with." "And do others beside your master shelter him?" "My master is in heaven," answered Evan, haughtily, and then immediately assuming his usual civility of manner, "but you mean my chief. No, he does not shelter Donald Bean Lean, nor any that are like him. He only allows him," with a smile, "wood and water." "No great boon, I should think, Evan, when both seem to be very plenty." "Ah, but ye dinna see through it. When I say wood and water, I mean the loch and the land, and I fancy Donald would be put till to if the laird were to look for him wi' 60 men in the wood of Killychat yonder, and if our boats, with a score or twa mair, were to come down the loch to Wim Henri, headed by mysel' or ony other pretty man." "But suppose a strong party came against him from the low country, would not your chief defend him?" "Na, he would not wear the spark of a flint for him, if they came with the law." "And what must Donald do, then?" "He behoved to rid this country of himsel', and fall back, it may be, over the mount upon letter scriven." "And if he were pursued to that place?" "I'se a warrant he would go to his cousins at Rannoch." "Well, but if they followed him to Rannoch?" "That," quoth Evan, "is beyond all belief, and, indeed, to tell you the truth, there durst not a Lowlander in all Scotland follow the fray a gunshot beyond Ballybrug, unless he had the help of the Sidier Dhu." "Whom do you call so?" "The Sidier Dhu, the black soldier. That is what they call the independent companies that were raised to keep peace and law in the Highlands. VIII Vor commanded one of them for 5 years, and I was sergeant mysel', I shall warrant ye. They call them Sidier Dhu because they wear the tartans, as they call your men, King George's men, Sidier Roy, or red soldiers." "Well, but when you were in King George's pay, Evan, you were surely King George's soldiers?" "Troth, and you must ask VIII Vor about that, for we are for his king, and care not much which of them it is. At ony rate, nobody can say we are King George's men now, when we have not seen his pay this 12-month." This last argument admitted no reply, nor did Edward attempt any. He rather chose to bring back the discourse to Donald Bean Lean. "Does Donald confine himself to cattle, or does he lift, as you call it, anything else that comes his way?" "Troth, he's nae a nice body, and he'll just talk onything, but most readily cattle, horse, or live Christians; for sheep are slow of travel, and inside plenishing is cumbrous to carry, and not easy to put away for siller in this country." "But does he carry off men and women?" "Out, aye. Did not ye hear him speak o' the Perth Bailey? It cost that body 500 merks ere he got to the south of Bailey Brogue. And ance Donald played a pretty sport. Footnote: see note 17. There was to be a blithe bridal between the Lady Camfreezer in the How o' the Mearns. She was the auld laird's widow, and no sae young as she had been hersel', and young Gilly Wacket, who had spent his heirship and movables, like a gentleman, at cock matches, bull baitings, horse races, and the like. Now, Donald Bean Lean, being aware that the bridegroom was in request, and wanting to cleek the cunzie, that is, to hook the siller, he cannily carried off Gilly Wacket ae night when he was riding dovering hame, wi' the malt rather aboon the meal, and with the help of his gillies he gat him into the hills with the speed of light, and the first place he wakened in was the cove of Wim Henri. So there was old to do about ransoming the bridegroom, for Donald would not lower a farthing of £1,000. "The devil!" "Pounds Scottish, ye shall understand. And the lady had not the siller if she had pawned her gown, and they applied to the governor o' Stirling Castle, and to the major o' the Black Watch, and the governor said it was ower far to the northward, and out of his district. And the major said his men were gane hame to the shearing, and he would not call them out before the victual was got in for all the cram freezers in Christendom, let alane the Mearns, for that it would prejudice the country. And in the meanwhile you'll no hinder Gilly-Wacket to take the smallpox. There was not a doctor in Perth or Stirling would look near the poor lad, and I cannot blame them, for Donald had been misjuggled by ane of these doctors about Paris, and he swore he would fling the first into the loch that he catched beyond the pass. However, some Cailiacs, that is, old women, that were about Donald's hand nursed Gilly-Wacket sae weel that, between the free open air in the cove and the fresh way, Deal and he did not recover maybe as weel as if he had been closed in a glazed chamber and a bed with curtains, and fed with red wine and white meat. And Donald was sae vexed about it that, when he was stout and weel, he even sent him free home, and said he would be pleased with onything they would like to gie him for the plague and trouble which he had about Gilly-Wacket to an unkenned degree. And I cannot tell you precisely how they sorted, but they agreed sae right that Donald was invited to dance at the wedding in his Highland trews, and they say that there was never sae meikle siller clinked in his purse either before or since. And to boot of all that, Gilly-Wacket said that, be the evidence what it liked, if he had the luck to be on Donald's inquest, he would bring him in guilty of nothing whatever, unless it were wilful arson or murder under trust. With such bald and disjointed chat Evan went on illustrating the existing state of the Highlands, more perhaps to the amusement of Waverley than that of our readers. At length, after having marched over bank and brae, moss and heather, Edward, though not unacquainted with the Scottish liberality in computing distance, began to think that Evan's 5 miles were nearly doubled. His observation on the large measure which the Scottish allowed of their land, in comparison to the computation of their money, was readily answered by Evan with the old jest, "The de'il take them wha have the least pint stoop." The Scottish are liberal in computing their land and liquor. The Scottish pint corresponds to 2 English quarts. As for their coin, every one knows the couplet. How can the rogues pretend to sense? Their pound is only 20 pence. And now the report of a gun was heard, and a sportsman was seen, with his dogs and attendant, at the upper end of the glen. "Shogue," said Dugald Mahony, "tat's t' chief." "It is not," said Evan, imperiously. "Do you think he would come to meet a Sensenech de Weenawassel in such a way as that?" But as they approached a little nearer, he said, with an appearance of mortification, "And it is even he, sure enough. And he has not his tail on after all. There is no living creature with him but Callum Beg." In fact, Fergus MacIvor, of whom a Frenchman might have said as truly as of any man in the Highlands, "Qu'il connaît bien ses gains," had no idea of raising himself in the eyes of an English young man of fortune by appearing with a retinue of idle Highlanders disproportioned to the occasion. He was well aware that such an unnecessary attendance would seem to Edward rather ludicrous than respectable, and, while few men were more attached to ideas of chieftainship and feudal power, he was, for that very reason, cautious of exhibiting external marks of dignity, unless at the time and in the manner when they were most likely to produce an imposing effect. Therefore, although, had he been to receive a brother chieftain, he would probably have been attended by all that retinue which Evan described with so much unction, he judged it more respectable to advance to meet Waverley with a single attendant, a very handsome Highland boy, who carried his master's shooting pouch and his broadsword, without which he seldom went abroad. When Fergus and Waverley met, the latter was struck with the particular grace and dignity of the chieftain's figure. Above the middle size and finely proportioned, the Highland dress, which he wore in its simplest mode, set off his person to great advantage. He wore the trews, or close trousers, made of tartan, checked scarlet and white. In other particulars his dress strictly resembled Evan's, excepting that he had no weapon save a dirk, very richly mounted with silver. His page, as we have said, carried his claymore, and the fowling piece, which he held in his hand, seemed only designed for sport. He had shot in the course of his walk some young wild ducks, as, though close time was then unknown, the broods of grouse were yet too young for the sportsman. His countenance was decidedly Scottish, with all the particularities of the northern physiognomy, but yet had so little of its harshness and exaggeration that it would have been pronounced in any country extremely handsome. The martial air of the bonnet, with a single eagle's feather as a distinction, added much to the manly appearance of his head, which was besides ornamented with a far more natural and graceful cluster of close black curls than ever were exposed to sail in Bond Street. An air of openness and affability increased the favourable impression derived from this handsome and dignified exterior. Yet a skilful physiognomist would have been less satisfied with the countenance on a second than on a first view. The eyebrow and upper lip bespoke something of the habit of peremptory command and decisive superiority. Even his courtesy, though open, frank, and unconstrained, seemed to indicate a sense of personal importance, and, upon any check or accidental excitation, a sudden, though transient lower of the eye showed a hasty, haughty, and vindictive temper, not less to be dreaded because it seemed much under its owner's command. In short, the countenance of the chieftain resembled a smiling summer's day, in which, notwithstanding, we are made sensible by certain, though slight signs that it may thunder and lighten before the close of evening. It was not, however, upon their first meeting that Edward had an opportunity of making these less favourable remarks. The chief received him as a friend of the Baron of Bradwardine, with the utmost expression of kindness and obligation for the visit, upbraided him gently with choosing so rude an abode as he had done the night before, and entered into a lively conversation with him about Donald Bean's housekeeping, but without the least hint as to his predatory habits, or the immediate occasion of Waverley's visit, a topic which, as the chief did not introduce it, our hero also avoided. While they walked merrily on towards the house of Glennaquoich, Evan, who now fell respectfully into the rear, followed with Callum Beg and Dugald Mahony. We shall take the opportunity to introduce the reader to some particulars of Fergus Maivor's character and history, which were not completely known to Waverley till after a connection which, though arising from a circumstance so casual, had for a length of time the deepest influence upon his character, actions, and prospects. But this, being an important subject, must form the commencement of a new chapter. Note 16. This celebrated gibbet was, in the memory of the last generation, still standing at the western end of the town of Creagh, in Perthshire. Why it was called the Kind Gallows we are unable to inform the reader with certainty, but it is alleged that the Highlanders used to touch their bonnets as they passed a place which had been fatal to many of their countrymen, with the ejaculation "God bless her nain sel," and the Teal Tamu. It may therefore have been called Kind, as being a sort of native or kindred place of doom to those who suffered there, as in fulfilment of a natural destiny. Note 17. The story of the bridegroom carried off by caterans on his bridal day is taken from one which was told to the author by the late Laird of Macnab many years since. To carry off persons from the lowlands, and to put them to ransom, was a common practice with the wild Highlanders, as it is said to be at the present day with the banditti in the south of Italy. Upon the occasion alluded to, a party of caterans carried off the bridegroom and secreted him in some cave near the mountains of Schiehallion. The young man caught the smallpox before his ransom could be agreed on, and whether it was the fine cool air of the place, or the want of medical attendance, Macnab did not pretend to be positive, but so it was, that the prisoner recovered, his ransom was paid, and he was restored to his friends and bride, but always considered the Highland robbers as having saved his life by their treatment of his malady. End of section 23. Section 24 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott. Section 24. Chapter 19. The Chief and His Mansion. The ingenious licentiate Francisco de Ubeda, when he commenced his history of La Picara Justina Diez, which, by the way,
is one of the most rare books of Spanish literature, complained of his pen having caught up a hare, and forthwith begins, with more eloquence than common sense, an affectionate expostulation with that useful implement, upbraiding it with being the quill of a goose, a bird inconstant by nature, as frequently the three elements of water, earth, and air indifferently, and being, of course, to one thing constant never. Now I protest to thee, gentle reader, that I entirely dissent from Francisco de Ubeda in this matter, and hold it the most useful quality of my pen, that it can speedily change from grave to gay, and from description and dialogue to narrative and character. So that if my quill display no other properties of its mother goose than her mutability, truly I shall be well pleased; and I conceive that you, my worthy friend, will have no occasion for discontent. From the jargon, therefore, of the Highland gillies I pass to the character of their chief. It is an important examination, and therefore, like Dogberry, we must spare no wisdom. The ancestor of Fergus Mac Ivor, about 3 centuries before, had set up a claim to be recognized as chief of the numerous and powerful clan to which he belonged, the name of which is unnecessary to mention. Being defeated by an opponent who had more justice, or at least more force, on his side, he moved southwards, with those who adhered to him, in quest of new settlements, like a second Adieus. The state of the Perthshire Highlands favoured his purpose. A great baron in that country had lately become traitor to the crown. Ian, which was the name of our adventurer, united himself with those who were commissioned by the king to chastise him, and did such good service that he obtained a grant of the property, upon which he and his posterity afterwards resided. He followed the king also in war to the fertile regions of England, where he employed his leisure hours so actively in raising subsidies among the boors of Northumberland and Durham, that upon his return he was enabled to erect a stone tower, or Fort Alice, so much admired by his dependents and neighbours that he, who had hitherto been called Ian Mac Ivor, or John the son of Ivor, was thereafter distinguished, both in song and genealogy, by the high title of Ian nan Chaistel, or John of the Tower. The descendants of this worthy were so proud of him that the reigning chief always bore the patronymic title of Vich Ian Vor, i.e., the son of John the Great, while the clan at large, to distinguish them from that from which they had seceded, were denominated Sliocht nan Ivor, the race of Ivor. The father of Fergus, the 10th in direct descent from John of the Tower, engaged heart and hand in the insurrection of 1715, and was forced to fly to France, after the attempt of that year in favour of the Stuarts had proved unsuccessful. More fortunate than other fugitives, he obtained employment in the French service, and married a lady of rank in that kingdom, by whom he had 2 children, Fergus and his sister Flora. The Scottish estate had been forfeited and exposed to sale, but was repurchased for a small price in the name of the young proprietor, who in consequence came to reside upon his native domains. Footnote: see Note 18. It was soon perceived that he possessed a character of uncommon acuteness, fire, and ambition, which, as he became acquainted with the state of the country, gradually assumed a mixed and peculiar tone, that could only have been acquired 60 years since. Had Fergus Mac Ivor lived 60 years sooner than he did, he would in all probability have wanted the polished manner and knowledge of the world which he now possessed, and had he lived 60 years later, his ambition and love of rule would have lacked the fuel which his situation now afforded. He was indeed, within his little circle, as perfect a politician as Castruccio Castracani himself. He applied himself with great earnestness to appease all the feuds and dissensions which often arose among other clans in his neighbourhood, so that he became a frequent umpire in their quarrels. His own patriarchal power he strengthened at every expense which his fortune would permit, and indeed stretched his means to the utmost to maintain the rude and plentiful hospitality which was the most valued attribute of a chieftain. For the same reason he crowded his estate with a tenantry, hardy indeed, and fit for the purposes of war, but greatly outnumbering what the soil was calculated to maintain. These consisted chiefly of his own clan, not one of whom he suffered to quit his lands if he could possibly prevent it. But he maintained, besides, many adventurers from the mother sept, who deserted a less warlike, though more wealthy chief to do homage to Fergus MacIvor. Other individuals, too, who had not even that apology, were nevertheless received into his allegiance, which indeed was refused to none who were, like Poins, proper men of their hands, and were willing to assume the name of Mac Ivor. He was enabled to discipline these forces, from having obtained command of one of the independent companies raised by the government to preserve the peace of the Highlands. While in this capacity he acted with vigour and spirit, and preserved great order in the country under his charge. He caused his vassals to enter by rotation into his company, and serve for a certain space of time, which gave them all in turn a general notion of military discipline. In his campaigns against the banditti, it was observed that he assumed and exercised to the utmost the discretionary power which, while the law had no free course in the Highlands, was conceived to belong to the military parties who were called in to support it. He acted, for example, with great and suspicious lenity to those freebooters who made restitution on his summons and offered personal submission to himself, while he rigorously pursued, apprehended, and sacrificed to justice all such interlopers as dared to despise his admonitions or commands. On the other hand, if any officers of justice, military parties, or others, presumed to pursue thieves or marauders through his territories, and without applying for his consent and concurrence, nothing was more certain than that they should meet with some notable foil or defeat. Upon which occasions Fergus MacIvor was the first to condole with them, and after gently blaming their rashness, never failed deeply to lament the lawless state of the country. These lamentations did not exclude suspicion, and matters were so represented to the government that our chieftain was deprived of his military command. Footnote: see Note 19. Whatever Fergus MacIvor felt on this occasion, he had the art of entirely suppressing every appearance of discontent, but in a short time the neighbouring country began to feel bad effects from his disgrace. Donald Bean Lean, and others of his class, whose depredations had hitherto been confined to other districts, appeared from thenceforward to have made a settlement on this devoted border, and their ravages were carried on with little opposition, as the lowland gentry were chiefly Jacobites, and disarmed. This forced many of the inhabitants into contracts of blackmail with Fergus MacIvor, which not only established him their protector, and gave him great weight in all their consultations, but, moreover, supplied funds for the waste of his feudal hospitality, which the discontinuance of his pay might have otherwise essentially diminished. In following this course of conduct, Fergus had a further object than merely being the great man of his neighbourhood, and ruling despotically over a small clan. From his infancy upward he had devoted himself to the cause of the exiled family, and had persuaded himself, not only that their restoration to the crown of Britain would be speedy, but that those who assisted them would be raised to honour and rank. It was with this view that he laboured to reconcile the Highlanders among themselves, and augmented his own force to the utmost, to be prepared for the first favourable opportunity of rising. With this purpose also he conciliated the favour of such lowland gentlemen in the vicinity as were friends to the good cause; and for the same reason, having incautiously quarrelled with Mr. Bradwardine, who, notwithstanding his peculiarities, was much respected in the country, he took advantage of the foray of Donald Bean Lean to solder up the dispute in the manner we have mentioned. Some, indeed, surmised that he caused the enterprise to be suggested to Donald, on purpose to pave the way to a reconciliation, which, supposing that to be the case, cost the Laird of Bradwardine 2 good milk cows. This zeal in their behalf the House of Stuart repaid with a considerable share of their confidence, an occasional supply of louis d'or, abundance of fair words, and a parchment, with a huge waxen seal appended, purporting to be an earl's patent, granted by no less a person than James III. King of England, and 8th King of Scotland, to his right feel, trusty, and well-beloved Fergus MacIvor of Glennaquoich, in the county of Perth, and kingdom of Scotland. With this future coronet glittering before his eyes, Fergus plunged deeply into the correspondence and plots of that unhappy period, and, like all such active agents, easily reconciled his conscience to going certain lengths in the service of his party, from which honor and pride would have deterred him had his sole object been the direct advancement of his own personal interest. With this insight into a bold, ambitious, and ardent, yet artful and politic character, we resume the broken thread of our narrative. The chief and his guest had by this time reached the house of Glennaquoich, which consisted of Ian nan Chaisel's mansion, a high, rude-looking square tower, with the addition of a lofted house, that is, a building of 2 stories, constructed by Fergus's grandfather when he returned from that memorable expedition, well remembered by the western shires under the name of the Highland host. Upon occasion of this crusade against the Ayrshire Whigs and Covenanters, the VIII Vor of the time had probably been as successful as his predecessor was in harrying Northumberland, and therefore left to his posterity a rival edifice as a monument of his magnificence. Around the house, which stood on an eminence in the midst of a narrow Highland valley, there appeared none of that attention to convenience, far less to ornament and decoration, which usually surrounds a gentleman's habitation. An enclosure or 2, divided by dry stone walls, were the only part of the domain that was fenced. As to the rest, the narrow slips of level ground which lay by the side of the brook exhibited a scanty crop of barley, liable to constant depredations from the herds of wild ponies and black cattle that grazed upon the adjacent hills. These ever and anon made an incursion upon the arable ground, which was repelled by the loud, uncouth, and dissonant shouts of half a dozen Highland swains, all running as if they had been mad, and every one hallooing a half-starved dog to the rescue of the forage. At a little distance up the glen was a small stunted wood of birch. The hills were high and heathy, but without any variety of surface, so that the whole view was wild and desolate rather than grand and solitary. Yet, such as it was, no genuine descendant of Ian nan Chaistel would have changed the domain for Stow or Blenheim. There was a site, however, before the gate, which perhaps would have afforded the first owner of Blenheim more pleasure than the finest view in the domain assigned to him by the gratitude of his country. This consisted of about 100 Highlanders, in complete dress and arms, at the sight of whom the chieftain apologized to Waverley in a sort of negligent manner. He had forgot, he said, that he had ordered a few of his clan out, for the purpose of seeing that they were in a fit condition to protect the country, and prevent such accidents as, he was sorry to learn, had befallen the Baron of Bradwardine. Before they were dismissed, perhaps Captain Waverley might choose to see them go through a part of their exercise. Edward assented, and the men executed with agility and precision some of the ordinary military movements. They then practiced individually at a mark, and showed extraordinary dexterity in the management of the pistol and firelock. They took aim, standing, sitting, leaning, or lying prostrate, as they were commanded, and always with effect upon the target. Next, they paired off for the broadsword exercise, and, having manifested their individual skill and dexterity, united in 2 bodies, and exhibited a sort of mock encounter, in which the charge, the rally, the flight, the pursuit, and all the current of a heady fight, were exhibited to the sound of the great war bagpipe. On a signal made by their chief, the skirmish was ended. Matches were then made for running, wrestling, leaping, pitching the bar, and other sports, in which this feudal militia displayed incredible swiftness, strength, and agility, and accomplished the purpose which their chieftain had at heart, by impressing on Waverley no light sense of their merit as soldiers, and of the power of him who commanded them by his nod. Footnote. See Note 20. "And what number of such gallant fellows have the happiness to call you leader?" asked Waverley. "In a good cause, and under a chieftain whom they loved, the race of Ivor have seldom taken the field under 500 claymores. But you are aware, Captain Waverley, that the Disarming Act, passed about 20 years ago, prevents their being in the complete state of preparation as in former times, and I keep no more of my clan under arms than may defend my own or my friend's property, when the country is troubled with such men as your last night's landlord; and government, which has removed other means of defence, must connive at our protecting ourselves. But, with your force, you might soon destroy or put down such gangs as that of Donald Bean Lean. Yes, doubtless; and my reward would be a summons to deliver up to General Blakeney, at Stirling, the few broadswords they have left us. There were little policy in that, methinks. But come, captain, the sound of the pipes informs me that dinner is prepared. Let me have the honour to show you into my rude mansion. Note 18. This happened on many occasions. Indeed, it was not till after the total destruction of the clan influence, after 1745, that purchasers could be found who offered a fair price for the estates forfeited in 1715, which were then brought to sale by the creditors of the York Buildings Company, who had purchased the whole, or greater part, from government at a very small price. Even so late as the period first mentioned, the prejudices of the public in favour of the heirs of the forfeited families threw various impediments in the way of intending purchasers of such property. Note 19. This sort of political game ascribed to MacIvor was in reality played by several Highland chiefs, the celebrated Lord Lovat in particular, who used that kind of finesse to the uttermost. The Laird of Mac was also captain of an independent company, but valued the sweets of present pay too well to incur the risk of losing them in the Jacobite cause. His marital consort raised his clan and headed it in 1745. But the chief himself would have nothing to do with king-making, declaring himself for that monarch, and no other, who gave the Laird of Mac half a guinea the day and half a guinea the morn. Note 20. In explanation of the military exercise observed at the castle of Glennaquoich, the author begs to remark that the Highlanders were not only well practised in the use of the broadsword, firelock, and most of the manly sports and trials of strength common throughout Scotland, but also used a particular sort of drill, suited to their own dress and mode of warfare. There were, for instance, different modes of disposing the plaid, one when they were on a peaceful journey, another when danger was apprehended, one way of enveloping themselves in it when expecting undisturbed repose, and another which enabled them to start up with sword and pistol in hand on the slightest alarm. Previous to 1720 or thereabouts, the belted plaid was universally worn, in which the portion which surrounded the middle of the wearer and that which was flung around his shoulders were all the same piece of tartan. In a desperate onset all was thrown away, and the clan charged bare beneath the doublet, save for an artificial arrangement of the shirt, which, like that of the Irish, was always ample, and for the sporran mollach, or goatskin purse. The manner of handling the pistol and dirk was also part of the Highland manual exercise, which the author has seen gone through by men who had learned it in their youth. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sally McConnell in Betty's Bay, South Africa, in February 2010. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1 by Sir Walter Scott, Section 25. Chapter 20. A Highland Feast. Ere Waverley entered the banqueting hall, he was offered the patriarchal refreshment of a bath for the feet, which the sultry weather and the morasses he had traversed rendered highly acceptable. He was not, indeed, so luxuriously attended upon this occasion as the heroic travellers in the Odyssey, the task of ablution and abstersion being performed, not by a beautiful damsel, trained to chafe the limb and pour the fragrant oil, but by a smoke-dried, skinny old Highland woman, who did not seem to think herself much honoured by the duty imposed upon her, but muttered between her teeth, "Our fathers' herds did not feed so near together that I should do you this service." A small donation, however, amply reconciled this ancient handmaiden to the supposed degradation, and as Edward proceeded to the hall she gave him her blessing in the Gaelic proverb, "May the open hand be filled the fullest." The hall in which the feast was prepared occupied all the first story of Lan Nan Chastel's original erection, and a huge oaken table extended through its whole length. The apparatus for dinner was simple, even to rudeness, and the company numerous, even to crowding. At the head of the table was the chief himself, with Edward, and 2 or 3 Highland visitors of neighbouring clans. The elders of his own tribe, wadsetters and tacksmen as they were called, who occupied portions of his estate as mortgagers or lessees, sat next in rank, beneath them their sons and nephews and foster brethren, then the officers of the chief's household according to their order, and lowest of all the tenants who actually cultivated the ground. Even beyond this long perspective Edward might see upon the green, to which a huge pair of folding doors opened, a multitude of Highlanders of yet inferior description, who nevertheless were considered as guests, and had their share both of the countenance of the entertainer and of the cheer of the day. In the distance, and fluctuating round this extreme verge of the banquet, was a changeful group of women, ragged boys and girls, beggars, young and old, large greyhounds, and terriers, and pointers, and curs of low degree, all of whom took some interest, more or less immediate, in the main action of the piece. This hospitality, apparently unbounded, had yet its line of economy. Some pains had been bestowed in dressing the dishes of fish, game, etc., which were at the upper end of the table, and immediately under the eye of the English stranger. Lower down stood immense clumsy joints of mutton and beef, which, but for the absence of pork, footnote, see note 21, aboard in the Highlands, resembled the rude festivity of the banquet of Penelope's suitors. But the central dish was a yearling lamb, called a hog in harst, roasted whole. It was set upon its legs with a bunch of parsley in its mouth, and was probably exhibited in that form to gratify the pride of the cook, who piqued himself more on the plenty than the elegance of his master's table. The sides of this poor animal were fiercely attacked by the clansmen, some with dirks, others with the knives which were usually in the same sheath with the dagger, so that it was soon rendered a mangled and rueful spectacle. Lower down still, the victuals seemed of yet coarser quality, though sufficiently abundant. Broth, onions, cheese, and the fragments of the feast regaled the sons of Ivor who feasted in the open air. The liquor was supplied in the same proportion, and under similar regulations. Excellent claret and champagne were liberally distributed amongst the chief's immediate neighbours. Whisky, plain or diluted, and strong beer refreshed those who sat near the lower end. Nor did this inequality of distribution appear to give the least offence. Every one present understood that his taste was to be formed according to the rank which he held at table, and consequently the tacksmen and their dependents always professed the wine was too cold for their stomachs, and called, apparently out of choice, for the liquor which was assigned to them from economy. Footnote, see note 22. The bagpipers, 3 in number, screamed during the whole time of dinner a tremendous war tune, and the echoing of the vaulted roof and clang of the Celtic tongue produced such a babel of noises that Waverley dreaded his ears would never recover it. MacIver, indeed, apologized for the confusion occasioned by so large a party, and pleaded the necessity of his situation, on which unlimited hospitality was imposed as a paramount duty. "These stout, idle kinsmen of mine," he said, "account my estate as held in trust for their support, and I must find them beef and ale, while the rogues will do nothing for themselves but practise the broadsword, or wander about the hills shooting, fishing, hunting, drinking, and making love to the lasses of the strath. But what can I do, Captain Waverley? Everything will keep after its kind, whether it be a hawk or a Highlander." Edward made the expected answer in a compliment upon his possessing so many bold and attached followers. "Why, yes," replied the chief. "Were I disposed, like my father, to put myself in the way of getting 1 blow on the head or 2 on the neck, I believe the loons would stand by me. But who thinks of that in the present day, when the maxim is, better an old woman with a purse in her hand than 3 men with belted brands?" Then, turning to the company, he proposed the health of Captain Waverley, a worthy friend of his kind neighbour and ally, the Baron of Bradwardine. He is welcome hither, said one of the elders, if he come from Cosmo Comane Bradwardine. I say nay to that, said an old man who apparently did not mean to pledge the toast. I say nay to that. While there is a green leaf in the forest, there will be a fraud in the Comane. There is nothing but honour in the Baron of Bradwardine, answered another ancient, and the guest that comes hither from him should be welcome, though he came with blood on his hand, unless it were blood of the race of Ivor. The old man, whose cup remained full, replied, There has been blood enough of the race of Ivor on the hand of Bradwardine. Ah, Ballancairach, replied the first, you think rather of the flash of the carbine at the mains of Tully-Veolan than the glance of the sword that fought for the cause at Preston. And well I may, answered Ballancairach. The flash of the gun cost me a fair-haired son, and the glance of the sword has done but little for King James. The chieftain, in 2 words of French, explained to Waverley that the Baron had shot his old man's son in a fray near Tully-Veolan about 7 years before, and then hastened to remove Ballancairach's prejudice by informing him that Waverley was an Englishman, unconnected by birth or alliance with the family of Bradwardine, upon which the old gentleman raised the hither untasted cup and courteously drank to his health. This ceremony being requited in kind, the chieftain made a signal for the pipes to cease, and said aloud, Where is the song hidden, me friends, that MacMurrough cannot find it? MacMurrough, the family bard, an aged man, immediately took the hint, and began to chant with low and rapid utterance a profusion of Celtic verses which were received by the audience with all the applause of enthusiasm. As he advanced in his declamation, his ardour seemed to increase. He had at first spoken with his eyes fixed on the ground, he now cast them around as if beseeching, and anon as if commanding, attention, and his tones rose into wild and impassioned notes, accompanied with appropriate gestures. He seemed to Edward, who attended to him with much interest, to recite many proper names, to lament the dead, to apostrophize the absent, to exhort and entreat and animate those who were present. Waverley thought he even discerned his own name, and was convinced his conjecture was right from the eyes of the company being at that moment turned towards him simultaneously. The ardour of the poet appeared to communicate itself to the audience. Their wild and sunburnt countenances assumed a fiercer and more animated expression. All bent forwards towards the reciter, many sprung up and waved their arms in ecstasy, and some laid their hands on their swords. When the song ceased, there was a deep pause, while the aroused feelings of the poet and of the hearers gradually subsided into their usual channel. The chieftain, who during the scene had appeared rather to watch the emotions which were excited than to partake their high tone of enthusiasm, filled with claret a small silver cup which stood by him. Give this, he said to an attendant, to MacMurrough nan Fon, i.e. of the songs, and when he has drank the juice, bid him keep, for the sake of VIII Vor, the shell of the gourd which contained it. The gift was received by MacMurrough with profound gratitude. He drank the wine, and kissing the cup, shrouded it with reverence in the plaid which was folded on his bosom. He then burst forth into what Edward justly supposed to be an extemporaneous effusion of thanks and praises of his chief. It was received with applause, but did not produce the effect of his first poem. It was obvious, however, that the clan regarded the generosity of their chieftain with high approbation. Many approved Gaelic toasts were then proposed, of some of which the chieftain gave his guest the following versions: To him that will not turn his back on friend or foe, to him that never forsook a comrade, to him that never bought or sold justice, hospitality to the exile and broken bones to the tyrant, the lads with the kilts, Highlanders shoulder to shoulder, and with many other pithy sentiments of the like nature. Edward was particularly solicitous to know the meaning of that song which appeared to produce such effect upon the passions of the company, and hinted his curiosity to his host. As I observe, said the chieftain, that you have passed the bottle during the last 3 rounds, I was about to propose to you to retire to my sister's tea-table, who can explain these things to you better than I can. Although I cannot stint my clan in the usual current of their festivity, yet I neither am addicted myself to exceed in its amount, nor do I, added he, smiling, keep a bear to devour the intellects of such as can make good use of them. Edward readily assented to this proposal, and the chieftain, saying a few words to those around him, left the table, followed by Waverley. As the door closed behind them, Edward heard Vich Ian Vohr's health invoked with a wild and animated cheer that expressed the satisfaction of the guests and the depth of their devotion to his service. Note 21. Pork or swine's flesh in any shape was, till of late years, much abominated by the Scotch, nor is it yet a favourite food amongst them. King Jamie carried this prejudice to England, and is known to have abhorred pork almost as much as he did tobacco. Ben Jonson has recorded this peculiarity, where the gipsy in a mask, examining the king's hand, says, "You should, by this line, love a horse and a hound, but no part of a swine." The gipsies metamorphosed. James's own proposed banquet for the devil was a loin of pork and a pole of ling, with a pipe of tobacco for digestion. Note 22. In the number of persons of all ranks who assembled at the same table, though by no means to discuss the same fare, the Highland chiefs only retained a custom which had been formerly universally observed throughout Scotland. "I myself," says the traveller Fine Morrison in the end of Queen Elizabeth's reign, the scene being the lowlands of Scotland, "was at a knight's house, who had many servants to attend him, that brought in his meat with their heads covered with blue caps, the table being more than half furnished with great platters of porridge, each having a little piece of sodden meat. And when the table was served, the servants did sit down with us, but the upper mess, instead of porridge, had a pullet with some prunes in the broth." Travels, page 155. Till within this last century, the farmers, even of a respectable condition, dined with their work-people. The difference betwixt those of high degree was ascertained by the place of the party above or below the salt, or sometimes by a line drawn with chalk on the dining table. Lord Lovat, who knew well how to feed the vanity and restrain the appetites of his clansmen, allowed each sturdy Fraser who had the slightest pretensions to be a diner vassal, the full honour of the sitting, but at the same time took care that his young kinsman did not acquire at his table any taste for outlandish luxuries. His lordship was always ready with some honourable apology why foreign wines and French brandy, delicacies which he conceived might sap the hardy habits of his cousins, should not circulate past an assigned point on the table. End of section 25.